I'm gonna use every ounce of energy I got to continue to fight these communists.
Well, let's give a round of applause to our freedom fighters on the front line, Layla, Hannah, and Brendan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you made it.
You're amazing.
Wonderful to like meet you. I don't know. All right, we're not done yet. Okay, who's still got the energy out there? You're not falling asleep on me, right? Okay. Next, we have two very powerful women, truly inspirational. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody and the former Lieutenant Governor of Wisconsin, Rebecca Clayfish, who is now the gubernatorial candidate on the Republican side for the great state of Wisconsin. Warm, warm welcome to these fabulous ladies. Hello, how are you? Hi. Thank you, it's great to be home. Okay, just for the blondes out there, the brunettes have more fun, okay? For the record. Okay, well, this is wonderful. Well, y'all made it. Well, you're here, so not too far away.
Yeah, welcome to the free state of Florida. Glad to have you.
It's good to be in a free state, Ashley.
Are you gonna? Okay, so let's just get right.
Free Wisconsin.
We're trying to help you with that. We're working hard.
Thank you for setting a good example.
Well, let's get started. You've been in public service for a very long time. You were the lieutenant governor under Scott Walker, who we love. Tell me, what are you seeing? What are the changes you're seeing in Wisconsin? Obviously, you have a Democrat governor. What has he done that hasn't been working, and is it reflective of what we're seeing in the rest of the country?
Everything, Mercedes, everything that our Democrat governor has been doing is not working. And thankfully, we have a Republican legislature right now, but they're at loggerheads every single day. So that means we're not making progress.
Right.
And what Tony Evers, our terrible governor, has done is be the architect of today's status quo, which means violent crime is on the rise, 9% year over year. Did you know Milwaukee has more cars stolen today than in Chicago? It's not just violent crime that's on the rise, it's also education. How many of you are so frustrated that we've had 2 years of this virtual experiment and now we still have kids in Wisconsin who are
so
masked?
obvious too. Governor Evers works against the legislature when they try to do things to help.
Exactly.
For example, when they were trying to defund the police,
right,
their legislature passed a bill, much like we did here in Florida with the leadership of Governor DeSantis, that said, hey, look, if you try to cut the funding for police, we're not going to allow that. We're going to shut that down. They tried to pass a similar bill there. The governor vetoed it.
Well, we need to make sure that we're backing the badge, and Governor Evers is really out of touch. If you're familiar with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial and what happened when Kenosha burned, never needed to happen. If you're familiar with what happened with the Waukesha Parade massacre, never needed to happen.
And wasn't it that he wouldn't allow the National Guard to come in? That was one of the pieces of this.
Donald Trump was the one who assured that the National Guard came in. There were enough federal agents to come in time, but 2 men had to lose their lives before any of that ever happened. So bad on crime, bad on education, and frankly, bad on the economy. He was one of the last governors in America to pay people more to sit on the sidelines. We need people back to work.
That's right. That's right. Now, Ashley, you're in a different situation here in Florida. One of the things I've noticed is you've been talking a lot about Secretary of the Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, and the fact that just he should resign. I agree.
So you heard me, huh?
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to get your comments on how their inability to control this border is impacting states like Florida.
But the border is no different than the larger cities where you're seeing the spike in crime, the spike in violent crime, the spikes in murder. It's all about enforcing the public safety laws on the books.
Mm-hmm.
We have specific immigration laws, public safety immigration laws, that this administration has just abandoned. And historically, even Democrats have followed these public safety laws. One of the first things Biden did when he got into office is stop deporting those here illegally that were committing crimes, very serious felonies. Obama even did that. This should not even be up for debate. But Mayorkas is not implementing these laws. When he goes to the Border Patrol agents that are supposed to have, taken an oath to protect this country, defend the border, they're like, let us do our jobs. Mayorkas goes down there and wears a Border Patrol jacket, and they're like, why are you even wearing that? Why are you even wearing that? You're not letting us follow the laws. He's like, I'm going to help them. I'm going to increase their morale. I'm going to get more processors so we can process more people coming here illegally into our country. Well, let me tell you how that's working. Biden secretly flew someone into our state who was posing as a child, a 24-year-old man who murdered a father of 4. We are feeling the effects from this lack of enforcement of the rule of law. That's what's also happening in these larger cities. You have these radical prosecutors. Some of them have never even prosecuted a case. They're not prosecutors, although they now have the title of prosecutor, and they immediately get in office, start letting people out of jail. They don't prosecute the crimes that are brought to them by law enforcement, and it's a breakdown in enforcing the rule of law.
Ashley's
it's all
totally
the same
right.
thing, and it creates chaos, anarchy, riots in the street, organized retail theft. You're seeing the smash and grabs, but let me talk about Florida. We've been working for years on how to be proactive and strategic and keep organized retail theft from taking hold in our state. We support our sheriffs. In fact, instead of this nonsense about defunding the police, we're increasing their salaries. We're offering bonuses around the nation. I just swore in 12 officers personally here in Florida that fled New York and came to Florida.
Ashley's so right, Mercedes. I'll put 1,000 more cops on the streets, and we've got to be concerned as moms in this country for the safety and security of our family.
And I've been on the campaign trail with Donald Trump, and I remember meeting these sheriffs. You all were with us on these bus tours that we did, and we really, you would meet these police officers, the sheriffs, and they would be crying because they'd be like, I can't do my job. I'm demoralized. I can't, my kid who always loved cops, now he doesn't want to become a cop because. And then you have cities like New York City where it's a disaster of a place of violence and a place where they can't control it because they have these very bad laws. They're not enforcing the laws, Ashley.
They have DAs that don't enforce their law. I mean, look at where we had the parade, that horrible incident.
John Chisholm in Milwaukee County.
Long track record in 3 different states. Violent crimes, sexual offenses. That guy got out on bond like that. And was able to
and you all are dealing, and in
reform,
Wisconsin,
too.
you're dealing with that as well. I mean, the parade during the Christmas time was so
That's
tragic.
exactly what Ashley was talking about. I was there at the funeral of an 8-year-old boy and hugged a mom who stood next to a casket made for a child. No one should have to go through that. This man was let out on low bond, and then just days later, another incident. And then days after that, we had 3 cops shot in 2 weeks in Milwaukee. This is what you get when you have these liberal district attorneys and judges who simply play catch and release with people who have rap sheets a mile long. They are violent criminals. They are out terrorizing our communities.
Or executive mayors that don't support them. So the the combination that will destroy a city, a once great thriving city, is a radical mayor, if it's a strong mayor position, and a radical DA or prosecutor that won't prosecute cases. And if you look at the top 10, 15 cities that have spiked in murder around our nation, you're most likely going to have that incredibly dangerous combo. And it is not rocket science on how to lead a state in this nation. If you pledge and work diligently to protect your people, their safety, and you protect their rights fiercely, which we have done here in Florida, while we were making decisions about the health care and safety and welfare of our folks during the pandemic, we always did so through a lens of protecting individual liberty.
Let's shift real quick to the pandemic. You all have really been a leader in terms, I know, I'm sorry, Rebecca.
It's all right.
Just win, okay?
Working on it.
Yeah, exactly. Really, you all have really been a leader in making sure that they don't have these forced mandates on the employees. I can't even tell you the number of employees that have come to me and said, I've been forced to get the jab or I would lose my job. And also getting rid of the mask mandates. What drove those decisions, and why do you believe that more states should follow?
It goes back to always making any decision with a lens of how do we do what we were meant to do when we were set up as the United States of America, protect the autonomy of states to govern the health, safety, and welfare of their people, and those state leaders have to respect individual rights and fight back when the federal government tries to encroach upon our autonomy to deal with those subject matters in our state. Because think about it. Right now, the way the United States was set up, if you don't like how California is using its police powers, you can move to Florida. In fact, we have more people moving to Florida than any other state in the nation right now. And that's because the way our government is set up, that's how it's meant to work. But if the federal government, which we gave very limited authority when we were set up, if that government starts overreaching and taking powers away from the states and impeding upon what they have the right to do,
Right.
you have to have AGs and state leaders that will push back on that. Otherwise, where do people go?
Right.
Well, in January of 23, I would like to give you a run for your money in Florida and have people moving to Wisconsin. But an illustration in contrasts here is Tony Evers judged human beings, told some people they were essential, other people they were non-essential, and pitted people against each other in Wisconsin's economy. Then we saw health officials across the state in counties empowered to become tyrants. In Wisconsin, we actually had cops going out and shutting down church services. Today, there's a patchwork across our state where some children are still going to school in masks, can't play interscholastic sports. They are not allowed to go to school if they have been contact traced. We can't have a patchwork in education, not in Wisconsin, not anywhere. We need to unmask our children and let them learn.
Oh, that's right. Well, let me get some final thoughts. Ashley, I'll start with you. We'll work ourselves this way.
You know, it's so right. So keep in mind, you have to have a federal government that respects its limited authority. We do not have that at all right now. Joe Biden is trying to be creative and using all kinds of laws to overstep his authority and push his will down into the states. That's why I'm fighting right now in court to keep kids that are 2 years old from having to wear masks outside.
Yes.
Outside. This is the kind of litigation that we're having to deal with, but we will continue to do that because in our state, this is the reason more people are moving here. This is why we broke tourism records last year. This is why we have the lowest crime rate in 50 years. It is because we fiercely protect individual rights. We want to stand up for our good men and women in law enforcement, protect our people and let them do their jobs, let them protect folks. And we want to make sure that in Florida, we still have the right to do that, and this federal government can't stop us. Governor DeSantis believes that firmly. I'm right there along with him, and we'll keep fighting for freedom here in Florida.
Well, I see what you're doing in Florida, and I'm calling my shot because we want those same freedoms in Wisconsin. Frankly, I think we want those same freedoms all across this country, and I think that strong moms can lead that revolution because we're frustrated by what we have seen. And Democrats have done the wrong things in this time for choosing, and it's time for we, the parents, to choose, and we choose independent
You have
liberties.
two pretty passionate mamas up here.
We
You can probably tell.
Yeah.
So let's back the badge, and let's get back to work. Let's get back to school and give government back to the people.
Yes. Yes. Well, I have great hope. These are fabulous, fabulous conservative leaders, and I'm honored to call them my friends. Rebecca Clayfish, Ashley Moody. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So good to see you.
All right, you're still with me. I mean, we don't even have to go to commercial break. This is so great. So let's get right to it. I've got Governor Scott Walker with the Young America's Foundation, one of our favorites, and Congressman Madison Cawthorn of the great state of North Carolina. Gentlemen, how are you? Why don't you join over right here?
Where are you ready to know?
Right here.
Hey, good to see you.
Great to see you.
Well, I can confidently say I'm the only person here with the most comfortable chair beating these two, so.
Look, you're not wearing my heels, Madison. I don't want to hear it. Okay, well,
Thank
let's
God.
get
My shoes never get dirty, so it's great.
Well, it's so great to have you both here. I was just obviously with Rebecca,
Yeah.
who we just love, and she's running for governor of Wisconsin. And I know you had that role. And so what do
So
you...
I've heard, right?
You were one of the best, definitely one of the best governors there. Demi, walk us through not only what you're seeing in Wisconsin, but just generally. You're traveling across the country.
Yeah.
You're meeting with so many young, dynamic people. Is this next generation going to save us?
Yes, we are training the next generation of freedom fighters, and we're excited about it. And, you know, you heard on the earlier panels, not only with Rebecca, but with others, first off, the thing we learned in Virginia last year is don't piss off parents.
Yes.
Because one of the few good things out of the pandemic is parents could see what was happening in the classroom. But I think the same thing's true with young people. Young people on college campuses are saying, hey, not only have we been dealing with this liberal indoctrination, with these left-wing professors, with this woke atmosphere out there, but they're sick and tired of their campuses being closed, of not getting the education they were promised, of having vaccine mandates, and of the vast hypocrisy that they see not only on college campuses, but across the country. And we've been saying for years at YAF that campuses are the canary in the coal mine. You can see how woke they've gotten there and how much that's translated into K through 12 education, into culture, and even into communications. It's got to stop. Young people are ready to fight back.
You're one of our young people, one of our young leaders, and you haven't aged like Scott and I have. But can I ask you, Madison, what are you seeing as well? As you do also travel across the country, you meet with such a diverse group of patriots. What's their message? What are they asking you? What are they worried about?
Well, I'll tell you, I believe people in my generation, people, especially ones who lean conservative, one, I believe until really this last election cycle, they kind of felt like they were alone, that there were no real conservatives out there. But since we went through the pandemic, people have really started realizing, oh, there's a lot more of us than the mainstream media would have us believe. And the thing I have found from young patriots across this country is that they're tired of being categorized in the Republican Party as being the party of no, as being the party that just is against things but doesn't actually have any ideas of how to successfully fix things. And you're starting to see people in the conservative movement now coming out with policy objectives saying, hey, the ideology of this wokeism, the ideology of trying to sell America out to the highest bidder across the sea is no longer going to work. I mean, people in my generation, they want to be able to work and to prosper in peace. I mean, they want to be able to raise a family. They don't want to have to be an eternal renter because of insane student loan debt. Many people in my generation are starting to find that if you're getting a humanities degree now, it's completely pointless, which is sad. I mean, just 20 years ago at any of the Ivy Leagues, the humanities was the core of that.
Right.
It led some great things, but then you started seeing this wokeism come out on campus. And I think, like many people in this room, we all just said, oh, that's so silly. Can you believe these college students? But where did that lead us? It led us to AOC. It led us to having the squad in Washington, D.C. And young conservatives across this country are now saying, we're not going to be categorized as being these radical leftists because we no longer believe in this ideology that killed 100 million people in the last century. We're now going to come out and go on offense instead of just playing defense.
So, Scott, social media has such a huge influence in this next generation. I mean, it really pretty much defines them when you're talking about a selfie or going on TikTok, and a lot of it is mindless. So what is the concern there? And I guess how can conservatives utilize it in their favor, as we know there's a lot of canceling going on in the meantime?
Well, big tech is just like big business, big labor, big government. We're on the side, conservatives are on the side of the little guy, the hardworking men and women of our country, and certainly small business owners. But one of the encouraging signs is we've done all sorts of research. Again, at yaf.org, you can see the things we're working on. That's all sorts of research with young people. And what's really encouraging is you hear Twitter all the time in media, and yeah, we're on there, other groups are on there. You know what the #1 way Generation Z gets information? YouTube. And why that's important, and granted, there are disadvantages and challenges there as well, but we saw our YouTube subscribers during the pandemic more than double.
Interesting.
And it's content driven. So we have someone like Ben Shapiro. We just added a new speaker, Kellyanne Conway. We have all these, Matt's been on some of our things as well. We see these speakers, and where the YouTube content is so great is young people watch not just the lecture on campus, they watch the Q&A. They want to hear, as you were talking about, the crazy questions from that radical teaching assistant or others out there, because they want to hear, how do I respond to it in the classroom, with my friends, on social media? And the good news is they're gravitating towards content. So as conservatives, as you said, Congressman, we got to talk about big ideas. We got to be on the side of young people and entrepreneurs and people want to start up their own businesses. They're hungry for it. And they know more than anything, young people believe in fairness. And when you point out that it's not fair, when we exposed a college professor at Iowa State University who actually said, if you're against abortion, against traditional or against same-sex marriage, and if you're against BLM, the organization, you're out of my class, we exposed that. And thankfully, at least in Iowa, the university system said, no, that's not free speech. young people get free speech, they get the woke culture, they don't want to be a part of it, they don't see it as fair. That's where conservatives have a real shot.
And Governor, just to add on top of that, the social media aspect is actually being weaponized against our country. You know, we all heard when TikTok came out from China, it's like, oh, we thought it was this information gathering apparatus they wanted to create, but it's actually much more diabolical than that. If you look at the algorithms, what they're encouraging young people in America to do to be able to go viral and to get a lot of views on their TikToks and these videos, it's to learn some silly dance or to do something that's completely mindless and meaningless. But if you look at the algorithms in China, what they're encouraging their young children to do, the things that make them go viral, is building something incredible through STEM or through engineering, or being able to go out and speak incredibly fluently and well, or having great patriotic and masculine values. These are the things they encourage for their youth. They're trying to subvert our entire culture.
Yeah, it's like dumbing down of America is the whole thing. Madison, I do want to really quick, talking about canceling, obviously they're trying to cancel you from even...
Are they really?
Yeah.
Does the left not like
let's
me?
talk.
I have no idea.
So tell our crew here what's going on and what you're doing.
Yes, indeed. So make no mistake, there's a gentleman named Mark Elias, a terrible
Boo!
human being.
Okay, that's like a huge boo.
And
okay?
I'll tell you the reason why. He was really the quarterback of all the shenanigans that happened in 2020 in our election. And he participates in something that we've coined as lawfare. And it's using the judicial system against their political enemies. And so because of what happened on January 6th, you know, they started trying to say, and I just thought they were trying to get a catchy tagline for their headlines. They started throwing out seditionists and insurrectionists and these words from the mainstream media. Well, now we see that it was all a completely coordinated effort to set the standard to say, well, because he participated in an insurrection, the 14th Amendment bars him from being able to be in office. And make no mistake, I don't know why they chose me first. Perhaps it's because I tell Nancy Pelosi she's not God every single day. But you hear this group from Western North Carolina, they love it. It's great. But I'll tell you, if they are successful in being able to keep me off the ballot, and so I'm telling you, one, working, good-hearted Americans across this country. I think all of us in this room are sick and tired of it, and it's time we stand up and fight.
And the left has a well-funded core conservative. That is their goal, and they're going to try to do it through election as well. Scott, I want to get right now, obviously, the Russian aggression, and why Americans need to be concerned about this.
Well, it ties in actually with just kind of what you were talking about. Woke weakness leads to things like we're seeing in the White House and what we're seeing around the world. Ronald Reagan talked about peace through strength. When you're weak, you get into war, not when you're strong. And this president, sadly, is leading us towards a scenario where the world might very well end up in war again. And it goes all the way back to what he did in Afghanistan and what a debacle that was. How he's allowed not only tyrants there, but in Iran and elsewhere around the world. We don't get into war when we're strong. We get into war when we're weak. And that's a lesson we need to learn, and why history is so important. You know, this president, unfortunately, seems to be more like Neville Chamberlain than just Jimmy Carter. And that's something we should all be afraid of.
Madison, the Daily Beast came out with an article basically saying, like, don't blame Biden for Russia, Ukraine. Should we believe that?
My friends, I want our president to be loved by the American people. I genuinely do. Whenever we elect our president. But what I really, truly want in a president is for the rest of the world to be terrified of them. We are the most powerful nation that has ever existed on this planet, and we need to be able to exert that. But we also need to realize that the days of endless wars and sending our sons and daughters to die across the sea for other nations, that those need to be gone. We need to be able to use economic sanctions to be able to stop. I mean, really, this all could have been stopped by being able to stop the Nord Stream 2 pipeline from being constructed.
Yes.
It would have been so simple. But my friends, think about this. Joe Biden, we've all heard of the shenanigans that happened with Burisma. We all happened with everything that went on with Ukraine. I just don't understand when we import 595,000 barrels of oil from Russia every single year. Yet, if we were to have the Keystone Pipeline, we would create 850,000 barrels of oil. My friends, this president has been corrupted by the radicals across this country, by Putin, by Xi Jinping. And my friends, we're starting to see the consequences of that. You see why Xi Jinping and Putin both wanted Biden to be president, because now Taiwan is unfortunately getting an unprecedented preview of what's going to happen, and it's very sad.
You talked about Taiwan. The New York Times reported a story about Chinese intelligence, basically the Biden administration sharing information with the Chinese, sharing intelligence with the Chinese officials. Chinese officials handed that over to Moscow officials.
Yeah.
Your reaction?
Well, in America, there should be no greater friend and no worse enemy. And unfortunately, we're seeing it reversed under this administration. And Peter Schweitzer is going to talk to our student lunch here at CPAC in just about an hour. His book, Red Handed, talks exactly about the problems you see, not with just Joe Biden, but his entire family. These are the facts that young people, when they come to our conferences, say, we never heard this. And I don't blame young people for being liberal. I blame the rest of us for not doing enough to get the word out early in life, not just in college, and tell them the truth. They're hungry for the truth.
Final thoughts as we've run out of time, Madison.
Well, you know, I genuinely believe that the world is a safer place when America is strong. When the greatest generation defeated evil in World War II, we had 70 years of no real power in the world trying to gain more territory until Joe Biden took over. Until for the last 6 decades, the Republican Party has been on defense, not taking ground every single day, but just capitulating to the left inch by inch by inch, to where our country is so weak that our enemies feel emboldened. This is why I've come out with a new contract with America that will reestablish America as the dominant force on the planet. If you guys want to look into that, you can go to newcontractwithamerica.org. This one's a little different than the others. And instead of trying to convince 218 members of Congress to sign on to it, I want to convince 30 or 60 million Americans to start getting involved, because it is time for the people to be in command of this country, not the people in Washington, D.C.
Last word.
Most important thing you can do for America right now is pray. Pray for our young people, pray for our military, pray for our leaders, even those we disagree with. Pray that God might open their eyes to doing what's right and just, to respect and protect the republic that we love.
You both are great. I mean, round of applause for Governor Scott Walker, Congressman Madison Cawthorn. And that's it. Our talk show is over. You've all been a great audience. Thank you all.
Good job.
We're gonna take on the world. We're gonna take on the world. We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people.
In here, no one tells us what to think.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head. Good or bad, I'm not gonna let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody can listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Moms for America is a national movement of moms, reclaiming our culture for truth, family, freedom, and the concepts. Moms for America has become one of the fastest.
Fathers established it, still gets its powers from the consent of the governed, and we do not consent.
We're in the middle of a mom-led revolution, and Moms for America is at the forefront.
I take full offense to the NSBA and the DOJ referring to concerned parents like myself as domestic terrorists needing to be investigated by the FBI.
I'm a journalist, but I am a mama bear.
Calling these moms domestic terrorists is the pathetic taunt of a schoolyard bully.
I, like so many other mama bears, was in hibernation, but I'm asleep no longer.
We are the change. We are Moms for America. Join the revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Offsides. Please welcome former NBC sportscaster Michelle Tafoya and CPAC chairman Matt Schlapp.
How are you?
Hello. Hello. How is everyone? Good morning.
You walk fast.
I
couldn't
walk
keep up
really
with you.
fast.
Oh my God.
I've been told that my whole entire life. I walk fast. I'm always in a hurry. Can't waste time.
We can't waste time. So I want to start off by just saying this. I don't know if you saw the news. Congratulations to the few, the chosen. CPAC is sold out. Can't buy any more 4-day passes. It's packed. You can get some 1-day passes for Sunday. And talking about passes on Sunday, Michelle.
Yes.
What an honor to have you here.
Sundays are new for me now.
Yeah,
Sundays
that's right.
are not what they used to be for me. It's great to be here.
All right, jump right into it. Why are you at CPAC? A lot of people are surprised to see you here.
I was invited, and I'm so glad that I was, and thank you for inviting me. As many of you know, I just retired as a sportscaster. I was on Sunday Night Football on NBC. The Super Bowl was my final game. Al Michaels gave me a beautiful kiss goodbye at the end. And if anyone's curious, I left because I chose to leave. It was completely my choice. And it's because I wanted to add my voice to the world that needs more voices of courage, I think, that are willing to say, I do not apologize for what I stand for. Don't apologize. And that's why, and it was to become more involved. I'm now working on a campaign in Minnesota with someone running for governor, Kendall Qualls. I'm not supposed to do that, sorry.
Hey, it's just a fact.
It is a fact.
Yeah.
It's a fact. I am a co-chair of his campaign. I hope you'll check him out online. And I just want people to know it's okay to be yourself and speak your values and live your values and not apologize.
So
I don't have any controversial values either. I'm just.
So if I think about pro sports and as a kid watching pro sports, it never would have been discordant to have values like you have and work in pro sports. At what point did this become a conflict or a tension where if on your own time you wanted to speak about what you cared about, it became a professional problem?
Well, I think the advent of social media, right? If I tweeted anything,
you're in the quagmire. Now everyone's retweeting it. And by the way, reading into it, I remember my producer once telling me 140 characters is not the best way to get your message out there. And he was right. And I have since left Twitter, by the way. I'm not really on social media. I'm on LinkedIn. And
by the way, you're on social media right now, like it or not.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm here voluntarily, and hopefully people will listen to the full. I got more than 140 characters to talk here. But it's a dangerous way to try to communicate with people, because no matter what you say, you will be twisted and taken out of context, guaranteed, by people who want to. That's the sport now.
So let me tell you, you sound like my wife. Oftentimes at 1 a.m., she storms into wherever I'm sitting and says, "Give me the phone." Because, so many of us who think we should get a fair shot, right? The refs should call it straight. I didn't mean it when I said that. We start to defend ourselves. You're right about the apology. If the apology was meant to say, hey, look, I just want you to know I didn't mean to offend you, but that's not what the apology is. The apology is, see, I told you, you have privilege.
Yep.
You don't have a voice here. Shut up. That's what's going on.
Well, first of all, let's talk about something he just said. I didn't mean to offend you. People can choose to be offended by whatever they want.
Obviously.
Being offended, I believe this fervently. Being offended is a choice that you make. You read something, you see something, I say something, and you go, oh, I'm so offended. Well, why? It's just, if you disagree with me, disagree with me. But if you decide you're going to be pained by it or aggrieved by it, that's you making that choice. You can also, the other choice is, I disagree, I'm walking on, I'm moving on. So the way I started to look at Twitter was, if someone tweeted something really awful about me, I said, it's a Russian bot, I'm gonna ignore it, and just laugh. It's your choice. It really is. I'm not saying it's easy.
No.
It's not easy.
No.
But it is your choice. You get to choose how you respond to everything in the world. And when I said Russian bot, by the way, I hate to, I know we're trying to have fun up here, but God bless the people fighting for themselves in the Ukraine right now.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot of energy and optimism at CPAC, but I think there's also underlying that is a real concern.
Yeah.
Elections have consequences. Elections with lots of fraudulent ballots have even more consequences. And when we thought about this year's CPAC, we know the politics are going our way. We get that. But underlying that is some really, really hurtful things. And part of that is this cancel culture, which I believe the Democratic Party and the left is fueling for whatever reason. And even people like Bill Maher saying, hey, enough is enough. You were the one who helped us invite Enes Freedom to come to CPAC. Within 72 hours, he lost his NBA contract. How does that make you feel?
Well, I'm angry. So for people who don't know, Enes Kanter Freedom, his name was Enes Kanter. He's a Turkish player. Became an American citizen because he desired freedom, which is everyone should desire. Changed his name legally to Enes Kanter Freedom, which is so beautiful. And he played for the Celtics. They traded him, and he got cut by the Houston Rockets, to whom he was traded. I'm fairly certain that was a calculated move. How do we get rid of Enes without it making seem like we're getting rid of Enes? Well, we'll trade him, and we'll let them do something. I've been in touch with Enes. He's hanging in there. He would like to get another job in the NBA. He's a basketball player.
Could we send a message to Enes Freedom about what we think about him in this room? What do you all think? That's right.
I mean, he has been a portrait of courage, right? The guy is out there talking about, I mean, he would wear shoes during warm-ups of an NBA game that said, you know, things about China and slavery and the Uyghurs, and the NBA didn't like it. And they begged him to take those shoes off. Somebody did. He never did. I just think that kind of courage, we need more of it. And I hope collectively we find it within each other. In other words, if it's sort of what I want to tell people. I had the courage, whatever. This is not a pat on the back, believe me. I'm going to miss Sunday Night Football. But I chose to leave my job so that I could help make a difference somewhere. That's all I want to do, is help make a difference. I want to help things get better. I want us to heal. I love this country. My dad was a second generation Spaniard, came in. My mom was dirt poor, Irish and German. Hi, Mom, I hope you're watching, and it's okay that I said you were dirt poor, because it's true. And they got married. My mom basically got disowned by her family for marrying a Spaniard. They called them names, you know? And they lived the American dream. They made it happen. And knowing my relatives and knowing where I come from, I know that's possible. And I know, and I'm really tired of people telling other people, oh, it's only possible for some. That's just not true. It's not true. I believe it's available to everyone. I do believe every state is responsible for making their school systems better, you know, and giving families choice about where they get to educate their kids. And that would help. That would be a great investment in the future of this country. And anyway, that's why I'm at CPAC.
KT McFarland has said many times, and I copy her, it's a great statement, that America is the only country on the face of the globe that literally teaches her children to hate her own country. You have this immigrant experience you just talked about. Within the political conversation we're having, people like you aren't supposed to have these values. Speak at a CPAC. You're supposed to think that we're the haters. We're the intolerant people. Is it true that we've woken up and we're not going to put up with this anymore?
I think we're seeing a sea change. Tell me if you agree, because I've had so many phone calls lately from people who said, oh my gosh, you're doing it. I want to do this. I want to speak out. I want to, and so my message is to people, please be courageous. Yeah. Speak out. I believe that the majority of the country believes in the goodness of us, in the goodness of Americans, the American people. But they've been told to shut up, and don't shut up. And demonstrate the goodness in all that you do, whether it's smiling at the grocery clerk, whether it's thanking your, I don't know, the guy that just filled your tank, if you still do, you know, do they still serve, or is it all self-serve?
No,
I've never had,
the only place it's not self-serve is when the government makes them hire those people to fill up your tank. So there you go. New Jersey. Come on, guys. Come on, Jersey. You got to do better. Come on. You're so close. You're so close. The truck driver, good. That's a good first step.
Yeah, wave at truck drivers. I mean, I don't care who they are. And you know what? Someone's going to find a way to twist what I just said. They're going to go, oh, she said to smile at the grocery clerk as though they're less than her. No, God, stop.
Don't apologize.
I'm not, don't apologize, because once you apologize, you'll just keep retreating to the back and going, I'm sorry. Don't do it. What I mean is do good at every turn in your life. Do good for your family. Do good for your friends. Do good for the people you run into. Smile at people around you. Say hello, good morning. Just do good and be brave and find that courage. We all have it, but we've got to use it. We got and not apologize for it.
So one thing I've noticed, by the way, it's great to be in Florida, right? We all know that. One of the greatest reasons why it's good to be in Florida is because my family lives here. So thank you all for being here. And they're Spaniards too, so they're kind of like you a lot.
There we go.
But what I notice is when I go to a red state, I find joy, I find happy people. I hear please and thank you. No one's hectoring you over masks or this or that. And in blue state, they're down. It's a downer to be in these places. I mean, you know, first of all, it's dangerous. But second of all, like, these people are crabby.
When you're angry all the time, you tend to be crabby. I mean, and again, it's like that choice of how you respond to every situation you're faced with in life. You also get to choose to be cheerful or happy over choosing to be angry all the time. Now, look, life deals all of us, a fair load of crap. Every so often, we all get it. because life isn't fair and it never will be. It is not perfectly fair. And you got to accept that. I mean, if life were fair, children wouldn't die of cancer, right?
That's right.
If life were fair, we'd all look like Cindy Crawford. I mean, are some of you too young to know who Cindy? Good God, that's. Who else should I say? Who's younger? Kim Kardashian? I don't know. Anyway, if life were fair, everything would be equal, but it's not. So here you accept that. You say, I know I'm not going to have everything I want, but I'm going to pursue what's the most important to me. And given my set of circumstances, what do I want to do? I've got the freedom to do that. So accepting that, you try to you bring justice where it needs to come, right? You bring fairness to where you can control it, but you can't always control it. And I think that example of kids having cancer, if you think that life's supposed to be fair, think about a kid with cancer. That just ain't fair. And so what we do is we respond accordingly. We respond the best way we know how. I know we're running out of time.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one final question. It seems like in the not that long ago, the liberals were the tolerant ones that said, hey, let every book be out there on the shelf. Let everyone say what they want to say. And now it seems like the people of CPAC and conservatives are the ones that say, hey, we'll welcome people on our stage. We might have some disagreements. So we want to hear what they have to say. But the liberals have turned leftist, and the conservatives have this liberal open mindset. What the heck is going on?
I don't know, but I'd rather be on the side of the liberal open mindset.
Yeah.
I mean, I keep an open mind. Don't, listen, one thing I think I really want to say before I leave, just because they disagree with you doesn't mean you should hate them. Don't be a hater. Smile, accept, it's the golden rule.
I was just going to say.
Treat others the way you would want to be treated.
Right.
We all want to be accepted for our beliefs. Now, I know, again, none of this is easy, and I get that. But here in America, we have a pretty good life. We have an opportunity to do hard things. So in other words, I can go get a coffee without grinding my own beans, right? So that's ease, that's convenience. So now I'm going to channel my energy towards the hard stuff. And that means, because we don't have to necessarily chop our own wood anymore, all that. I hope we're not heading back there, but the way things are going, I mean, we're going to have, I don't know.
That's the way we're going to have to heat our houses pretty soon.
Yeah. Oh, good. You got to work at it, folks. You got to work at being accepting. You got to work at getting your spinal column a little stronger and saying, you disagree with me? Have a great day.
That's right.
You got to work at it. Let's not hate back. Let's be the group that says free speech, absolutely 1,000% free speech. I'm not going to try to cancel you.
Yeah.
You can try to cancel me. I'm not going to cancel you, and you're not going to succeed.
Michelle Tafoya, thank you for being at CPAC.
Thank you.
An invaluable experience. Coming to CPAC is like coming home to family every single time you come here. You can go to some events, it is not warm and fuzzy. I come here, I feel like I'm home and with family. And because of CPAC, I have met so many people who will help me save America and save the people in my district. I have a healthcare expert now, a veterans expert, national security issue experts, and so many investors that can come into my district to help bring jobs, revitalize my communities. And I would never have been able to do that without CPAC. So being at CPAC is an incredible experience.
Cannot be excited for Trump, you know, he's coming back in 2024, gonna put America first. What's not to love?
It's fun to have conservatives from all over the country coming together, share best practices, see who the future leaders are, hear what current leaders are saying, what's going on in our country. So this is a great place to come and get rejuvenated, get fired up about the conservative movement and where our country is heading.
Everything. I can't wait to hear the speakers. I'm looking super forward to hearing Ted Cruz and Candace Owens and of course President Trump. I'm really excited.
What gets me excited about CPAC is the ability to network and to meet individuals and get my message and word out there. Vote early, vote Eller.
Anybody ready?
Be a complete stop put to immigration legal and illegal. The elites, they're flooding our workforce with low-skilled labor, and they're really transforming our country into something totally different than what our ancestors experienced. So that is the change I would most like to see in this country.
Gone too far to the left. I think the fact that you've got Democrats and conservatives coming here from all across the country that are interested in an alternative to the kind of liberal progressive policies that Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer are pushing. So I think there's a lot of optimism out there, and the Republican Party, and particularly the conservative movement, is offering an alternative that is looking very appealing to Americans.
Candace Owens, she's my favorite. Lauren Boebert, Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, and pretty much everyone who's here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Representative Byron Donalds.
CPAC, we got some work to do in about 8 to 9 months. I want to tell you a little bit about what's happening in our country today. You already know, but let's take a quick recap. Back in 2020, when we were telling the world that the radical Democrats believed in socialism, the media said we were lying. They thought it was a joke. They thought it was a game. The Democrats, look, they did what they always do. They said that we're gaslighting the American people. They said that we're using dog whistles. They love using that phrase. But look what they actually did when they took over. The American Rescue Plan has unleashed an inflation on our shores unlike we haven't seen in a generation in America. They tried to bring in this bill called Build Back Better, which sounds much more like socialist propaganda. And they tried to tell the American people that spending more money was going to fix our issues. That's exactly right. And the only thing that saved us from Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders' radicalism are 2 Democrat senators who actually remember they represent red states. They want to indoctrinate our kids. It's more than gender identity. It's more than CRT. They are indoctrinating our children to make them think that socialism is somehow equivalent to capitalism. They want to do crazy things like spy on your bank accounts. You remember that little one? They try to be cute, say that, oh, if you spend over $10,000, they want the IRS to see everything that you change, everything that you spend on, who you transact with in order to raise more taxes. They still want to create this Green New Deal, this thing which is pure insanity, which will only deindustrialize the United States. It will empower our allies like we're seeing today. But they're not giving up on these ideas. They want to do more. They killed the Keystone Pipeline. They've opened up our borders. They want to spend massively. I serve on a committee with Ocasio-Cortez. Oh, you've heard of her. Okay. And she literally believes that we can print whatever we want. It doesn't matter how much we borrow. It doesn't matter how much we spend. But she can believe all that while she drives her nice little Tesla and lives in one of the most expensive apartments in Washington, D.C. You see, the left loves to deride capitalism, but they actually love capitalism. They love what it creates for them. But they want you and they want me and they want every hardworking American to bend the knee. But America has woken up and we have realized that we're not going down a socialist road, and we're going to fight them this November. They want to pack the Supreme Court. Why? Not because they're concerned that, John Roberts or some other Republican justice might give them a win here or there. Yeah, John, I'm talking to you. They want to pack the court so that there's never a chance for freedom-loving Americans to actually have a win at the highest court in the land. They don't want a Supreme Court that will interpret the Constitution. They want a Supreme Court that will enshrine socialism in these United States. They want to fix the elections to make the rest of America like California. Even though so many of them come to the great state to vacation and take a day at the beach and sip Moscow mules. That's actually a pretty good drink, though. I mean, let's be honest. Their design is simple. Their design is to make sure that the elites in our country and the useful idiots in Washington, D.C. are the ones who control our economy. And their target are the young. I went in a public school classroom years ago and I picked up their economics textbook. And when the section on microeconomics, they had a side-by-side comparison between free market capital and socialism and fascist-run economies. And the very textbook that sits in an American classroom made it seem as if both sides had a legitimate argument. This is how far they've gone. But if you examine world history, there is no equivalent argument. You see, free market capitalism is the very thing that has allowed all of us to grow, to thrive, and to succeed. You having the ability to keep your own money and to actually live up to the fruits of your God-given talent and to execute that in a marketplace of ideas and products without government telling you what to buy has unleashed more prosperity than in any other place on the globe. Market capitalism, money. Folks, I like money. Can we be honest about this? I like money. I want to make it. I took a job, I don't really make that much of it. But I did this job because I want you to make it. This economy, this society has allowed a kid from Brooklyn, New York, who grew up poor, to actually have a choice to serve in the House of Representatives or be out in the world and make lots of money. But we gotta fight for it, folks. CPAC, we gotta fight for it. There is no reason we should be quiet and let Bernie Sanders or Elizabeth Warren tell us how economies should be run. I mean, look at how stupid they are. These are the same people who said that it was a bright idea to end energy production in these United States and to buy oil from the Russians and the Iranians. People who rather see us bend the knee to them, not just in terms of politics, but who would rather subjugate America to second or third tier status. And these bright bulbs of the dim left actually think that's a smart economic plan. The battle for our future, the battle for our country, the battle for our economy is in every public school, every private school, every charter school, and every home school across America. We can win this battle. We can win this battle one very simple way. One, folks, we got to engage in the culture. young people have built a life for themselves. Well, look, they didn't build it for themselves. Let's be honest. We built it for them, okay? I got kids. I built a life for them. And in their life, oh, thank you. And in their life, they can customize everything. We were waking up in a hotel this morning. My 10-year-old son was like, Mom, I need something to watch. And so she's like, go use the remote. And he looks at the remote and he's like, there's too many buttons. What are all these buttons for? The truth is, our young people have customized their entire lives. They watch what they want to watch when they want to watch it. Everything is on demand. If they want food, they either Grubhub or Uber Eats or DoorDash. They don't even know what the inside of a supermarket looks like. They stuff shipped to their house and they eat whatever they want at any given point in time. They have at their fingertips the very manifestation of what a free market economy and a free society allows. They can literally choose whatever they want. And so the political question of our time for all young Americans is, do you want to still be able to choose whatever you want, whenever you want it, at a moment's notice, and be able to get it? Or do you want to listen to Joe Biden? You see, CPAC, I believe we can win that argument. I believe that conservatives can win that debate every single day. And in a few months, when we finally send Nancy Pelosi home packing, we are going to show America and we are going to show the world that a society based on religious freedom, a society based on economic freedom, a society based on political freedom is the only society that will work not just in America, but around the globe. And we can get it done and keep it here in these United States. God bless you, CPAC. God bless America.
We're gonna take on the world. We're gonna take on the world.
Congratulations, AARP. Over $1 billion. Wow. That's what AARP was paid in corporate royalties in a single year, totaling over $9 billion through the last decade. Most of it derived from United Health, one of the nation's largest health insurance corporations. So wait, AARP earned billions partnering with big insurers while also lobbying Congress on changes to Medicare? AARP advocates for who exactly these days? Paid for by American Commitment.
BlackRock, the biggest American money manager. Where are they investing your money? China, pouring in billions, propping up Chinese communist leaders, putting money into surveillance companies used by the Chinese military. Even left-wing billionaire George Soros knows BlackRock is harming U.S. national security. CEO Larry Fink loves to tell Americans how to live, but he negotiated against America, sucking up to China. BlackRock, taking your money, betting on China.
Nike is constantly political. Why? Cover. Congressional reports suspect Nike used forced labor in China. Religious minorities were ripped from their families, sterilized, sold to factories. Nike made shoes in those same areas. Congress tried to ban Nike's labor practices. Nike fought back with highly paid lobbyists. Rather than hiring Americans, Nike chose China. John Donahoe, Nike. Stop exploiting foreign labor. Serve your customers, not woke politicians.
We taught the world to sing in perfect harmony. Just drink Coke, the road to obesity.
At Coke, we say we're woke. We sell drinks that are smoke. China is our labor supplier that drives our stock price even higher. What the world knows today, obesity won't go away. Woke and cool, diabetes is here to stay. That's a real thing. What the world knows today, obesity won't go away. Diabetes.
A message from Voter Safe. 69% of Americans concerned about voter integrity, or of the 76% concerned about disenfranchisement. Voter Safe House is here for you. Our patent-pending technology can end voter irregularity at local and federal levels, bringing confidence back to the vote in the USA. So tell a friend, tell your family. Voter Safe House, because we're all in this together. For more information and press contacts, visit votersafehouse.com.
We've all had it with lockdowns and government mandates. But Washington isn't listening yet. Tea Party Patriots Action have given a voice to those who demand it's time to end mandates and lockdowns, end the forever emergency of COVID, and give us back our freedom. It's time we speak with one loud voice and reclaim our liberties. Join Tea Party Patriots Action as we fight to stop medical mandates at stopmedicalmandates.com.
According to a recent poll by Forbes, over 80% of Americans support the implementation of voter ID laws, including 62% of Democrats and 69% of all African American voters. Yet this highly politicized issue remains in partisan gridlock. But what if there was another way to track the vote? Welcome to Voter Safe House. Visit votersafehouse.com for more information. Bringing transparency to an otherwise closed system.
We're gonna take on the world. We're gonna take on the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo.
Good morning. It's great to be with you all again. And when I say again, I was here almost exactly a year ago with you. What a 14 months it has been. What a 12 months it has been. 14 months of this administration. By the way, I was out talking to some this morning. The most common question was like, how'd you lose all that weight? It's hard work, and pray that I can keep it off, would you all? I would appreciate that. I got asked this morning too, do you miss the pressure? Aren't you glad you're out of the fire? I miss every single minute of it. I wish that we were back there leading America. Look, let's go through the list of just these past 14 months. What's changed? When I talked to you last year, I spoke about all the things that President Trump and I had done here and abroad for America to protect each and every one of you. In the last 14 months, we've seen governors that don't wear masks, but requiring 3-year-olds to do so. We've seen a man break swimming records in girls' swimming races. We've seen a Russian dictator now terrorize the Ukrainian people because America didn't demonstrate the resolve that we did for the 4 years prior. In the last 12 months, we've seen that now it's okay to steal something as long as it's worth less than $1,000. A minor incursion, if you will, into Walgreens. We've seen the number of border crossers on our southern border go up by 4 times, something that we would never have permitted to happen. And we've seen a debacle in Afghanistan that had the result of 13 Americans not come home to their families. I want to take just 1 minute. I know I was a soldier. Many of you probably served in Afghanistan. Many of you would have friends and family. I want to take just a minute to tell every one of you, I know watching what happened in Afghanistan was hard, and it was difficult, and it was depressing. And some of you have questioned whether your service was just wasted. As a former Secretary of State, I want you to know that the work that you did in Afghanistan saved American lives. I saw it firsthand, that your work was noble and important. And this Secretary of State, this Secretary of State wants you to know that I love you. I thank you for your service. God bless you. You saved American lives. You know, the other day, President Biden said he was in one of his moments, he was kind of wandering around, and he said, well, they're against all these things that I'm doing. What are Republicans for? So let's go through the list. First, we're making sure he doesn't own a single branch of government just as quickly as we possibly can. Second, you saw this with President Trump. We were disruptors. We were prepared to break glass when what the establishment was doing made no sense. We were preparing to break it. Republicans are prepared to do the right thing to protect the American way of life everywhere and always. You should know that we defended that border, protecting American sovereignty. We built the wall. We changed the course of history by telling folks, if you want to come to America, this greatest nation in the history of civilization sounds great. File your asylum claim and then go back and wait. When we did that, we changed and we provided security for the United States of America. We protected every human life. I couldn't be more proud of the fact that when I came in to be Secretary of State, your dollars, your money, your hard-earned money that was being paid in American taxes was going to foreign countries and being used to promote abortion around the world. And in an instant, we stopped it and saved countless lives. I remember we were the barbarians, we were the rubes, we didn't know what we were doing. We're pretty competent now. I say that not in joy, but in sorrow, because America demands good leadership, and the world is depending upon it. When the Iranians were threatening our friends in Israel, and when a general in Iran was trying to further his plan to take more American lives, we did the right thing. We restored deterrence. We did not send 50,000 soldiers across the world. We took a strike that changed history. We struck Qasem Soleimani so that he would never kill another American. We made clear to our friends everywhere that we were going to be friends with our friends, and we moved the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, recognizing that place. And when I traveled on Good Friday of 2018 on a mission that the president had given me to meet with Chairman Kim, to tell that ruthless leader who had sent a young American home from detention only to die, I went to see Chairman Kim to tell him that we were prepared to do the right thing. But Chairman Kim must do the right thing. He must release American hostages, and we got all 3 of the American hostages home. And we did not take 1 penny of yours and give it to a bad guy to get them back. We simply presented American power. We convinced Chairman Kim not to do any nuclear testing, not to conduct long-range missile testing. And as I stare at the world today and our security right here at home, the things that matter to us in our everyday life, the capacity to take care of our families, and the ability to know that we can safely walk our streets without the threat of bad guys from around the world presenting risk to us, the risk of terror, the risk of bad folks and drugs coming across our southern border, the threat of the invasion of our nation from the Chinese Communist Party, America was in a better place. And today we should continue the fight. We should continue the fight to make sure that that is so in the future. I want to talk about the things that matter to Americans right here at home. We see on our TV the bombs, the missiles, the Soviet tanks, the Russian tanks moving across Ukraine. My first assignment when I was a young lieutenant was I was in a border unit patrolling what was then the East German border. It was the last time we had Americans in Europe standing face to face with the Russians. How did we prevail? It was peace through strength. It was Reagan's model. It was the model that we used for 4 years in the Trump administration. We put America first, and we told people around the world, you cannot tread on us. You should know that I worked for 4 years on things across the world. I was trying my best to make sure that America was always at the forefront of my mind when I worked with our adversaries and helped our friends. I could see that the greatest threat from abroad was the Chinese Communist Party. We worked on it abroad. We tried to make sure that the jobs that they had stolen in the United States would no longer be stolen, and that the hard work that Americans did here would be rewarded with a set of trade deals that actually made sense in the United States of America. I'm incredibly proud of what we were able to accomplish. And I wish I could tell you that the China problem is just all over there. It was something we could turn away from. It's what, frankly, the bipartisan establishment, Democrat and Republican alike, had believed for decades. We sell them a little bit more and life will be good. I wish it were so. But what happens in Beijing does not stay in Beijing. It's why I made the decision to close the Chinese consulate in Houston, Texas. You should know that that did not make me any friends at the United States Department of State. You should also know that I didn't really give a rip. We did it because we made the decision because the way they were operating one of the largest spy rings inside the United States out of that very consulate. They were stealing the secrets from the University of Texas medical system and our energy companies, and it was intolerable, and we just said, no, we're not going to take it anymore. Stop it. And we shut it down. Common sense applied to protecting each and every one of you. Today, they're inside our colleges and universities. They're working on local governments, our mayors and our governors. You should demand that your mayor, your county commissioner, your school board member, your governor doesn't kowtow, does not bend a knee to the Chinese Communist Party. And your state pension systems. Your state pension systems, any of you are teachers or work for government, pay money into state pension systems, you should make sure that your state pension system isn't underwriting the very weapons that the Chinese Communist Party may one day use to attack our great nation. It's unacceptable, it's irrevocably evil, and we can do better. You know, we just had a president do nothing to prevent our young best athletes in the world from traveling to Beijing, and all we did was tell them, take a burner phone like a drug dealer, right? Be very quiet. Don't use your rights as an American to say the things you care about, because if you do, those bad guys where you're going to compete, well, they just may not let you come home. We could have done more. We could have prevented this from being there. We could have made sure our athletes could do their best and compete across the world without the jackbooted thug Xi Jinping staring them down, taking their DNA, and forever changing the course of history. These are the things we're for. These are the things Republican more. We know our founding. We know that this is a nation with a deep Judeo-Christian footing, mooring. We must defend it at every turn. I've done this ever since I was a young cadet. I was even thinner then. My friends joke that I boxed at 172. I was 172 pounds. I am not scaring 172 today. We need to be prepared to stay in that fight. We need to defend these things. There's no room on the things that matter most that parents get to direct their kids' education, that our schools should be open, our churches should be open. These are things we know in our heart matter to the next generation. We should make sure in those schools and in our churches, we are teaching the greatness of the United States of America. It is an imperative. I battled adversaries all across the world. I battled adversaries all across the world. I met with the Taliban. I met with Chairman Kim and Xi Jinping. There is no threat greater to the United States than that which emanates inside our republic, emanates inside our school system. If we do not teach our children, the next generation, that we are not a racist nation, then surely the bad guys. If we do not teach them that we are not a racist nation, then surely the bad guys will come to be right about an America in decline. It is not true. We will prevent it from being so. I want to close with this. I have spent these last 14 months watching what's going on in Washington with great trepidation, but doing what I need each and every one of you to do, what my wife and I are committed to doing. We're going to go stay in this fight. I have been so heartened. I've traveled from Tennessee to California, yes, even California. I've traveled to Ohio. I was in Iowa last night. I was back here in Florida earlier this weekend past. Traveled all across the country helping good candidates who have decided to give of themselves back to their community. I've watched people who didn't even know where their school board meetings were being held saying, I'm going to run for school board. I've watched people sacrifice so much of their own to go fight for what matters in city council races, in county commission races. And for district attorneys, don't we know now how much that matters? Let's be in the fight. Let's never give an inch. Let's never compromise. Let's stand on the very things that allowed you to have all the opportunity you have had in the world, that brought you here to CPAC, to stand on this conservative platform and clearly speak to America and say, humbly, but boldly, this is the greatest nation in civilization, and it is not going to change on my watch. Thank you. May God bless you all, and may God continue to bless this great nation. Thank you all so much.
So about CPAC is some of my favorite speakers, some of my favorite representatives. I mean, we have Governor Ron DeSantis here. We have President Trump coming. And also, it's a good way to see your Facebook friends list, because everybody you see on Facebook is from all over the world if you have a network on Facebook.
It's been great meeting a lot of people from around the country that are just excited to be here, share information. We've got finding a lot of friendly people too, which I don't think you necessarily find at all events. Everybody is just looking to have an enjoyable time and get good information.
Associate with everybody that's anybody in the conservative political side of the spectrum. And for me, it's an invaluable experience to be able to talk to people from across the country, other candidates that are running, to get input from them, to meet them, and hopefully we can meet each other in DC after November.
Great question. I think we need to have a process in place to stand for our Constitution first and foremost, and that we take the time to make sure that the people that are running for office actually share the values, the founding principles that our founding fathers had.
On the National Mall at the March for Life rally, and seeing everyone out here is absolutely wonderful. We got some great interviews, so take a look. Here's what they said.
I like to see, honestly, the youth coming here. I grew up in Catholic school, so it was very much a part of my life in these opinions, and I like to see the youth excited about something.
I'm always excited to see the turnout. It's always minimized on the news and in the media, but being here and seeing how many people there are and how excited everyone is to be here, it doesn't get old even after years of coming.
I'm excited to see the diversity that's here. I see like a lot of different groups. Like I've seen like Socialists for Life, Catholics for Life, Libertarians for Life. Like it's just interesting for me to see the fact that people can have diverse opinions and come together under one goal.
This current administration is the most pro-abortion administration that we've ever seen in our country's history. And you look around this crowd and you can see people coming from all across this country to stand firm that Americans do not stand with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's radical pro-abortion administration.
That's why you see such a great outpouring today. I think it's amazing to see such a diverse crowd, such a young crowd. I think it just shows how neglected the issue is, but how important it is as well. And I think there's a lot of hope in this crowd, which is so important.
It was so great to hear from these motivated patriots here on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. We got some great interviews. Hope you enjoyed it.
Drill, dummy, drill. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Natural Resources Attorney Harriet Hagman.
Sit down. It's Trump supporters. Well, there's a lot. We've gone from a country that was energy independent back to a country that's energy dependent. The thing that's interesting to me is both of your states have a very unique view of this. Governor, I want to just start by asking what makes Alaska really unique in this fight about energy independent? Because you guys have a very different perspective than I think folks in the other 49 states.
Yeah, well, thanks, Sean. So first of all, Alaska is probably the only state in the country in which it was required to collectivize all of its resources under the government, because back in the 50s, they thought Alaska had too small of a population for an income tax or sales tax to be able to support the state's government. And so we are compelled by our Statehood Act and we're compelled by our Constitution to actually develop our resources, our abundant oil, our abundant gas, timber, fish, gold, you name it. We have it all. And we're compelled by our admittance into the union to do this. The irony is we're now being shut down by our own government.
Right.
We are an oil giant. We had 2 million barrels going through the pipeline back in 1990. We came online the same time the North Sea did in response to the oil embargoes, the oil shocks of the Arab oil embargoes. But again, what we're finding with this new administration, as opposed to the Trump administration was all about opportunity, all about opportunity. This administration is all about canceling everything, canceling oil plays, gas plays, mining plays, timber plays. And just at the very time we need all of the resources to make America independent, they're canceling it.
Harriet, when I think of Alaska, I think of Anwar and drilling. When I think of Texas, same thing. What should people think about Wyoming when it comes to energy?
We're the largest coal producer in the nation. We have it's clean coal. So one of the things that's interesting when you talk about energy independence, I went back and looked at the policy under the Obama administration, and they very clearly stated that there is no such thing as energy independence, that that's something that gets the crowd excited, but that it's simply not going to happen. And then we had President Trump elected, and what happened? Energy independence. And what did that do? All we're seeing right now in terms of inflation in this country, that's policy. That is policy it's monetary policy coming out of Washington, D.C. It's energy policy coming out of Washington, D.C. You increase the cost of producing gasoline and coal, everything that we purchase is going to increase in cost, whether it is food or it is housing, no matter what it is. And so what we have is we have an administration that has gone to war with the citizens of this country, and everything they're doing is increasing the cost of energy and fuel, food, housing, all of it. And very bad policy from the standpoint of Washington, D.C., but what we're seeing internationally is also what's so scary. Everything that's happening right now on the international stage is also related to energy policy. What do we have? Germany becoming dependent or being dependent upon Russia for its energy, for its fuel, for its gas, for us to be able to heat our homes. Energy independence is national security. National security is energy security. And the current administration does not understand that.
Let me pick up on that, Governor, because Harry's talking about national security. We all recall a famous line a few presidential cycles ago about how close Russia is to Alaska. You guys do have a very unique perspective on how close you are. How does what's happening in Ukraine affect the folks in Alaska, and how does this pertain to the debate and the discussion on energy?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't know if folks realize that Alaska was actually owned by the Russians. We were purchased in 1867 by William Seward, Secretary of State, that was brought in under Abraham Lincoln. And it was purchased for $7.2 million. It's actually a pretty good deal for America. But we're literally 2.5 miles from each other. A small island called Little Diomede is Alaska. Big Diomede is Russian. That's 2.5 miles across the international date line. Mainland-wise, we're 50 miles apart. So we are by far the closest state to Russia. And we have flyover incursions by Russian military probably once a month, once every 2 months. So we're very close to the bear, as they say. And the interesting thing, Sean, is the Russians are producing massive amounts of oil and gas in the Arctic. And our own federal government is telling us in Alaska that we can't produce any more oil and gas in the Arctic.
So, I mean, literally, they're out there taking what we could be taking.
Literally, they're out there laughing all the way to the bank.
Yes, they are.
Because of our policies. We are enriching them. We are making them more powerful. We are jeopardizing our own national security. We're sending jobs overseas. And the one thing I think we're going to get into is the environmental concerns. They don't have the environmental regulations that the United States does. They don't have the environmental regulations that Alaska has. And so they're unencumbered by that. Again, if you produce here in America, as Harriet was saying, if you produce here in America, if you produce in Alaska, you save the environment, you save jobs, you create wealth, and you drive down the cost of energy. We have approximately 24 billion barrels of oil left in the ground in Alaska, about 124 trillion cubic feet of gas in Alaska. That absolutely can drive down the cost of energy and make sure that we are energy independent. So we look out there, we see Russia, we see them producing, and we wonder why our own federal government is actually putting sanctions on states like Wyoming and Alaska.
You know, Harriet, the governor touched on the environmental. You mentioned clean coal. If you listen to the left, they'll talk about the environmental concerns. So expand on that a minute, because I think that it's interesting. I don't think that the full story gets told about why that's not an accurate statement, and especially when it comes to U.S. energy production versus, say, Russian. But expand on the cleanness and the environmental concerns that the left brings up.
Well, absolutely. And the irony is that what they want to do in terms of what they describe as clean energy is something that's going to require massive, massive, massive amounts of mining throughout the entire world. You've got a situation where with rare earth minerals, the mining that is done in Africa, the mining that is done in China, it is going to require so much more in terms of environmental degradation than what we do with producing our coal in Wyoming. We're above ground mine, we do have clean coal, we're able to export. Asia is hungry for our coal because they're building coal-fired power plants. Thank you. And as a result, we're getting left behind. And again, it comes back to that energy security and international security. And we can produce coal. We've been producing coal for decades, for hundreds of years. We're able to do it safely. We're able to do it clean. And the fact is that carbon is not the horrible constituent that so many people want to make it out to be. It's plant food. We are not in a situation where we have too much carbon. We've got this idea of global warming and climate change, and what it's really doing is it's making America very, very weak, and it's making our enemies very, very strong, because they're not willing to destroy their economies in their countries for pursuing this radical green environmental agenda.
Yeah. So, Governor, I want to pick up on that because I didn't realize, it was funny, we had Congressman Mike Waltz on my show, on Newsmax 6 p.m. every night. You can be here all day, but at 6 o'clock, I've gotten special permission from Matt. You can go back and watch. But it was interesting because Congressman Mike Waltz was talking about how dirty the Russian oil is.
Sure.
Versus, and I feel like that is missing from this discussion. That not only is Biden shutting down, Keystone and preventing drilling in Anwar on federal lands, which hurts all the things that you just mentioned, the jobs and everything else, the wealth creation. But it's also not, it doesn't hold water when it comes to the environmental part of this.
No, not at all. So for example, in Alaska, by state law, we decided not to flare our gas. So we don't flare our gas.
What does that mean?
Well, that's when you see you'll see flames coming out the top of a pipe that's venting gas out of the oil field. So burn it off. So in Russia, in their oil or gas field of Yamal, they have 1,500 wells that are flaring nonstop 24 hours a day. The irony of, and this is what Harry's talked about, is the irony is when you push this stuff overseas, you actually destroy the environment at an accelerated rate. If you do it here in America, you protect the environment. So there used to be a saying, the Russian engineers would come over and take a look at the Alaska pipeline when it was first built, and they'd ask how much oil goes in it. And we would tell them how much goes in it, and they'd ask how much comes out of it. And our people would look at them like, well, the same amount that goes in it. And the reason is because in Russia, you don't get the same amount of oil coming out of it because it's leaking throughout various parts of the pipeline that they've built. So the environmental regulations in Russia and across other countries are nothing compared to America, nothing compared to Alaska or Wyoming. And so for those folks that say we're going to save the environment by stopping it here in America, you're going to accelerate the destruction of the environment overseas. That's what's going to happen.
That's right.
So the thing that go ahead.
Well, and what I would add to that is that it is our prosperity that allows us the luxury of protecting our environment. Go to a third world country and tell me how they protect their environment. We destroy our economy. We destroy our ability to save jobs. We destroy our truckers. We destroy our small businesses. We're not going to have the same prosperity to be able to protect the environment the way that we do. We are a first world country because of the laws that we have and because of our care for that. But really, it comes down to one thing, and that is prosperity. And prosperity and national security are absolutely tied to energy independence and energy policy. And this administration is a disaster.
So let's talk about the policies behind that. Let's just start for a second on the Biden piece. What is the Biden administration doing specifically that is harming and making us energy independent again? Because I think it's interesting when we throw the terms around, we were energy, but I think there's a lot of interesting substance beneath that. So Governor, I'll start with you. Like what is driving What policies are specifically driving that?
They're making it incredibly difficult to drill on federal land. So in Alaska, for example, 60% of our land is federal land. A lot of the oil and gas is located on that federal land. They're making it incredibly difficult. Some of you folks have probably heard about ANWR. This is the Alaska National Wildlife Refuge in the northern part of the state of Alaska. What they call the coastal plain was set aside by Congress many, many years ago for the potential for drilling for oil. And under the Trump administration, once again, there was the tax law that was passed allowed drilling leases to be sold in ANWR. Those leases were sold, and all of a sudden, when the Biden administration comes in, they are doing everything they can to cancel those leases. This fine potentially has billions of dollars, or excuse me, billions of barrels of oil as well. So that's an example. Offshore oil leases in Cook Inlet are being slowed down. The price of the leases are being raised to make it more difficult. So instead of enhancing opportunity, they're killing opportunity. Again, going to raise the cost of doing business here in the United States and in Alaska is just going to cause energy to cost more and make us rely more on our adversaries. The irony is this, Sean. Again, we can pump much more oil in Alaska, but because of the policies of the Biden administration, we're importing more and more oil from Russia, just a couple miles from America.
All right.
Well, and I would add to that, Wyoming is 48% of our surface estate is owned by the feds, and 65% of our mineral estate is owned by the feds. I grew up on a ranch outside of Fort Laramie, Wyoming. Our gasoline costs are one of the most important inputs that we have, as well as our electricity for running our center pivots and irrigating and things like that. Everything that we do is impacted by these terrible policies. And what I think it comes down to is it's a matter of control, because all of this really is monetary policy. This is an affirmative policy by this administration to kowtow to the radical environmentalists. And what's really going to happen is the poorest among us are going to become poorer, and the middle class is going to be hit the hardest. There is really the purpose of government is to protect its citizens, to protect the freedoms that we have. Yet we have an administration that has truly gone to war with the average person in this country. They want your food prices to go up. They want your energy prices to go up. They want those kinds of things. We can talk about what they're doing with our education establishment, and there are so many areas that they're touching. And the reality is that every single thing that they've touched so far has been a disaster. And this is just one of the many areas. And eventually you have to come to the conclusion that this isn't by accident. They're trying to fundamentally transform the United States of America, and we're not going to let them. We're going to stop them through policies like this, through working with Governor Dunleavy and pushing back against this idea that the federal government has the right to dictate how we develop our energy and how we use our energy.
It's real simple, Sean. This is part and parcel of a massive social engineering process that we're undergoing in this country right now. Whether it's, as Harriet said, whether it's schools, whether it's dividing this country along racial and ethnic lines, et cetera, et cetera. It's also about, in a way, making us poor, making us less secure. And it's all about policy as we started this conversation. It's all about policy. You got to put the right people in place to make sure you have the right policy. If you don't, we're at an inflection point in the history of this country right now. If you don't, you're going to get more of what you're seeing now, and it's going to accelerate. So really, this is the time to really change this thing around and turn it around for good.
Let me ask you a question. If someone here at CPAC goes home, and they're having a discussion with their crazy aunt or uncle who's like, you know, the Biden administration, I read the Washington Post, and none of this is Biden's fault. It's still Trump's fault. I mean, we know how that plays out. What policies could you specifically point to and say, okay, if you did these three things, you could immediately, so if you're having that argument, what would you arm somebody with in terms of messaging points and say, just tell them that we could do this, this, and this? What are those three things that we should be doing that would make us more energy independent?
Well, first of all, making the lease process a lot easier, streamlining our studies and our permitting processes instead of making it 7 years and 12 years and 15 years, really shrinking that. Actually, what we should be doing now is declaring an energy emergency for this country so that we can flatten all this regulation right now, get drilling right now, oil, gas, you name it, right now. We can do that. So,
can I ask you a question, though? In the state of Alaska, what's the percentage of people that say, I just heard what the governor said, and I'm with him 100%?
The vast majority.
That's what I don't understand. The people of your state, and Harriet, I mean, I assume it's mind-boggling that you've got these folks, these leftists in Washington are saying, we know better for Alaska.
Absolutely. I'll tell you something. So my wife is an Inupiaq Eskimo lady, born above the Arctic Circle, live in a small village. Her people on the North Slope, these are the folks that hunt whales, sit on the North Slope oil fields, the largest oil fields in North America. They want to drill. They want to drill because they know what energy does for them, and they know what the wealth does to transform their communities. And so this is a fight for the future of this country, not just my state, but the future of this country. What is this country going to look like? Are we going to deliberately, through social engineering policies, make this a poorer country, a weaker country? Or are we going to turn this around here in a few months to make sure that America is back on top again?
I absolutely agree. It is a matter of bureaucrats making legislative decisions about what we're going to do. So as you say, Washington, D.C., some egghead in Washington, D.C., excuse me, is making a decision about what we're doing in Wyoming. And we have been very effective in terms of drilling for our oil and gas, doing it environmentally sound, the same with our coal, the same with uranium. We have all of these natural resources that we can be using to make our lives better. One of the things I'm so proud of coming from Wyoming is we make people's lives better. We heat your homes in the winter, we cool your homes in the summer, we put food on your table, we put a roof over your head, and we pave your highways. That's a lot to be proud of coming from the state of Wyoming. And I don't want to have to continuously be fighting someone in Washington, D.C. who is going to make the decision that, you know what, Harriet, we're not going to let you do that this year. We don't like that you're doing that. We are the most prosperous, the very best, the most incredible country on earth because of what we've been able to do with the freedom and the development and the opportunities we've had. We are incredibly, we have so much ingenuity in this country, and we have so many different ways of addressing whatever the problems are. And we happen to have an administration in place right now that is doing everything that it can to block our ability to pursue what we know is our natural God-given rights. And so it has been really crazy how much power has been stockpiled in Washington, D.C. We need to stop stockpiling power in Washington, D.C., and we need to stop sending all of their money because it's really fundamentally broken. And when you have an administration like this, it becomes so evident so quickly. I think that everybody in this room is probably stunned at how fast this happened, but that's also why I'm optimistic, because I know that we can fix it very quickly as well. Just unleash the ingenuity of the American people.
It's just real quick. It's a tale of two administrations, and it couldn't be more stark. The previous administration was about opportunity and hope. Really was. This administration is about cancellation and trepidation. We don't know what the future holds under this administration. We have an idea, but the past administration was truly about opportunity and hope, and we got to get back to that opportunity and hope.
Totally agree. Let me ask you though, it's hard to believe considering what's happened in the last 12 months. But we're only in the first year of a 4-year Biden term. How concerned are you about, I mean, look, if you think about what's happened in 12 months, I'm really worried about the industry.
Yeah.
What does the industry look like at the end of 4 years? Because I think Harriet's got a great point. I think their goal is to try to figure out how to snuff it out as much as possible and then just build windmills.
It'll look like Venezuela. Venezuela was one of the richest countries on the face of the earth, has more oil than anywhere, any other locale, timber, gold, you name it. And because of poor policies, they've destroyed that country. That's what we're looking at unless we change things around. We're going to make ourselves weaker. We're not going to make ourselves stronger under this administration.
Well, and I would add to that, what was one of the very first things that Hugo Chavez did when he took power? He took control of the oil and gas companies.
Brexit.
You have a government that takes control of your energy, they control your lives. Look at what is playing out right now in the Ukraine with Russia. What are the folks in the European Union doing? What are they saying? They're scared to death to act because they are dependent upon Russia for their energy. And that's what has made for a very dangerous world. We have empowered by our policies with this administration and the Obama administration, which was also an absolute disaster in this area. What have we done? We have empowered the thugs of the world, and we have emasculated the countries that actually believe in freedom and in prosperity. So that is where we are. When you put people like Joe Biden in office and the people that he's brought with him, you make for a very dangerous world. But again, I'm optimistic because I know that America can fight back against that. Our eyes have been opened, transparency, we know what's happening, we can fight it. We're not going to become Venezuela.
It's simple, Sean. We have to make America great again.
Yeah.
Is what we have to do.
And the best part is It's there. We've seen the blueprint. We know it works, and it makes common sense. And the other thing is we know that none of their arguments hold water. It creates jobs. It's good for our country. It's good for our national security, and it's better for the environment. So we just got to get out there and do our jobs. I'll let you guys do that. Anyway, thank you all very much. Really appreciate your time. Governor Harriet, thank you. Oh, I think I lead the way out.
A message from Voter Safe House. Wouldn't it be nice next time the winner of the presidential race was announced, we all agreed in the authenticity of the results? Election doubts breed frustration and confusion. But Voter Safe House's bipartisan platform gives the people their voices back through poll transparency. Join free and help protect the integrity of our voting system with your secure and confidential account. Visit votersafehouse.com today. iOS, Android, and web apps coming soon.
We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people. And here, no one tells us what to think.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head. Good or bad, I'm not going to let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody could listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
The biggest threat to our freedom is big tech censorship. Are you tired of big tech and Chinese censors deciding what you are allowed to think, see, and say? There's a better alternative. Experience CPAC in the metaverse. An in-person realistic experience. Hear speakers up close as if you're really there. Express yourself. Connect with others. America's future is in your hands. The virtual CPAC experience happening at our booth. A new fortress for liberty is here.
A message from Voter Safe House. Wouldn't it be nice to trust in every U.S. election? What if next time the winner of the presidential race was announced, we all agreed in the authenticity of the results? Election doubts breed frustration and confusion. But Voter Safe House's bipartisan platform gives the people their voices back through poll transparency. Join free and help protect the integrity of our voting system with your secure and confidential account. Visit votersafehouse.com today. iOS, Android, and web apps coming soon.
We the people are back.
This corridor is more than an energy project. It's an attack the weak against the strong. Freedom of speech is under attack.
We as conservatives have ultimate faith in people. And here, no one tells us what to think.
This is Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus.
Give it to God. He is doing this for a reason. There is a way to find justice.
Has anyone told you look like Joe Exotic?
Hands on top of your head. Good or bad, I'm not going to let anyone take my glory.
Daytona is a place where magic can happen.
At home with me, Paula Dean.
I'm Waters, and this is my world right here. The future for all freedom-loving people.
I think the best way you can thank me for being a veteran is be a good American.
If somebody could listen to this story and not immediately agree that that's the mark of a hero, I don't know what else I could say.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a series of curated speeches. The topic, Breaking China's Power, No More 10% for the Big Guy. Please welcome CPAC board member and author, Gordon Chang.
Hello, Patriots! It's you who are the great Americans, and today I am so proud to be here standing with you. Today, our republic is at a critical moment. It's at a critical moment because the People's Republic of China, the Communist Party, is attacking us. And the Communist Party is attacking us because, among other reasons, its leaders believe that they have the right to rule the world. On July 1st, Xi Jinping, the Chinese ruler, gave a landmark speech marking the centennial of China's communist ruling organization. And he said this. He said, China has the right to crack skulls and spill blood. But in more chilling and significant words, he said, quote, Communist Party of China and the Chinese people, with their bravery and tenacity, solemnly proclaim to the world that the Chinese people are not only good at taking down the old world, but good at building a new one. And by those words, he meant that Xi Jinping wanted to impose China's imperial-era system on the world. In that system, Chinese emperors believed that they not only had the right, they had the mandate of heaven to rule Tianxia, or all under heaven, but they had the obligation that heaven compelled them to rule the world. Xi Jinping is not content with just ruling the world. He wants to rule the near parts of the solar system. And I know that sounds ludicrous, but no, I'm not exaggerating. Since 2018, his officials have been talking about the moon and Mars as sovereign Chinese territory. That's right. Republic of They're talking about how these heavenly bodies are like the South China Sea, theirs and theirs alone. And they have told us that they will exclude others if they get there first. On April 1st, Beijing announced the name of its Mars rover. And they told the world that its Mars rover was named Zhurong after the Chinese mythological god of fire. Yes, Zhurong is the god of fire, but he's also the god of war, and he's the god of the South China Sea. So is Xi Jinping bold or desperate enough to plunge the world into war? Well, he's already done that. He has given his good pal, Vladimir Putin, the resources and the diplomatic support to attack Ukraine. And he'll continue that support as Putin continues to munch at the rest of Europe. Last month reminded me of 1937. 1937 was a year in which, if you were living in Europe or America, you could sense the danger. If you were in Asia in 1937, you would be even more worried, because that year saw the second Japanese invasion of China. But no matter where you lived in the world, you could not be sure that the worst would happen, that great armies and navies would clash around the world. You had hope that somehow leaders could manage. But as we know, the worst did happen. In fact, what happened was far worse than anybody thought. And now we are back to 1937, or you look a couple days ago, thanks to China and its good pal Vladimir Putin, we are at 1939. China's attacking the international system, and the guy who's sitting in the Oval Office is not defending that world order. He's not even defending the United States. But there are people who will defend us, and those people are you. You'll hear from 5 of my friends about all of that's going on in the world with China. But we start with the first Deputy National Security Advisor in the Trump administration, my good friend, and the one and only KT McFarland.
Gordon Chang has just had a very good overview of the strategic threat that we are going to face for the next 20 or 30 years. And let me put some meat on those bones. So 20, 30 years ago, when China was a third world country, we, the United States, thought, here's what we're going to do. We are going to help China modernize, just like we did with Korea, just like we did with Japan, just like we did with Germany. And then once they're a modern society, prosperous, large middle class, they'll become an open society and an open economy. They'll be our trading partners. We'll live in peace. That was our plan. That was not their plan. Their plan was that they would take advantage of our generosity and that they would put themselves into a position of dominating the world. Now, here's how they plan to do it, and they are well on their way. They have they're long-range planners. We can hardly plan to the next election. They're long-range planners, and here are the 4 areas that they've done it with. Number 1, and most importantly, is technology. The Chinese have watched how the United States has dominated the whole post-war period because we've been a dominant power technologically, right? Computers, the internet, microprocessing chips, everything has been made in America, invented in America. So the Chinese have sought to take that advantage away. They have a plan, it's called Made in China 2024. So they plan to, by the middle of this decade, they plan to lead the world in 10 critical technologies. It's things like robotics, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, particularly artificial intelligence, and a whole range of others. And they have very systematically gone about either buying those companies, buying the people who work for those companies, buying the technology and the blueprints, or failing that, they just go steal it. And they probably are stealing hundreds of billions of dollars a year in research and development that's developed in America. We are really good at inventing things. We're not terribly good about keeping our secrets to ourselves. They've been very good about stealing the secrets. The next thing they've done is to try to create a global trade route, much like the Roman Empire did. So they have a land-based trade route. It's called One Belt, One Road, and it stretches from Europe, the Middle East, South Asia, all the way to China, controlled by China, built by Chinese engineers, run to Chinese standards. The next thing is a maritime trade route. So again, they have a maritime trade route that's going to go from the east coast of Africa, going to go from the Middle East, it's going to go past Singapore, go into the South China Sea, and go to China. Again, controlled by China. Now, the other thing they've done is that, they don't own the real estate. There was no big Chinese empire that they could put the ports in. So they were quite clever about it. They went to third world countries, particularly poor third world countries, and they said, we'll make you a deal. We will lend you the money. We will build a port for you. You can use that port to trade. You will become rich. And by the way, here's 10% for your big guy. So the countries, they thought, this is a terrific deal. We get a free port, and we're going to get rich for our retirement. So the Chinese built the port, and then, of course, gave them literally loan shark rates. And when they couldn't pay, then the Chinese seized the asset. So all of a sudden, you're seeing Chinese-built ports are now becoming Chinese naval ports. The final thing, though, is their takeover of international organizations. We have seen at the United Nations, the World Health Organization, you know, we kind of tend to poo-poo, and especially as conservatives, we often don't have a lot of respect for some of those international organizations. The Chinese have understood the importance of them. And for example, once the coronavirus came out, the World Health Organization, which the Chinese controlled, could not say the truth about where the thing came from. 2 years later, we are now finding out, yes, indeed, it was probably a lab leak from a Chinese military bioweapons factory. That's how the Chinese plan to do it. Now, their original plan was to get there by mid-century. But after the pandemic, and after the economic dislocation, and after the complete political divisions in the United States, they've decided they're making their move now. They've enabled Russia. They have had a tacit agreement with Russia. Russia's taking Ukraine. Russia may be more ambitious in Europe to break the back of NATO. And the Chinese are going to make their move, I think, within another couple of months, and they're going to make some kind of a move upon Taiwan. Now, the way they're doing it is they have signed, at the very beginning of the Olympics, they signed a joint China-Russia agreement. It's 5,000 words long. It's clearly a long time in the making. And what it says is there will be no limits to our cooperation. We're going to cooperate in the Arctic. We're going to cooperate in space. We're going to cooperate in the deep blue sea. We're going to cooperate on technology. But the kicker is that they plan to have an agreement that takes Chinese technology, much of which was stolen from us, Chinese money, Russian energy and natural resources, and Russia's military capability. And they plan to put together a Chinese-Russian, Sino-Soviet 2.0 alliance that is going to challenge and threaten the United States for domination of the world. That is the real national security threat we face. And this time around, it's not just going to be like the old Soviet Union or Nazi Germany. This time around, it's aimed at our heart. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Florida, Representative Greg Steube.
CPAC, are you enjoying your freedom in Florida? No masks, no vaccine mandates at the door. I mean, even socialists like AOC and Swalwell flee their communist-run states and come here. And who can blame them? They don't even want to live under the same communist policies that they support. Well, it's an honor to be with you today, and I'm blessed to call Florida home. I'm Congressman Greg Steube, and I'm honored to represent a district just south of here that we call the heartland of Florida, where there's more cows and citrus trees than people, and that's how we like it. So all you kind folk from up north who want to move here, well, that's just fine. You're welcome to come on down. God bless you. Just don't mess it up. It's hard to talk about the threat of China without touching on the other clusters that Biden has created throughout the world. And as someone who had the honor of putting on the uniform and deploying in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom, I'm acutely aware of the weakness in leadership that leads to conflict versus what we had in President Trump, which was peace through strength. What is happening in the Ukraine is a direct result of Biden's failures in Afghanistan. And because of his failures in Afghanistan and now the Ukraine, China knows that they can do whatever they want and Biden will do nothing to stop them. America must have the will, the strength, and the intellect to counter the rise in threats that we face from our enemies. But as we speak, the U.S. is failing on the world stage because our president is compromised. Let's just put a few facts out there to illuminate the point. Hunter Biden's firm got $3.8 billion on a deal with a company associated with the Chinese Communist Party. That's $3.8 billion with a B. We know that Hunter was gifted a diamond worth $80,000 and paid an additional $10,000 per year from a Chinese energy company. We know for a fact that individuals from the Chinese energy company acknowledged to Hunter that he would withhold 10% of payments for the big guy. We know that Hunter's been a board member of an equity investment firm in Beijing since as early as 2013, and as of this summer, Hunter still owned a 10% stake in that company. And that's just China. Meanwhile, Hunter's raking in $50,000 a month from a Ukrainian company as well. Maybe that's why suddenly Biden wants to be tough on Russia. Everyone in the world knows what we know. Our president is completely and utterly compromised by these foreign interests. The Biden administration has brought immense corruptness and instability to our foreign relations. How can we possibly expect our allies to take the US seriously on the world stage? At the end of Trump's first term, the administration stated that the Chinese Communist Party is, and I quote, the greatest threat to the America today. So tell me why the son of our vice president, and now our president, is receiving bribes from this country. So let me be clear. The rise of China is unlike any threat that the United States has ever faced. Their sophistication is unparalleled. But as we all saw in Afghanistan, the Biden administration can't even hold their own against a terrorist organization, who incidentally didn't kill anybody when President Trump was president. Conflict with China would be magnified to a point that our nation has never experienced before. Do you think that China has been watching what has happened in Afghanistan and now in the Ukraine? With their eye on Taiwan, the Chinese have sent nearly 1,000 military sorties into the Taiwanese airspace in just last year, and already 39 since the new year. We must ask ourselves this question: why now? Do you think this would be happening if President Trump was president? Of course not. Our enemies know they have a golden opportunity to take what they want, so long as the big guy is in the Oval Office. The Chinese want Taiwan for the same reason that Putin wants the Ukraine, and they know the time to strike is now, while the US has these compromised, corrupt, and weak leaders in office. Under President Trump, the US projected peace through strength. The US is not the world's policeman, but our adversaries respected us and knew not to test us. Trump didn't start a single war. He kept us out of conflict for 4 years. And in just 1 year into Biden's presidency, we've seen 2 US embassies close. And today, Europe is at war, and China is watching closely to make moves of their own. And we've already given the Taliban an entire country in the Middle East, along with billions in our military equipment and weapons. Biden is encouraging war through his weakness. We know Joe Biden and his family won't hold China accountable, and it's time that we flip the script. We can counter the rise of China, and conservatives have the solution. We need to sanction the Chinese Communist Party now. Why are we not holding them accountable for COVID? Let's support domestic production of products and tariff Chinese products. But the only way to do this is to take back the majority. Conservatives will take on China with the toughest package of sanctions ever proposed by Congress. We will sanction Chinese Communist Party leaders for their malign influence campaigns. And their internment of Uyghurs and their assault of Hong Kong. Our strategy is a whole of government response to protect the US economy and putting America first while putting China last. President Trump was right. America first policies work, and they can work again. But we need Republican majorities in Congress and America first patriot back in the White House to do it. As long as the big guy is in office and Nancy Pelosi is running the House, nothing will change. We need you to help get Republicans elected and keep Republicans in office. Help America first candidates who will hold China accountable. CPAC, a big red wave is coming in November, and soon we will have leaders in America that make our country look like the beacon of liberty and freedom that it should. Thank you for fighting for freedom. Thank you for what you do to make America great. Enjoy freedom in Florida, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Pennsylvania, Representative Scott Perry.
America. It's great, right? Isn't it amazing in America that we got to characterize it as the free state of Florida? That's unfortunate, but I want to tell you, I'm the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus. Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, they don't want to mention founding member of the Freedom Caucus, Ron DeSantis. So look, I come from Pennsylvania. We got a great Commonwealth. Unfortunately, there's tyranny in the governor's office. There's tyranny. And I want to talk to you about tyranny today. Tyranny from China. People say, well, I've been listening to Gordon. I listen to Stubby right now, and KT, I think I got it, but I want to put some more meat on the bones where you say, well, what do I need to know? Why do I care? China's way over there. And what am I going to do about it? What can I do about it? So we're going to talk about that really, really quickly. So what's happening in China? Let's go back to how it started generally for us. First of all, you have to concede this. You just have to suspend reality for yourself. You're going to find this shocking. But this premise is true. Your government, federal government, the United States government of America, has lied to you for your whole life, generally speaking, about China. They've just lied. Just accept that they have lied to you. They told you that they were a strategic ally, that they were a strategic competitor. Let me tell you, it's not Gordon say this. It's not KT saying this. This is the Chinese Communist Party. The United States is their enemy. That's what China says. That's what China says. That's the context that we're in. Now, in 1999, so we got to take this home. In 1999, our leaders, President of the United States, Bill Clinton, and a Republican Congress voted to let China into the World Trade Organization. Remember, the government lied to them and us as well. So they voted to let China in. China was going to do all kinds of things, like have a free and open market economy. They were going to have reciprocity where we could go sell goods and services there and they did here. China has done none of that and has never intended to do any of that. Now, our leaders used hope. Hope. That's what they used to say, well, China's going to do the right thing. They actually believed that that was the plan. And I'll tell you how I know that. Because also in 1999, the Chinese Communist Party stole secrets of every single one of our thermonuclear ballistic missiles, every single one of them in our arsenal. And still, even after that, with the plan of being hope, they said, well, we're going to welcome them into the World Trade Organization. And what is the World Trade Organization? It governs and says that these nations got to all play by the same set of rules. But it's crazy in that each member of the World Trade Organization determines its own status. And China considers itself a developing nation. Now, they started out in 1999 with $1 trillion economy. They are now at $15 trillion, arguably the first or second economy in the world, but still calling themselves a developing economy, a developing country. Ladies and gentlemen, they have no interest in doing what's good for us. They have an interest in ruling the world, which is why they rule and control their people through all kinds of, it's already been mentioned. I mean, the disappearances, the extrajudicial killings, the rapes, the disappearances of people, the concentration camps. In 2022, concentration camps happening in this world. And yet your government will tell you, we got to trade with these folks. They'll be our friends. Ladies and gentlemen, they want to rule their people and they want to rule the world. Why should you care? Why should you care? Because they're way over there. We're way over here. Well, you should care because it's also about what they want to do with the US dollar. Now, it's going to be hard to make the US dollar not the reserve currency, the way goods or services are traded all around the world with the US dollar. But if you're going to be the dominant country on the planet, you can't have that if you're China. So what they want to do is make a global digital currency. And they have friends. They have friends in the United States who want to do it. They have friends like Christine Lagarde from the Central Bank of Europe that all want to do this. And once they have a digital currency that is global, what do they have? It's not just the exchange of money for services. It's not just the way we trade goods and services. Cash or money becomes something else. And what it becomes is control, which is what they want to do, not only to their own people. KT mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative. Sure, they go to other countries, they pay off dictators that just want to take the money, and they're happy to do it. The Chinese Communist Party is a thugocracy. It is a group of criminals that are running a country. They'll give them the money because they know they're going to get the asset. They don't care if the thug goes away later. They want the asset because they want control and they're gaining control. That's why you should care, because once they have a digital currency and control of that, they'll know every single purchase you make. They'll know if you're going to make it and when you make it. If you want to buy a Trump hat, maybe, if it was made in China, but probably not. Maybe just used to identify you as a problem and disappear you. That's why you should care. Now, people say, well, what can I do about it? I'm just a nobody that came to CPAC. I'm living in my country trying to get along. What can I do about it? Ladies and gentlemen, you can do a lot about it. You got a loud voice, and when politicians, when elected officials tell you something that doesn't make any sense to you, you got to say, hold on a second. I'm supposed to buy stuff from these people that want to burn my house down? How many of you invite your neighbor down the street that hates you to come into your home and burn your house down? Why would we do it with our country? Right? I'm supposed to come out here and tell you about what we can do to support our allies against China. What we can do is support ourselves first, right? You put your mask on first before you put it on your child. We need a strong America, and we need candidates and representatives and elected officials that will do that. That's what we need. And we don't have it, ladies and gentlemen, at any level. We don't have it. When you talk to people that are running for office, you might ask them a lot of things. I like the question, people that are running for federal office, what is the Constitution about? What's the federal government about? It's an easy answer for me. Secure my rights. Stop. Right? Anybody says something other than that, I think they're missing it, but it's easy for me. But no one's ever asked candidates, what are you going to do about China? What would you do if you were elected? We need to start asking the question because we need to know. Too many of our elected officials, business leaders are selling our country out. It's too powerful. And we cannot have it anymore. It has to be a question that you ask people that are running for office. It has to be a demand of you, their bosses, that you say, look, where are you on China and what would you do? And they better have an answer like, I, if I could, would label the Chinese Communist Party a transnational criminal organization because that's what it is, and we should go prosecute every one of them. We should decouple from China, and we should hold them accountable. Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't do that, we are long into this now, very, very long into this. We are way behind. Most Americans just woke up to this 2 years ago when the pandemic happened because they've been told by their government for their whole lives that China was just a strategic competitor. It is not, ladies and gentlemen. It is the enemy of the United States. It is your enemy, and we must do something about it, and we must have leaders that will stand up for our country. God bless you. Stay in the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from the Epic Times, Yanya Kellick.
So I'm going to start with a little bit of a history lesson. Congressman Perry gave us a little bit. I'm going to start a little bit earlier. Some of you will know some of this story and others won't, but it's worth a listen. So in the late 1980s, China has always been a communist dictatorship, but in the 1980s, there was a kind of opening up, okay? There were a number of pro-freedom people that had ended up in the leadership and assumed positions of considerable power, actually, in the Communist Party. And a student movement for democracy emerged. The center of these demonstrations for the student movement was in Tiananmen Square in Beijing. And on June 4th, 1999, as many of you do know, the order came down to, quote, pacify the students. And the People's Liberation Army, the military that's responsible to the Chinese Communist Party, opened fire on the students. 5,000 people were murdered in cold blood. So the cruelty of the Chinese regime has been basically on full display for the world since that time, since 1989. But fairly quickly, while publicly condemning the massacre, President George H.W. Bush actually sent a secret delegation to China to maintain strategic relations. There was this public face, but then there was this hidden private face that was different. The real position was different. And in 1993, President Bill Clinton, who had campaigned on being tough on the Chinese regime, wrote an executive order giving them most favored nation trade status. But he tied it to China's progress on human rights. I recently interviewed on my show, American Thought Leaders, Congressman Chris Smith, who was there. He's been in Congress for years. And he had learned some of the harsh truths also of what was happening in communist China. Constituents had presented him of evidence of the regime's forced abortion policies. This was in the 80s. We already knew this. Did you know that today there are at least 35 million more men than women in China as a result of China's one-child policy, with girls being preferentially aborted under the threat of forced abortion? So Chris Smith had a meeting with Chinese officials in Beijing in 1994, telling them that their most favored nation trade status was in jeopardy because they hadn't come close to meeting their obligations. Remember, this is 5 years after Tiananmen Square, but the officials laughed at him. The Chinese knew that Clinton was bluffing even before many congressional members did. And reportedly, Clinton basically tore up this executive order. And at that moment, one of the worst things happened for America and for China, I would argue. Human rights and trade were decoupled. Okay, this is such a pivotal moment. And I might add, right, the mantra in DC at the time and onwards often has been that more trade will eventually transform China into a democracy, into a free society. And this has been a bipartisan position, frankly, throughout for years, and it's really only started to change fairly recently. So what we did, we actually built the Chinese Communist Party into the world's largest and most dangerous dictatorship. We have to accept that. So Congressman Perry mentioned in 1999 that this initial MFN status led to access to the World Trade Organization, okay? The Chinese regime never intended to play by the rules. So 1999, entrance into the WTO. At the same time, the Chinese Communist Party felt uninhibited to basically launch a campaign to eradicate a spiritual group, Falun Gong. Literally, that was the words of the dictator. 70 to 100 million people became illegal. Hate propaganda straight out of Nazi Germany came out. And any means were allowed to re-educate these people, okay? Deaths of people in the forced labor camps were to be considered by verbal order suicides. Those were the rules. This is 1999 when they entered the WTO. And the US had no meaningful response. In fact, the opposite. So we've been, extremely aware of these realities. And today we're very aware of the genocide of the Uyghur people, right? Indeed, at the same time as the 2022 Beijing Olympics have been dubbed the Genocide Games. So I wanted just to mention that the Epoch Times, the outlet that I work for, was founded back in 2000 by Chinese Americans to specifically to expose these types of realities. And it's only again recently, I guess, that we've been successful in getting the word out to a broader audience. The Chinese regime propaganda organs have been very, very powerful and long accepted as credible sources by many media. So today, according to former Assistant Secretary of State for Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor in the Trump administration, Robert Destro, we have 3 genocides in China, 3 attempts to eradicate whole groups of people, the Tibetans, the Uyghur people, and Falun Gong practitioners. And at the same time, there's a multi-billion-dollar industry in China, a murder for organs industry verified by multiple independent investigations, something that I've heard described as an evil yet to be seen on this planet. So think about it, genocide is the worst thing, I think, as humanity that we can do, that human beings can do to others, right? So, but trade somehow is fine. One China expert told me, if you were in a shop which had all sorts of wonderful things in it to buy, but when you looked into the back room and discovered jars of people's forcibly harvested organs in them, would you still want to shop at that shop? I worry that in the West, we've lost the ability to even understand that evil exists. So we can't assume the good intentions of a regime that continually, repeatedly, in so many ways demonstrates bad intentions. And here's my suggestion, okay? Urgently, 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 we have to recouple human rights and trade with China. Bring those things back together. Not just for the Chinese people, but for the American people and the Canadian people and frankly, the world's people. And we have to enact policies that cascade from that. We have to assume the worst and enact unambiguous oversight to make sure that the regime really does change if we're going to work with them. We can't keep funding a regime, like previous speakers to me had said, to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars effectively, that is a hybrid of communist ideology and state capitalism, and keep feeding it US dollars. I'm afraid that might mean the end of the American experiment. I also suggest let's give support to these people, especially the ones who are facing genocide, at least moral support at the very least, the Tibetans, the Uyghurs, the Falun Gong practitioners. And finally, with all of America's flaws, and I know there are many, and I know we've been thinking about them, we have to remember that we absolutely, truly do have the moral high ground here. And while we've lost some of it, we can strive with everything we've got to regain it. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Ace Specialties, Crystal Maffos.
Well, hello, CPAC. For a minute there, I thought I was at a Trump rally, bringing me back. Hello, my name is Crystal Maffos, founder and owner of Ace Specialties. Some of you may know me as the red MAGA hat lady, the woman who seats everyone behind President Trump at all of his rallies, or as Bloomberg once called, the woman behind Trump's merchandise empire. But to understand where I am today, you have to know where I started. In 2007, I started my company with one product, one client, one employee, and one big American dream. From the beginning, my company grew very quickly. And within the first year, Ace became one of the leading go-to suppliers for uniforms, safety, and promotional products servicing the oil and gas industry. For many years, business was booming. Life was great. Until the end of 2014, early 2015, the oil industry had plummeted, and Lafayette, Louisiana was one of the hardest hit cities in the country. We had the greatest job losses of any other city. Sales halted, companies began to close their doors, and breadwinners, the men, the providers for their families, lost their jobs. It happened so fast and so quickly, I found myself not knowing how I was going to pay my bills. Literally, I woke up, had every credit card tapped out, lines of credit maxed, and didn't know what I was going to do. I met with my accountant that year, early in February of 2015, and he looked at me and told me, just file bankruptcy, close the doors, there's no hope. Well, if you know me, I didn't stand for that. I said, sir, I appreciate it, but I'm not going to give up. I will figure this out. And in the fashion, and really the only thing that I had to do at that moment, I began to pray literally for 4 months straight, all day, every day, asking God to give me direction, to open a door, to show me the light. I prayed novenas. I'd shut my door and get on my hands and knees and just really ask God to help. Well, as most of you in this room remember that wonderful day, June 16th, 2015, when Mr. Trump at the time came down the escalator. Yes, that wonderful day. All of these visions popped into my head as I sat there and listened to his speech. Women for Trump, Veterans for Trump, Team Trump. I immediately called my coworker, Nicole, and said, Nicole, this is it. This is what we have to do. She began taking those words, those visions, and put them into logos. We branded material, overnighted it to Trump Towers, and proposed that we would be the official merchandise provider for the Trump campaign. Thank you. Within 2 weeks, I found myself with Tressie, our other coworker, on the 25th floor in Trump Towers, doing what would be the pitch of a lifetime. We're sitting there, we set up everything. And let me tell you, it was either go big or go home, right? So there we are, if you could imagine, in the boardroom, American flags, big display, every promo product that I could find made right here in the USA, branded with the logos that we created. I literally spent every last dollar that I had on that presentation. And I was nervous, right? I mean, this is it. This is make it or break it for me. I looked at Tressie and we said a quick prayer. And we said, this is it. We've got this. Before we knew it, the campaign team rolls in. Eric Trump walks in. And they look at me and they say, tell us how it's going to happen. How is this going to work? I said, well, we'll build a shop function on the website. It'll be a fundraising avenue for the campaign. I'll make the product, warehouse it, and ship it, all while handling customer service. Your one-stop shop. So someone looked at Eric and said, did your dad see this? He said, no, someone go get my dad. So within a few minutes, Mr. Trump was called into the room, the boardroom. And as he walked in, he went straight to the table, looked at every product, and at that moment decided which product he liked. I took notes, and then he turned to me and said, how fast can you get this done? And I said, sir, give me a week and I will be ready to go. But the most beautiful part about that moment and that encounter that day was that he looked at me and said, and I also want every product made 100% here in the USA. So all of those articles that Trump's hats are made in China, that's not the official hat. I'll just say that. So what do you know? He looked at me and said, looks like you've got a deal. So he exited the room, and we immediately went to work. And I like to say that day was the most iconic day in political history. We built a brand that is recognized all across the world. It doesn't matter where you go. Everyone now knows the red MAGA hat. I quickly learned that it wasn't about the Made in USA label to President Trump. It was about creating American jobs, supporting American factories and American companies. It was about putting a roof over someone's head, food on the table, gas in the tank. It was about buying American and hiring American and putting America first. Fast forward to today, I'm proud to say that my company has survived. We've created over 40 million products right here in America over the last 6 years. And if I had any words today, I encourage all of you, if you have a chance, if you have an opportunity to buy American, don't do it just for the label. Do it because President Trump encouraged us. He gave me the chance of a lifetime. He didn't think twice about me being a small town, woman-owned company from Lafayette, Louisiana. He believed in me, and when I made that promise to him on that day, I kept it. So today, ACE is proud to continue to support American-made goods and products. And one more thing. I know this segment is about breaking China. And, you know, the only way to break China is to start by making and buying American goods. Yes. I hope that my story has inspired you to create and build your own American dream. And I am forever grateful to President Trump, the Trump family, and to the campaign for giving me a chance. Because not only did we build the most iconic brand in political history, but I, myself, and my team were part of the greatest administration that this country has ever seen. Thank you.
Those 5 speakers, they get it. Let's give them another round of applause. We must break China's power because the Communist Party is our enemy. And it won't be easy because our elites are not defending us. Biden is not defending us, but you will defend us. So let the world hear it. Let those communist bastards in Beijing hear it. We are strong because we are the United States of America. So let's hear it now. USA! 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 God bless America. God bless you.
There's really a great desecration going on. Anything that's good, anything that's holy, anything that's truthful is being attacked.
There is no end. These people will never get tired. They will never stop until you stop.
The land of the free.
More than half the registered voters saw their freedom threatened by a growing cancel culture.
Under siege by an enemy from within.
The Black Lives Matter movement is a Marxist organization.
We will burn down this system and replace it, all right?
They do all have one thing in common, and that is an internet mob mentality.
Troubling allegations. Fired after accusations of racism. A modern-day witch hunt.
Another challenge to free speech. They'll harass you. They'll vilify you.
Cancel culture is real, and it's coming to a neighborhood near you.
You will lose your job. You'll be kicked out of the store. You won't have your place in society. They want you to be quiet.
What's been shocking to watch is that the press, they're part of cancel culture.
The New York Times fired their editor because he dared to run an op-ed from a Republican senator.
They don't want to debate. Free speech is unhelpful to them.
I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach.
Calling parents domestic terrorists.
This is an unlawful arrest. I have a First Amendment right.
If we take over these school boards, we can combat the ridiculousness and the racist aspects of critical race theory. They canceled the president of the United States when it was my father.
We've got terrorist groups like the Taliban, and they have a Twitter account.
but an American president does not?
This week, Twitter and Facebook under fire.
Mr. Dorsey, who the hell elected you and put you in charge of what the media are allowed to report?
We cannot sit back. We've watched in history this happen before. This is where we've got to stand up and not allow this to go on.
This is the fight that we were put on this earth to make.
The culture killers.
Even this conversation you're having with me right now on Twitter would be banned. I mean, this is like beyond Orwell now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Hillsdale College, Matt Spalding, and author Vivek Ramaswamy.
CPAC, how are you? Business, and we've been doing it since 1844. And I'm here today with a great friend of mine, Vivek Ramaswamy, who's written a great book called Woke Inc. If you don't have it, you should read it. It's a fabulous book. And I want to start, Vivek, by asking you a general question about you. You went to Harvard and Yale, and despite those inferior colleges, you learned a lot. You're brilliant. You were extremely successful, biotech firm. Why did you turn on the elites and become this great critic? Why did you defect from cultural elitism?
I mean, look, my parents came to this country 40 years ago with almost no money in their pocket, and I had the chance to found a multi-billion-dollar biotech company. And it's one of the things I'm proud of having done in my life. We got a drug developed. It's an approved drug for prostate cancer today. But I stepped down to work on a different kind of cancer. It is not a biological cancer. It is a cultural cancer, that, and you know it well, which says that your identity is based on your race, your sex, your religion, or your national origin, sexual orientation. And it says that you're a prisoner of the color of your skin, that the color of your skin, or the characteristics you inherit on the day you're born, tell you what ideas and thoughts you're allowed to have. And to me, that defied the very dream that allowed me to achieve everything I ever had in my career. It defied the dream that Martin Luther King had 60 years ago. It was this new secular religion that we call woke culture. And I thought that if we didn't address that secular religion, it was going to ultimately undermine the American dream as we knew it. And that's why I ultimately defected.
And a couple of your own people didn't like what you were doing.
That's right. You know, look, after the George Floyd protests, people didn't like that I didn't condemn systemic racism in the United States, because I happen not to believe that the United States is a systemically racist country. It's the country that allowed me to achieve everything I ever have. I also think that actually the time I woke up to it is I wrote an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal a year ago, and 3 advisors to my company resigned. So at that point, it was a wake-up call to say that I could not speak out on these issues without fear of having an adverse consequence on my company. That's why I separated my voice as a citizen from my voice as a capitalist, and that's why I ended up writing the book.
So that's a great point about the origins of this problem. I mean, Hillsdale's an abolitionist college from the very beginning, so we don't agree with this at all. But last year I took a leave of absence and worked for the Trump administration. And if you're familiar, if anybody read the 1776 report, so I did that. And in that report, we did something which we thought was not controversial. We defended the Declaration of Independence and the principles of the Declaration. But we also talked about something called identity politics.
That's right.
Which was that you are identified not by your nature as a human being created in the image of God under the laws of nature and nature's God, but it's based on your race. And we argue that that was actually had more in common with John C. Calhoun in the pro-slavery argument than it did in America's freedom argument.
That's totally right. And I think that one of the things they teach you in medicine is to understand a cancer, you have to go to the root causes. The root cause of this cancer is basically a combination of German Nazism, which was identity politics on steroids, and Soviet Marxism, which is an oppressor-oppressed narrative on steroids. You marry the two, you get modern wokeism here on American soil. And you know, we hear from the other side that, oh, you're just gaslighting or putting words in our mouth. No. Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, a member of the squad, said that we don't want any more black faces that don't want to be a black voice. Ibram Kendi, who wrote a book that sold even more books than mine, says that the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. I reject that worldview. And here's the game they play. If you disagree with any of those claims, that actually today means that you're a racist and you just don't know it. And there is no greater damnation in modern America than to be called a racist. So when given the choice between being tarred with the scarlet R or bending the knee to this new religion, everyday Americans in this country are choosing to bend the knee. And that's what's created this new culture of fear in our country, where people have to basically choose between the American dream and the First Amendment, choose between speaking their minds freely and putting food on the dinner table. And I think we are not a country that forces you to make that choice. America is the country where you get to do both of those things at the same time. And I think that's what we need to revive in our culture.
Right. So there's so many things going on in this country right now. It's hard to keep them straight, but we need to look at it very clearly so we understand it. This country was founded on the most beautiful principles, the culmination of Western civilization. All men are created equal. And yet you've made these great observations about what is going on in corporate America and all these breakdown of institutions and this crony capitalism plus wokeism. How did we get here? What happened? I know you talk about the financial crisis and things.
So I talk a lot about the financial crisis in my book. I actually got my first job in New York City at an investment firm right before the 2008 crisis. So I saw this firsthand. What happened was after the 2008 crisis, big business became the bad guys in this country. And the old left said you want to take money from those rich corporations and give it to poor people to help poor people. Agree or not, that is what they had to say. But there was the birth of this new woke left right around the same time that said actually the real problem wasn't quite economic injustice. It was racism and misogyny and bigotry. And guess what? That actually presented the opportunity of a generation for Wall Street and big business in this country. Because if you're Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street is a pretty tough pill to swallow. But the new woke stuff is actually pretty easy. You applaud diversity and inclusion, put some token minorities on your boards, muse about climate change in a fancy ski town after you fly there in a private jet. It's pretty good work if you can get it, but it worked. Where what effectively happened was you had a bunch of woke millennials get in bed with a bunch of big banks.
Right.
Together, they birthed woke capitalism, and they use that to put Occupy Wall Street up for adoption. And then Silicon Valley, by the way, does the same thing, where they see the old threat to their power used to come from the Democratic Party. So they said, actually, we can use our monopoly power in service of the left, but we don't do it for free. We expect the new left to look the other way when it comes to leaving our corporate power intact. And so to me, that's actually the real problem, is it is this merger of corporate power and state power that is far more powerful than big government alone. See, we conservatives have told ourselves for 40 years that the threat to liberty is big government alone. I don't think so.
Right.
I think it is this new hybrid of big government and big business that is a woke industrial complex, as I call it, that is far more powerful than either one alone. That's what we need to wake up to.
I completely agree. I think that's exactly right.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
I think it's important to understand it as we're looking at what has happened across our country. You know, we make these observations and people think you're crazy. This is conspiracy. But if you look at it as it's played over time, it follows a clear pattern. Kind of the left, it kind of goes in waves. We think we're today in what we call the Great Awakening, but it's actually the second Great Awakening. The first Great Awakening happens after the Civil War, the rise of progressivism, when they attacked and undermined the case for the truth, the notion that we can actually know something, that we have a nature, that we are human beings. They started the administrative state and put those ingredients together. But now we're experiencing this second Great Awakening, which you've described, which it builds on that, but it's much more radical. It's deeper. It's much more problematic.
And the reason it's more deep and problematic is there are cynical forces behind it this time around. At least the first one's authentic. Here, it's big business using this to joust for their own interests. Coca-Cola would rather talk about teaching their employees how to be less white or voting laws in Georgia than it would about the impact of their own products on a nationwide epidemic of diabetes and obesity, by the way, in the Black community that they profess to care so much about.
Right.
So that's corporate America. But it gets worse. Actually, the most cynical force behind this is actually China, where they understand this game far more deeply than any of us do, where if you ask Xi Jinping about the Uyghur human rights crisis in the Xinjiang province, where he's enslaved over 1 million Uyghurs, the first thing he says every time is that Black Lives Matter shows the United States is no better. And that would be laughable, except corporate America lends credibility to his claims by relentlessly criticizing the United States, whether you're Disney or Nike or the NBA or BlackRock, without saying a peep about the actual human rights atrocities abroad. And China knows that that undermines our greatest geopolitical asset of all, and that is not our nuclear arsenal. It is our moral standing on the global stage, and they are attacking it with the help of our own corporations from within. That's what's different this time, is there's forces behind the scenes, and it's not a conspiracy. We can see it happening in plain sight.
No, it's It's amazing to see, to consider the extent to which early progressive and all the roots of all these problems, which we can observe, it's almost innocent by comparison. It's grown into something, you've described it as a cancer getting worse, spreading rapidly, and our enemies are using it against us in many places across the world. I do note, of course, that the root of all this is in the modern academy. These ideas come out of that, and they really have flourished and taken root. Let's talk a little bit about how do we fix this problem? I mean, so much of this grows out of the modern civil rights movement, but in particular the Civil Rights Act of 1964, gone awry, the Supreme Court, how this has been driven by the left. It's deeply embedded in our system legally. It's actually been around. Wilson's been around for 50 years. It's now being enforced by a state along with these corporations. What do we do?
So I think, first of all, we as conservatives need to wake up to the fact that it is not 1980 anymore. Abraham Lincoln's my favorite Republican. He said that the dogmas of a quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. I say that the dogmas of 1980 are inadequate to address the unique challenges we face in 2022, okay? And I will tell you, this requires revisiting some of our orthodoxies. I personally think that if we have protected classes at all, you brought up the Civil Rights Act, is a good place to start. If we have protected classes at all that say you can't discriminate against somebody on account of their race or their sex or their religion or their national origin, then you should not be able to discriminate against somebody on account of their political beliefs either, okay? Now, we might have said 30 years ago, 40 years ago that, oh, well, the market can work these things out. I would say fine, then get rid of protected classes altogether. But you cannot have it both ways, that if you can't fire somebody or deplatform somebody because they're black or gay or Muslim or white or Christian or Jewish for that matter, you should not be able to fire somebody or deplatform somebody just because they're an outspoken conservative. This is not an academic issue either. Right. If it can happen to the 45th president of the United States, it can happen to anybody.
Thank you. One of the great, most despotic things we all deal with on a day-to-day basis is this vast proliferation of HR departments enforcing this in our business.
Deep corporate.
Deep corporate. I'm always nervous about expecting government to help us solve our problems, and I know that has we've talked about this before as well. But one thing I do like, one idea I like, it's actually going on here in Florida, is the Woke Act, which is to actually say the HR departments can't use their powers to discriminate against employees, and that's actually workplace discrimination. So there are ways to solve this problem as a practical matter.
I agree with you on that. I think we got to look outside of politics too. Okay, there are over 100 to 150 million people in this country, probably more, who are sick of the places where they work, where they invest, where they bank, to say that we don't want this merger of progressive orthodoxy and big business. We believe the American dream is actually alive and well. That capitalism isn't a racist system, but is the best system known to humankind to lift people up from poverty, and we will not apologize for it. And what we actually need, beyond politicians, are brave people in the private sector. I've lived in corporate America. I've started a company. We need brave CEOs to step up and say, you know what? Right. We're going to go to those 100 million people who happen to not lie on their credit card applications, who happen to work hard, who happen to save their money. And you know what? We're going to serve them, and we're going to make a lot of money doing it too, because they deserve to be respected. And I think that what we see in politics needs to be followed by this revolution in the private sector. And that's where you have this culture of fear, where you don't have a CEO with a spine today. At least some of the politicians coming up in the Republican Party today appear to have a spine. We need to see some of those leaders emerge in the private sector too.
One of the places where...
Thank you.
I completely agree on this sense of courage, and I think I'm actually quite optimistic about what's going on right now in our country, because we're seeing some amazing things happen. You mentioned politicians with courage. There aren't that many, but I can tell you, I'm from Virginia near Loudoun County, and no one told those parents to go complain to the school board. That was the parents, and that tells me that human nature persists, and when government starts messing around with our children, that changes the whole thing. We need more of that kind of courage as well in the corporate world, in politics, and school boards, across the measure. But it shows that human nature, we do not like to be ruled. That's not what human nature is about. We want to flourish. We want to create things. We want to have our families. We need a politics which allows that kind of courage. And we're seeing it here and there, but we need more of that. You mentioned Lincoln.
We need more of it.
That's the essence of what America is about.
And we need it in our politics, but we need it in our culture. And I will tell you, I'm speaking as a millennial. People my age and younger, Gen Z, the thing about us is we are hungry for a cause, okay? We are hungry for a sense of purpose and identity and meaning, and that's not a bad thing.
Right.
But the difficult part comes up when the kinds of things that used to fill that hunger for purpose, things like faith, patriotism, hard work, family, as they have receded in our life, we still have that hunger for a cause. And that's the black hole that allows wokeism to fill it as a poison, scientism to fill it as a poison. And what we as conservatives need to do is we need to do a better job of filling that vacuum with something that's so much more rich and meaningful, a national identity that dilutes this woke agenda to irrelevance. That's what the future of conservatism should be about to me.
That's right. You know, so much of this void has been caused by the modern academy. And I tell you, I'm working 24/7. Hillsdale can't do everything, but we all need to be teachers and educators right now. And we've got to go back to those core ideas. It's in the family, it's in faith, it's in our personal character. But, you know, you mentioned Lincoln. Lincoln said the electric cord of America and to the past and the future is the Declaration of Independence. All men are created equal. And that principle is deeply embedded in our country. And people still can look to that and yearn to that. And you know, Jefferson talked about that being an expression of the American mind. It's got to be that again, folks. That's what it's got to be. And that's not just a political argument. That's our society. That's who we are. That's our national identity. That's America. It's a statement
of who we are. And that's the thing about this country is this is not a place. This is a vision of what a place can be. And we got to remember the ideas that brought together a divided polyglot group of people 250 years ago. And at the top of that list was that dream you and I talked about at the very beginning. The American dream, it is simple. The idea that no matter who you are or where you came from or what your skin color is, you can achieve anything you ever want. And guess what? You get to speak your mind at every step of the way, too.
Absolutely.
That is what it means to be American.
That's what America is about. God bless America. The book is Woke Inc.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
To be woke is to be alert and attuned to the layers of oppression in society, generally surrounding the issues of race, sex, gender. It has a long history, although I think a lot of us think of it as being a fairly new movement. The name is new, but it really is a reformulation of old ideas and old roads that various countries have gone down. And I think it's ostensibly a movement for justice, but when you really understand what the internal logic of the movement, it fundamentally is something that weakens people far more than it helps, and particularly the people it claims to want to help. So this is why I find it to be alarming. I think it's more than just a political movement. It's actually a spiritual movement. I think it feels like it's Goliath at the moment, but you know, Goliath can be brought to his knees far more easily than we think. And so I think that can give us a lot of hope in this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the truth about January 6th. Please welcome author Julie Kelly.
Well, hello. So this is the second time that I've had to follow Vivek speaking. It's just not fair because he gets everyone fired up and then I come and get everyone depressed about what's happening. So I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much for attending this. I'm a little bit of a time crunch, I'm told. So I'm going to start off by getting everyone up to speed on what a certain authoritarian world leader has been up to the past year. You might have seen his name in the news lately. His last name, just to give you a hint, is 5 letters and ends with the letter N. This authoritarian world leader has been using his most powerful law enforcement tools and agencies to round up, arrest, imprison, and charge his political foes in an attempt to silence and criminalize political dissent. He's using this law enforcement agency, armed agents, military-style vehicles to conduct pre-dawn raids at the homes of political dissidents, terrorizing these dissidents in front of their children, and in some cases their elderly spouses, hauling them off, concocting charges against them, fabricating evidence, and in almost 100 cases, hauling them off to prison where they've been denied bail, and dozens of them actually shipped off to a special political prison in the nation's capital, where these detainees are then kept away from their family, their defense attorneys, they can't see the evidence against them. All the rights that those citizens have from their country's charter are completely gone. No due process, no presumption of innocence, trials are delayed, evidence is covered up, their lives are destroyed, their families are destroyed, their businesses are destroyed. The media, of course, helps out the regime in smearing these people and ruining their lives. Now, who am I talking about? Not Vladimir Putin, of course, Joe Biden. This is what, and I talk about in my book, shameless plug, January 6th, it's on Amazon. This is what Joe Biden's Justice Department, under the direction of Merrick Garland and Lisa Monaco, who's his deputy, who, by the way, got 48 Republicans to approve her confirmation, even though she's a devout Obama loyalist, Russian collusion hoaxer. She now is running this DOJ. More than 730 Americans have been charged related to a 4-hour disturbance at the US Capitol more than a year ago. This is more than 3 times as many people who face federal charges than the totality of rioters throughout 2020. 3 times as many federal charges against January 6th protesters than months long of rioting, death, and destruction that actually terrorized the country. We now have at least 70 to 80 men who are being held in pretrial detention. That means they are incarcerated, have no chance for their families to make bail, as the DOJ covers up evidence against them, delays their trials, and they've been held there with the consent of DC judges, Trump appointees down to Reagan appointees, and of course, Obama and Clinton appointees in between. So what do we not know about January 6th? Well, what we don't know is why the government is trying to hide 14,000 hours of surveillance video captured on publicly funded security cameras in the US Capitol. Who wants to see the tapes? Who wants to see the 14,000 hours? If this is the worst attack since the Civil War, comparable to 9/11, Pearl Harbor, shouldn't we see all the video of what happened inside and outside? What are they trying to hide? Also, we deserve to know how many FBI undercover agents and informants were involved, not only in what happened that day, but ahead of time. You recently had a top FBI official under questioning by Ted Cruz who refused to answer how many FBI agents or informants either were involved in or incited violent behavior on January 6th? She wouldn't answer the question. We need to know, we deserve to know, and we know what this FBI has been up to for at least the past 5 years, what they're capable of, so there's no reason why they need to conceal how many agents were involved. I touched a little bit on the 2020 riots. Not only is this DOJ actively pursuing and arresting new people every week, I will say almost 14 months later, related to January 6th, they are dropping cases against 2020 rioters. And as I said, 3 times as many have been arrested for January 6th. They're dropping cases and in some cases asking for leniency in sentencing against 2020 rioters because they were involved in social justice protests. More egregiously, this government and the media covered up the name of the federal police officer who executed Ashley Babbitt at near point blank range, almost shooting her in the face. Covered up his name for months. The media knew who it was. They covered it up as well. He faces no charges, again, while they're still pursuing charges of any police officer, not just involved with what happened with George Floyd, but also accused of committing violence during the riots against 2020 rioters. We have an egregious double standard, dangerous double standard of justice in this country. And people are recognizing it, and something needs to be done. When the Republicans take over the House, they need to expose exactly what happened on that day, who was involved, turn this January 6th committee 180 degrees, and find out everyone from Nancy Pelosi to Muriel Bowser to the administrative state, especially this Justice Department, how they have abused their power to punish Trump supporters, to criminalize political dissent, because that's not what this country is about. We deserve transparency, we deserve the truth, and more importantly, we deserve justice. They cannot be allowed to turn the war on terror from our real enemies overseas to average American citizens here in the United States. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So about CPAC, there's a few different things I love. I get to see some of my favorite speakers, some of my favorite representatives. I mean, we have Governor Ron DeSantis here. We have President Trump coming. And also, it's a good way to see your Facebook friends list, because everybody you see on Facebook is from all over the world if you have a network on Facebook.
It's been great meeting a lot of people from around the country that are just excited to be here, share information. We've got finding a lot of friendly people too, which I don't think you necessarily find at all events. Everybody is just looking to have an enjoyable time and get good information.
Associate with everybody that's anybody in the conservative political side of the spectrum. And for me, it's an invaluable experience to be able to talk to people from across the country, other candidates that are running, to get input from them, to meet them, and hopefully we can meet each other in DC after November.
Great question. I think we need to have a process in place to stand for our Constitution first and foremost, and that we take the time to make sure that the people that are running for office actually share the values, the founding principles that our founding fathers had.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former acting U.S. Attorney General Matt Whitaker.
Hello, CPAC. Hello, friends. I'm so glad to be with you. And I'm out here a few minutes before a panel of state prosecutors comes out and joins me. It's going to be a really interesting discussion about our current state of criminal justice in the United States of America. But this is one of the areas where conservatives truly believe that law and order and the rule of law is necessary now more than ever. Do you agree with me? What do we see in places like New York City and Chicago and Detroit? Rising crime, people fleeing if they can afford to flee, people running for their lives. But you know, as conservatives, we believe that every child is entitled to play in their front yard. And how do we do that? It's not by releasing criminals in New York City before they've even seen a judge. It's not these policies of the Soros-backed prosecutors that are pro-criminal, anti-American, and are ruining our nation's cities. And so I want you to join me. Do you stand for the rule of law? Do you support the men and women of law enforcement? Do conservatives back the blue? It is never lost on me that liberal politicians, when an officer is killed in the line of duty, are often the last or never say anything about it. That cannot and will not be the way we live in Red America, will it? In fact, today I want you to join me when you see somebody from law enforcement here that are protecting us, that are keeping us safe. I want you to thank them. And don't thank them for me, thank them for you. And thank them for all Americans and say, we appreciate what you do and we will always support you. In fact, one of the great honors I had when I was Donald Trump's favorite attorney general was anytime I had a chance to talk to sheriff's deputies and police officers, I always would say the simple phrase at the end of my speeches, we have your back and you have our thanks. And I want you to join me in saying that we have your backs and you have our thanks. So I'm going to bring out a great panel of local prosecutors and we're going to talk about law and order in America. So thank you for being here and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a real conversation on crime and safety. Please welcome York County, Pennsylvania District Attorney, David Sunday. Macomb County, Michigan Prosecutor, Peter Lucido. Pinell County, Arizona Attorney, Kent Volkmer. And your host, former acting U.S. Attorney General, Matt Whitaker.
You're just gonna come right through, Dave. You're right here. Welcome, my friend. You're right here. All right, have a seat, gentlemen. So, you all are on the front lines. I was a U.S. attorney, and then ultimately became Attorney General of the United States. And so I've seen it from the federal side. But I know that we partnered so many times when I was the U.S. Attorney in Des Moines, Iowa, to work with our local prosecutors. And you all elected district attorneys. And so, Dave, I want to turn to you. What are you seeing in York County, and how do we arrest, and I mean that in its truest sense, this increasing violent crime that we're seeing? And what have you done in York County to make your citizens safer?
Well, what I can tell you is that, first of all, our philosophy of criminal justice is such that you have to have accountability, but you also have redemption. And with regard to accountability, we do everything we can to identify, arrest, and prosecute the individuals that are committing crimes that are of a nature that make our community unsafe. At the same time, we also have a large group of individuals in our criminal justice system that have severe mental health issues, that are struggling with the throes of addiction. And those individuals are held accountable, but we try to do it in a manner that will decrease recidivism when they ultimately get out of prison, because we can't ever forget 95% of everybody that goes into prison, they're coming back out. And so we actually work in York County to identify individuals that are coming from prison and connect them with employers. And we work with our Manufacturers Association to try to get them manufacturing jobs. And at first glance, people say, what does that have to do with public safety? Well, what it does is it takes people that were incarcerated, they work, they pay bills, they pay taxes, they can take care of their families.
That's the first applause I've heard for paying taxes.
Yeah, right. And it is, I mean, you cannot overstate the critical impact on public safety of keeping families together.
Yeah, that's so important. What are you seeing in Michigan? I know that you're right on the outskirts of Detroit, and you probably see a lot of that violent crime bleed into your county, but why don't you explain what you see?
We're finding out that law enforcement needs our help more than ever. When they are tough on crime and they magnify it by way of social media, that's not really doing our society any good. What about the good that we have with our police departments, those law enforcement officials that take care of us, our families? So what we do is we back the blue all the way.
Yep.
We make sure that the badge is protected, and we make it sure that we're smart on crime, because tough on crime has cost us too much. And we learn sometimes with addiction, sometimes with mental health. Why are we caging that? The addiction isn't going to go away. They're going to get out and do the same thing. Mental health, they need programs, and we've implemented programs on this. We have the redirect program, it's called, where if an addict's picked up on the street, we don't bring them to jail. Why? There's a cost to society, but also to the individual. We bring them to a treatment facility or what's called a detox center, because they're going to spend the first 3 days throwing up, and that's no place for somebody to be in jail. In addition, we have diversion programs that it's worked out really well. But these are the lower level crimes. These are not the heinous felonies that everybody wants to talk about.
Yeah, and I want to be clear about this, and I think it's so important. This panel is always going to stand against violent criminals and sociopaths. That's not who we're talking about here. No. We are talking about those that either suffer mental illness, drug addiction, or both, quite frankly. Oftentimes they go hand in hand.
We saw in the foster care system, and if anybody's out here in the foster care, God love you, because that's under agencies too. The foster care, we found out most of the ones that are prisoners in our state prisons, as well as our county jails, we're starting to track that those numbers have escalated because of foster care. That is a broken system, and it has to be revitalized, because Lord knows we don't need to deal with this.
Yeah. And I know when we last talked about these issues, I think we were in Utah. You have done some really interesting things in this area, but talk about how you balance keeping the public safe, making sure that violent criminals and sociopaths are kept off our streets, but at the same time, as David said, 95% of these people are going to be our neighbors and our fellow citizens. And so talk about some of the programs that you've implemented that have been successful.
So historically, the criminal justice system has really been assembly line justice. It has been, this person committed this offense, you go down, you track and say, okay, this is the sentence this person should get. It doesn't take into account the nature of the offense, who the victims are, the actual impact it has on the fabric of society. So we flip things on our head in our office, and what we look at is we look at the individual person, we look at the offense and what that impact is, and we actually craft a sentence and craft a punishment, craft a program specifically around that person. Oftentimes it's somebody that is suffering from mental health. I live in Arizona. We're seeing substance abuse and drugs. 85% of our felony charges, the person is either selling drugs or under the influence of drugs when they commit this offense. So we're trying to look at the person and say, is there something we can do to stop this? You know, Peter said, we put them in prison, they don't get treatment, they come back out, they haven't been made better. So what we're really looking at is working with our probation partners, working with our mental health and community providers to make sure if we do bring them out that they're getting the treatment they need. And I can tell you we've been very successful. We've seen a greater than 50% reduction in violent crimes in the last 5 years.
Yeah, and it's three elected prosecutors. Certainly you have to be responsible to the people. The voters are giving you feedback. If you're not protecting their businesses and their lives and their families and their homes, you're going to hear about it either at the ballot box or they're going to show up at your door and say you're not doing your job in making and keeping us safe. So David, why don't you talk what you see at a very granular level? Do you have any stories about success stories that have come out of York County and how that has changed the community for the better?
Absolutely. I can tell you that when you look at criminal justice, there is no one in society that doesn't believe the following. Our government has a duty to keep us safe, period. And when you take that into consideration, it becomes what is safety and how do we get there?
Right.
We have a lot of people that we prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. that need to be in prison for the safety of the community. However, when we turn to, again, the remaining tens and hundreds of thousands of individuals with substance and mental health abuse, what do we do to keep our community safe? Having them continually come out is not a good thing. So one of the things we've done in York is we actually partnered, we call it maximum engagement, where we have partnered with all of our stakeholders, including our regional medical service, like our local hospital, children, youth, and family, everybody, and we've identified a way to find people that are suffering from severe mental health issues. Our prisons have really become a warehouse for people with mental health problems, and that is just, I don't think that that's morally sound.
Yeah.
And so we've identified ways to get them right into mental health treatment and have an assessment done only within a few days. Historically, it might take months for that to be done. And that's something that we've done, and it has seen a tremendous impact. Right now, our prison population is down 40%. At the same time, crime is down 30 or 40%, and violent crime is currently down 11%.
And this is in York County.
And that's in York County.
Yeah, and it can be replicated. And Peter, I think so many conservatives watched the 8 years of the Obama administration, and now we're seeing a redux in this Biden administration.
What administration?
But we hear exactly. But we heard the term prosecutorial discretion.
Yes.
And they often used it in enforcing our immigration laws and defending our border and our sovereignty. And so we're talking about prosecutorial discretion here, but this is good because you are looking at the individual and deciding whether or not, first of all, their crimes and the damage they've done to society and the victims that are have been affected by these crimes, and you're balancing all those interests, but you're acknowledging a fact that, our best opportunity is rehabilitation, job opportunities, and really a path back onto the American dream. Why don't you talk about your success in your county in that regard?
Well, I want to talk about that, but I want to talk about in Michigan, the first highest expense with health and human services was $28 billion of a $50 billion budget. Second was education. Public education was $18 billion. The third was corrections, $2 billion. Why are we still paying $2 billion? Why is this cost still there and the metrics haven't been met to go ahead and reduce recidivism and keep the crimes to another level? The type of crimes that we're both seeing today are something that we never saw before because of the computer, the internet. And what we're learning is that there is alternatives. And that's why we're here. We're here to present those alternatives in lieu of incarceration when you have alternatives. We spend way too much money on doing the same thing, which is something to say insanity. Continue to do the same thing without a change result. Today, I believe that even with the mental illness that we have behind bars, whether it be foster care, whether it be family issue, whatever it is, they have these programs that people go to teach them how to take their medication. This is called team wellness back in Detroit. They get them out of bed in the morning, they teach them how to groom, they teach them how to go ahead and care for themselves. They have dentists there to take care of their teeth, their eyes. That cost is less than putting them behind bars where they learn absolutely this. And for that, I'm thankful. I'm grateful that we have an alternative.
Yeah. And in Arizona, what can the legislature do? What can the political class do to make it easier to address these issues so that you can bring almost a bespoke solution to each individual to give them the best path? Now, obviously, we know that their heart has to change as well. If they're a violent sociopath or somebody that's abusing children, that's a whole different issue here. We're talking about the people that we can create a pathway towards a successful future. Why don't you talk about the changes that maybe they can make in Arizona and other states?
So what we have really are two options as prosecutors. We can let you go back to the street, or we can put you in prison. There is no other alternative. Dave Sunday talked about, Peter talked about some of these things. We don't have those. There's a lack of halfway houses. There's a lack of actually establishments where we can send people, where they can learn those day-to-day skills, where they can actually congregate with pro-social people that aren't committing crimes. I mean, one of the problems that we have is if you go to prison, you're released, oftentimes you've burned every bridge with your family member. The one person that you can always call that'll pick you up from prison is your drug dealer. So we actually see a flood of people coming back to the prisons, being picked up by their drug dealers and getting right back into that same environment, and they're right back in that same cycle. What we need as prosecutors is something in between. Probation's great if you're not a danger. Prison's great if you're a dangerous person. And there's a chunk of people that we have no choice but prison. But there's a whole nother set of people that need more than simple probation, but less than prison. And right now, we're not making that offer. That's what we need as prosecutors, is that option to get people the treatment that they need so they can become productive members of society, so they can pay taxes, so they can raise their children, and we don't have all of these other issues.
Yeah. Dave, you wanted to say something on that regard?
I do, and just to piggyback off of that, you know, when I was a kid, and I made a mistake. Let's say I may have, you know, had a beverage out of my dad's garage or something like that. Like,
oh, heaven forbid.
I'm just saying, you know, like
soda.
The result of that would be, now my dad was a Marine, until he became a school teacher, but and so that would have been an unpleasant day for me. The reality is, I have a 7-year-old son, and we live in a world now where mistakes that our children make can result in death. And I can't be more serious about that. I can't be more sincere about that. And so as policymakers, as prosecutors, as citizens, we have to figure out, what can we do to keep our children safe? Because as they progress and they age, as the decades go on, and their stories aren't about taking dad's beer, it's about heroin, fentanyl.
Ordering drugs off the internet.
Ordering drugs off the internet. And it's going to take tough things. Like everything I'm hearing on the stage right now falls right in line with what we hear across the country from the good prosecutors. Necessity is the mother of invention. And a lot of what we're doing are the result of not being able to keep the community safer by using the traditional methods. And so we've had to all think outside of the box and say, what can we do to stop crime from happening in the first place? Because that truly is what our goal should be.
Yep. Absolutely. Peter, I can tell you.
Yeah, Matt, as a former lawmaker, and I spent some time in the House and the Senate in Michigan making these changes. And I did it with 30 years before I went there, doing criminal work, doing the justice of what it is. Justice. Not just us, justice. And on top of it, I looked at what alternatives are there? How do we educate the judges? How do we educate the prosecutors that there is alternatives? We started Hope, Not Handcuffs, which is an addict coming in off the streets, walking into a cop shop and saying, hey, I'm an addict and I got problems. I want your help. Not to fear the police, to embrace the police and said, don't arrest me. I need to get your help. These are the programs that are necessary, not soft on crime, smart on crime.
Exactly. Yeah, and in the Trump administration, we did one of the most meaningful criminal justice reform bills in the history of our country. And, you know, the First Step Act. And one of the things that it does, thank you, and it's a credit to President Trump especially.
Damn right.
Yeah, and I guess what I saw in that is that we have data, and we can make decisions based on that data, but at the same time, we can also do pilot projects and get more data, and we can see what works. And each one of you has brought a unique solution based on your own unique district as to how to solve these problems. But where could we gather more data in this area to create new solutions? Because the problem is evolving. The crimes of the Old West in Arizona in the 1800s are much different than what we're facing right now. And where could we get more data and be more creative with common sense solutions?
So you're going to make me throw my colleagues under the bus, not these two gentlemen to my right, of course, but look, as a government actor, I have a budget and I'm bound by the law to do certain things. Gather a lot of those statistics is not one of those things that I'm obligated to do. So what ends up happening is a lot of prosecutors will provide the data that supports when they do good things, but we never see the other side. When something didn't work out, we never see that it didn't work out, that they made this change and maybe we saw a spike in crime. I really believe at a national level, there needs to be a requirement that we start tracking this information. All of our law enforcement agencies already do that. We have the UCR now into NIBRS, where all of these reports are made. We can look at it, we can make decisions, but from a prosecutorial perspective, that doesn't exist. I think that needs to change, and there needs to be a database, a warehouse where we can look, and I can go to my colleagues and say, hey, this is similar situation, maybe population demographics, and I can look and see what programs they used and what those results were, or if they didn't, because right now, there is a necessity of invention, but we're shooting in the dark here. I mean, we're doing our best guess. We're communicating here, but not at a national level. And I think if there was a buy-in from everybody, if our local representatives made us, we'll find a way to get that data.
Right. David, how do you feel about the current situations in regards to just data and feedback from your programs? Do you feel like you're getting enough information to share this with your Pennsylvania colleagues and say these are programs that work, or do you think you still are dialing it in right now?
We're working very hard to increase our ability to analyze data. We collaborate with our local college. We collaborate with partners around the state and around the country to be able to identify the best way to do that. And data is so important because I want to highlight something else real quick as I see the time ticking away, is that the...
I'll manage the clock.
Okay.
And I see your
Attorney General. And so you mentioned police when you're out here speaking earlier. Every initiative that exists in where I'm at, around the country, cannot in any way, shape, or form be done, accomplished, or successful without the full support and collaboration with police departments and police officers. You could have any initiative that exists, but the reality is when people arrive at a scene, if that scene cannot become safe, nothing else matters. And I just want to say that I know that where I'm at in New York, and I'm sure you guys would say the same thing, but our law enforcement partners are true partners in every single initiative that I've just talked about. And so when people say, well, the police don't care, or the police, don't, couldn't be furthest from the truth. We have an amazing collaboration in New York between the police chiefs and our Black Ministers Association. And that has created insights and things that we've been able to use to really connect with the citizens in ways that we've never been able to do before, and that all increases public safety.
Yeah, and Peter, along that same line, we're seeing, and I'm sure you've seen it in Detroit, we see it in New York City, where the prosecutors aren't supporting law enforcement, where these police are having to pick up the same person the next day after they've committed a serious crime. How do we get to the point where we're actually working together?
First of all, you need buy-in from those citizens that are paying the stiff to have that police protection. We're ministers of justice. That's what we're called, ministers of justice, all of us sitting here today. We have a duty and an obligation constitutionally, but also statutorily, to uphold the law. When somebody is fighting because maybe one bad cop, this is outrageous because it takes a team of police officers to hold law and order. So I want some buy-in from our community. I want our leaders that are also our elect to go behind and stand there. And the last thing is, as a former policymaker, it's important for I to communicate with them on the laws that we have to enforce. Some aren't going to work, and they shouldn't be jamming them down our throats to enforce in our own communities.
Yeah, and so really it's about supporting law enforcement, enforcing the laws, but at the same time, protecting the public from violent criminals and, violent organized crime, isn't it?
It absolutely is. I mean, there's a human perspective, but our number one priority is public safety. That's the reality. That is incumbent upon us. If our community is becoming less safe, that means we're not doing our jobs and we need to be held accountable. So it's a balance of personal accountability, public safety, but also humanity. And it's where those three come together. That's where justice really occurs.
All right, well, join me in thanking these three warriors for justice.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Max. Great job, buddy.
Great.
Yes, National School Board Association, I know you can hear us. We are loud, we are bold, and we will not be silenced.
What's important about today is we stand for freedom. Now we stand for freedom with the brave people who are taking to the streets in Cuba, but we don't just stand with Cuba. We stand with freedom-loving people everywhere.
But I do want to say to the man that is in that White House, what he has done is simply unacceptable. He has failed the Afghan people. He has failed the Afghan women and children. He has failed our military. He is leaving Americans behind.
All they do is they use us. They've been using us for decades.
We share one thing in common, and that is to protect our children. That is to give our children the best possible education we can in this great country. I am the mother of 5 daughters, and it is a priority that we teach them the good values of America.
He calls democracy messy, props up the Chinese Communist Party, praises Xi and his regime, known for violent oppression, invests in Chinese military companies. A defector? No. It's BlackRock's CEO Larry Fink, the CEO of a major American company who's gone all in on China. Can he be more anti-American? Larry Fink, BlackRock, taking your money, betting on China.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's town hall explores pupil propaganda. Please welcome your host and founder of the Blexit Foundation, Candace Owens.
Hello, CPAC. What an honor to be here. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. This is actually my 5th time speaking at CPAC. It's wonderful. And every time I hit the stage, it feels like there has been a lifetime of change that has transpired since the last time that I was here. And I suppose that that is very much the nature of politics today and of life. I have grown and I have changed in so many ways. And so many of you guys in this room have been with me on this journey. Some of you guys met me as an on-campus activist. Some of you guys supported me, know me as a published author. Definitely all of you know me as a public speaker, and I would imagine that a lot of you guys found me through my personal organization, Blexit, which you know aims to bring conservative principles to the minority community. And some of our more obtuse friends in media seem to know me as a black white supremacist. Not sure how they worked out that piece of brilliance. But today is the first time that I emerge on the CPAC stage within my most official and my most accomplished capacity. It's the first time I'm hitting the stage as a mother. Not just one at home, but also we've got one on the way. And thank you. And I can say that this time, as I stand on this stage, I have never been more certain about who I am and what my purpose is in this world. So on the topic of motherhood, I wanted to tell you guys something that I learned about 5 years ago, which really shocked me. Ready? So in the wild, far from the flowery depictions that you see of PETA, where the animals are loving each other and hugging all the time, and the only thing that happens bad in the wild happens because of awful human beings, in the wild, male bears actually kill their cubs. So the reason that hunters will seek out male bears and hunt them is because they're trying to preserve the bear population in certain areas. And let me explain that, because it's a weird thing to comprehend, that male bears are not only committing infanticide, but they're also committing cannibalism sometimes. They actually will eat their cubs. So the question is why? Well, similar to the human species, when female bears give birth and are nursing their cubs, they cannot go into heat. But, and this is what the papa bears have worked out, if a nursing mother loses her cubs, the lactation will stop and she will once again become receptive to breeding. So male bears kill their cubs for sex, really, is what it comes down to. Savage, to say the least. But there's something else that I'm getting at, and there is something that is amazing about this story that I learned, and it's that when the male bear does attack, the mama bear fights back with everything in her to protect her offspring, and most times that is a fight to the death. That is actually where the true concept of the mama bear, which we all use colloquially today, it comes from that concept of them fighting to the death for their cubs. And as a result, those of you who live near wildlife will know this. When you see a bear cub anywhere, no matter how cute and cuddly it looks, you do not go near it, right? Because you know somewhere nearby, mama bear is lurking and she will take no prisoners. Now, I share this with you because lately I've been left wondering what our human world might look like if we all drew inspiration from such a notion, a world where even seeing a child signaled a respectable threat and a retreat from would-be predators. To the school boards, to the pharmaceutical companies, to the politicians, and to the bureaucrats who accept money from them to violate our children mentally and sometimes even physically. To, without our express consent, masking them, injecting them, sexualizing them through the education system, to pursuing these ideas of hate or ideologies of hate. Today, our children are taught to judge one another on the very basis of their skin, with guiding educational principles like critical race theory. And so the question I have for you all today is, why are we allowed for this? Why have we allowed this? When did mothers and fathers agree to co-parent with the United States government? I firmly reject this arrangement, and I hope that you guys will as well. You see, in my mind, I believe that the state began assuming control over our households through a very successful campaign that began with radical feminism in the 1970s, which said to women, don't stay at home. Go be like a man. Go to work. Why would you want to stay in the kitchen? Don't make him a sandwich. These ideas that were quietly and subliminally planted into even my mind in the public school system. If you want to be successful, success is not marriage, success is not children, success is climbing the corporate ladder like men. That is the only way to achieve equality. What a wonderful opportunity that represented for the state. Because in mother's absence, the Department of Education began raising our children. And today we are reeling from the aftermath of that custodial transfer. It has never been clearer, especially over these last 2 years in the era of COVID, just how much power we as parents have ceded to the government. Then there's that fashionable brainwash, which we see at home when you're watching the pollution of the mainstream media narrative that tells us that we ought to just trust the experts, right? Trust the experts. Don't even think about it. Go to work. Trust the experts. Here's what you need to know. You need to put a filthy cloth over the mouth of your innocent child. trust the experts on the second dose, the third dose, the fourth dose, the never-ending doses of vaccines. Just trust the experts and don't ask questions because you're not smart enough to understand this. The ever-changing minute-by-minute science, the Fauci science, the Bill Gates science. Trust the experts. And so in response to this, and perhaps on behalf of every mother and father in the world, allow me to clarify this point. My son is today 13 months old. I figured out his personality. No kidding, when he was in the womb, with every kick, how dramatic he was to let me know that he needed to eat now. I predicted quite accurately that he would be stubborn like his mom and very punctual like his father. When he entered the world, I sustained him from my body for a year. I mean, that just kind of, it's incredible to think about. Every ounce he gained was being produced from me. Today, I can read every octave of his cry. And mothers and fathers, you know what I'm talking about. There's the cry that means he's hungry. There's the cry that means he's angry. The cry that means he's tired. There's the cry where he just wants something that's within his grasp. Then you know that very distinct cry when he's actually hurt and you got to race up the stairs. I can even hear his silence. I mean, that sounds crazy. I can hear his silence. It's the too quiet when they're up to no good, right? You're just like, what's he doing? What's he got his hands in? He's way too quiet right now. You see, when it comes to my son, I am the expert, okay? And so ladies and gentlemen, as we dive into this panel, I want to remind you all in this room to be encouraged and to have the power to recognize that when it comes to our children, we are the experts. We make the decisions. And so we've got a great panel today, and please give a round of applause to welcome some of these real experts to talk about the most important battle that we as parents face today, the battle for our children against the state.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Virginia parent Stacey Langton. From North Carolina, Representative Ted Budd. From Illinois, Representative Mary Miller. From National Review, DuRoy Murdoch.
All right, we'll just jump right into this. Stacey Langton, I'm going to start with you because I think this is a story that we all very much followed. You found pornography, is that correct?
Yes.
In the library at a school in Virginia. Can you talk to us about that story a bit?
Well, yeah, that was my son's high school. I'm a stay-at-home mom, as you mentioned, the importance of being a stay-at-home mom, right? And I have, thank you. I have 6 children, and I have 2 in the public school system and 4 in private school. And I had seen a couple of stories on the news about some parents taking these pornographic books that they had found in their children's, coming home in their backpacks or whatever. And I thought, well, is that a thing now? Is that something I should be worried about? And should I be looking at what's going on at the high school? And I looked the books up and they were there. And so I took them to my school board meeting and I showed the images and I read them out loud to my school board. And they didn't like that very much.
Did they not like that the books were there, or did they not like that you had discovered that the books were there?
They didn't care that the books were there. They didn't like that I brought it to the public's attention. And that's, something that I felt like I had a duty to do that as a parent because I'm a Christian. Right. This is something that, this shouldn't be going on in our schools. We actually have obscenity laws in the state of Virginia. Every state has them. And you cannot present this type of material to children. It's actually listed on the American Bar Association's website as grooming. You cannot show sexual images to children under the guise of even education. So I had a duty as a parent to bring this to the awareness of other parents. That's why I did what I did.
Okay, I want to shift, thank you very much. I want to shift to Representative Ted. You represent North Carolina. Is that District 15, is that correct?
District 13, yeah.
13, it's my lucky number. I want to ask you a question because we're seeing so many parents that are concerned and showing up to school board meetings. The school board meetings are angry that parents are asking questions, and it's very clear that we've ceded control to them. Particularly when it comes to COVID, there was a lot of concern. We know the science is in. Children are not at risk, more at risk certainly than the adults who are allowed to roam around freely without a mask in society. What's going on at the government level?
Well, what we're seeing is more engagement than ever from parents. Pretty much school boards for a long time, people were not engaged. They would look to their federal races, the state Senate, the U.S. Senate, the state House. But now people are coming out of the woodwork. Great parents, Mama Grizzlies, to run for their school boards. So this is fantastic. But from the U.S. House, I mean, we're seeing legislation that recognizes, as conservatives, that we're seeing more psychological damage to these children. We're seeing more depression, more obesity. We're seeing a rise, almost double the amount of self-harm cases from our adolescents and down. We're seeing a 25% increase of children that are 5 to 11 that are causing self-harm and having clinical depression. This is very, very wrong. I mean, it's destructive to our children. We don't know how long this is going to last. So we've got bills that we're supporting from Representative Mark Green, from Dan Bishop, and from others to say, let's take these masks off. Let's not fund these schools that are keeping kids home and not allowing them back into the classroom. So look, we've got a lot of things, but we got to win. We got to get back to the majority, and we got to take that gavel back from Nancy Pelosi.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Representative Mary Miller, I'm going to shift to you. You represent Illinois. That might be 15.
Yes.
Okay, the 15th district. When we talk about that psychological damage, you have used your platform to really speak out, particularly about women's issues and this battle that we're seeing, the trans agenda in the classroom, trying to teach children to pick their genders. Talk about what is actually happening and why it's so important for you to fight that battle.
Yes, well, what we've seen, President Biden has put a radicalized cabinet in, and I'm on the Education and Labor Committee, and I've been going at it with the Education Secretary. He sent out an order to all public schools stating that if a teacher or a student says that there's two genders, that they're guilty of harassment, which is setting up our teachers to be fired and our students to be disciplined. So I went at it with him and asked him, how many genders are there? He tried to deflect from my question, and I went after him, and he finally said to me, I won't answer your question. Wow. So, you know, they're openly hostile to our American values, and it's, you know, it's time to fight back. I'm so excited because our conservative movement is stronger than ever now that regular people like me, a grandma, parents, truck drivers, pilots, you know, they're aggressively hostile, but if you mess with our kids, you're going to see hostility. I mean, in a new way.
Great.
And I'll toss this to both of you guys, since you're working in government. It seems like it's worse than hostility. To me, this seems like active child abuse, right? When you're purposefully teaching children the wrong ideas, purposefully confusing them, particularly in matters of sexuality.
Right.
And I know that the parents just feel like they don't have any power here. How is this not something that the police should be dealing with? You drop your kid off at school, you know, they're trying to talk to your kid about sexual ideas. They're telling them non-truths. Your kid's coming home confused about their gender. That could lead to, you know, a devastating life psychological consequences.
Right.
It's really about grinding down every institution that has made our country great in order that they can unmake this. I mean, when you look, even as many problems as we have in this country, let's give an example of the border. Which way are they coming? Are they fleeing? Or are they coming here? They're coming here, but this country is great, but there are people that fundamentally in government, on the left, that are progressive, believe this country is fundamentally bad. It's not a perfect country, but it is the greatest country on the planet, and we have to protect it.
All right, Mr. DeRoy Murdoch, I got to get to you because I know that we have a lot in common, and we were speaking backstage about just how much the education system has really become predatory to everyone, but particularly Black Americans. And inner cities, looking at these statistics of illiteracy. It is completely predatorial. So I want you to speak a little bit about the differences that you see in the education system compared to when you were growing up, 60s and 70s. Not going to say how old you are, don't worry, don't worry. Around that time.
That general era.
That general time to today.
Yeah, Candace, thank you for the question. I grew up in Los Angeles, California. I live in New York City, but I spent the first 18 years of my life in Los Angeles. I went to 6th Avenue Elementary School, which is probably about 95% black, as you said, in the 60s and 70s, that general era. And we used to start class with the Pledge of Allegiance. We learned our history. We learned that George Washington was a good man who founded our country. Abraham Lincoln emancipated the slaves. It was a great country. We're proud of it. And we celebrated things like, oh, 4th of July is coming. Isn't that great? Before we had President's Day, we had George Washington's birthday and Abraham Lincoln's birthday, which we celebrated. And in this 95% black school, we did things like learn how good the country is. We actually had lessons where we learned how to write. We learned how to do math. We didn't spend any time talking about gender. That didn't come up until sex ed in junior high or high school. And the stuff that's going on now that I hear about is just completely alien. It seems like it's dropped out of another planet. And now kids spend a lot of time learning how to hate themselves, hate people of other races. We'll talk about critical race theory in a bit. And it's a totally different agenda. And it doesn't seem to be about learning skills so you can succeed as an American citizen, but learning how to hate your country. And I heard the word child abuse. I describe the current government school system as a system of institutionalized child abuse. And I think that's charitable to put it that way.
And on the topic of race, I always say that it seems that the left has gotten so progressive that it's become regressive, right? So they said, oh, we've got to break away from Black Americans being systematically deemed underprivileged. So what we're going to do now is we've gone so forward, we're going to tell them that systematically they're underprivileged and that white people will forever be privileged. It's interesting to see. How are Black parents not recognizing this who grew up in, during your time? Are they recognizing this, how dangerous this is, and that their children are actually not learning anything of value that will help them to become, productive human beings in the future?
I think you're seeing more Black parents speaking out at school boards. You see some video of people at their school boards, Black parents coming out and saying things like, excuse me, my little girl's not a victim. My little boy's not oppressed. Yeah. These are little Black boys and little Black girls who have every opportunity, if they take advantage of that opportunity, to succeed beyond their wildest dreams. And I find it amazing the critical race theory people talk about how oppressed Black people are and how white people are oppressors. It's an racist country, et cetera. And I just remind them, does anybody remember that we actually had a Black president in this country for not 4 years, but for 8 years? Elected and reelected comfortably? Does a racist country let that happen? And so I think you are thankfully hearing some Black parents speak out and reject this garbage and throw it into the trash. Throw that garbage into the trash where it belongs.
Stacey, I want to come back to you because you started an organization called Mama Grizzlies. And can you tell us a little bit about that organization and its aims?
Well, right now, the biggest thing that I'm working on is I want to be able to get some type of a labeling system for these types of books, because we have a labeling system for everything else. The MPAA has ratings on films, and that's to protect kids from, seeing pornography. You can't go into an R-rated film if you're under the age of 17. We have it in the music industry, and that exists because of what Tipper Gore did. And by the way, she was a Democrat, right? And her whole fight was against pornography in the music industry. And she won that battle. She's the reason why we have parental advisory labels on music to this day. So in Mama Grizzly, to tie in with that mama bear theme, and I'm still traumatized by your Bear in the Wild story that you told at the beginning. I did not know any of that. but we're going to call it Paw Prints, Parental Advisory Warning, PAW. Paw Prints would be the acronym for the label. And it has the paw print symbol. And that's because there's going to be some effort to sort of close a loophole that we have in some of the laws in this country, in every state, that are exempting these types of materials in libraries. And that's how these radical librarians are getting away with this right now. It was intended in the 70s to allow sex education. Well, sex education is not X-rated depictions of the act, right? That's not what we meant to do for children. And so now you have radical librarians who are driving a truck through that loophole and bringing in all kinds of X-rated material. So until that loophole can be closed on the legislative front, if we label the books at least then parents won't be shocked when something is coming home in their backpack. It would have a label on it, the paw print warning, and then, they would know, whoa, there's something in this book. So that's my goal right now. And, maybe I'll be successful like Tipper Gore was in the end in winning that battle.
Representative Budd, what role is the Department of Education playing in all of this?
Way too much. We need to make this as local as possible. And one of the things we need to do is with the DOE or Department of Education is to reduce their funding or eliminate the funding for those schools that are locally that are not open to these kids. Your taxpayer dollars are going to fund schools that aren't even opening. So that's a real problem. And one of the real problems that we're hearing, even with all this garbage that's being shoved on these kids, is the crowding out effect for what we really need to be teaching them. I mean, there are things like science, technology, engineering, mathematics, that really needs, and our history and patriotism that needs to be taught to these children. But they're jamming full of a social agenda, so they're not getting what they actually do need.
Right, and I think that there's probably a more sinister reason for that, and this brings me back to the race issue and perhaps why when slavery was an institution in this country, Black American slaves were not allowed to learn how to read, right? Because you can't really enslave a population if they're educated. So I see something much more sinister in terms of this focus of trying to get kids to pay attention to these bogus leftist policies.
Because of the lack of education.
Right.
On the topic of feminism, there's so much I could say here, but and going back to that theme of it's so progressive, it's regressive. I know we're all following the story of the UPenn swimmers who are having their records crushed, and it's sad to me that this is something that even has to be raised to the level of having to review policies. Where are the feminists, the self-proclaimed feminists on this particular topic?
Well, that's a good question. They care more about being woke than they do about our daughters. On day one, President Biden signed executive orders redefining sex in Title IX as being gender identity. And I proposed a bill called Safety and Opportunity for Girls Act, which specifically states that sex in Title IX is biological. But if we don't stick to that, our girls are not safe. They don't have safe spaces in schools, in the locker rooms, and girls' athletics is done. I mean, the top world record holder in some of these track events, their record could be beaten by hundreds of high school boy athletes. I mean, it's a fact that they have the bone and muscle mass that puts them, the girls at a disadvantage against them. It's totally discouraging for the girls.
Do you ever think that we'd be on stage in 2022 trying to explain to the world that men and women are biologically different? I was just had a moment there where I was just like, where am I? What planet are we on? And we're even having to say this, that we've even gotten here. And the truth is that a lot of this it really boils down to Marxist ideology, really an expansion of Marxist ideology, the versus mentality, right? The us versus them, the rich versus the poor, the Black versus the white, the men versus the women. How do we defeat this? And Los Angeles, you said you grew up in Los Angeles, right? That's got to be the capital of communism at this moment.
It's there, San Francisco. Although San Francisco made some good progress.
San Francisco, perhaps. You did get me there. San Francisco, perhaps. How do we defeat this? Because, I do think there is an opportunity right now for the first time for us to reach across the aisle on this most crucial topic of children. How do we defeat this racial policing that seems to be happening in the classroom?
Is
oh, I think your mic is
oops.
There we go.
Is that better? Is it working now?
Yes.
I think we focus on the destruction it does to Black and minority kids. That when you tell them, look, you're a victim and you're going to be oppressed by the white man, you're not going to make it. You're basically telling them just to give up. If that's the message you get, why come to class? Why not join a gang? Why not take drugs? Why not engage in all sorts of mayhem? And if you behave that way, and that's the message, that's a very, very destructive message. And we ought to focus on that and say, no, actually, you can succeed. You can be prosperous. You can make it in this society. And the people who are peddling this stuff are doing a massive disservice to minority kids by telling this sort of thing. And as you mentioned earlier, critical race theory, this is cultural Marxism, rather than the classic Marxism of the proletarians being oppressed by the bourgeoisie. This is a different kind of conflict, not class conflict, but racial conflict. And it's the black victims being oppressed by the evil white oppressors. So it's just another kind of Marxism. These are Marxist ideas. They should be attacked that way, just as we attack the old Marxism of the Cold War era. It's a different kind of Marxism, but Marxism nonetheless. And it's something that doesn't help blacks and minorities. It victimizes us, it hurts us, it keeps us down. And anything that does that to minorities ought to be overthrown and defeated.
Absolutely. How do we shift control back from the federal to the state level? Because personally, I don't think the Department of Education needs to be shrunk. I think it needs to be abolished.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
That's the problem.
Thank you, guys.
So it needs to be 10th Amendment, where anything not regulated to the U.S. U.S. Constitution and the U.S. government needs to be to the states.
Yeah.
I would also say this is about institutional power. And what we're seeing is everything from governments, we're seeing education, and all that needs to shift in media. And by the way, thank you for new media, for what you're doing with podcasts, what you're doing, because I go home and my wife says, and my daughter, who happens to be here, she says, did you know what Candace said? So that's a great education for me. So thank you for what you, all of your colleagues that are putting out conservative media that we can get a hold of, bypassing mainstream media. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. But this really starts and gets fixed at the kitchen table. This is about us being better us and then raising the next generation in the right way.
Absolutely.
It's on us.
Mm-hmm. And I'm glad you said around the kitchen table, because that is so central to at least Blexit, my organization's philosophies. And if you track what happened to Black America, really it was this effort from the government to break apart the Black family. And if we can kind of connect these themes that we're talking about today, when you talk about, women can be men and men can be women, we know that this is going to lead to disruptive families into the future. Obviously, that's the natural path that this will lead down. And so I want to talk to you, because you said you homeschool your children.
Oh, no, I'm not the homeschooler.
You are the homeschooler.
Yeah,
you homeschooled your children.
Yes. So I saw this coming a long time ago. The problem is that we kicked God out of our schools.
Yes.
Yes. Our country was founded on Judeo-Christian principles. And it says in Jeremiah that we refused to listen to the word of God, or they refused to listen to the word of God, and they ended up having no shame. And it's a plumb line for us. We've told our kids that they come from nowhere and they're here for no purpose, they're heading to oblivion. But that is the problem. We need to tell our kids that we're created by God, they have a gift, they have a purpose, and bring that back into the public school as a foundation.
Great.
Talking about, how much the world has changed. I remember growing up and quietly being, I just assumed that, the kids at homeschool, they're weird, right? That's what we were quietly told when you're growing up, because we're all being brainwashed and don't realize it. And now suddenly we're going, wait a second, these kids are genius. We all want to be able to homeschool our children. Yes. And a lot of moms write to me and say, it's so difficult. How can we do that with work and these other obligations, which of course the government wanted.
Right.
What would you say to those parents that really want to homeschool and they just need that extra push?
Okay, I want to tell you, I understand. The first day the bus drove by and my kids stayed home, I thought, oh my, what have I done? But it was blood, sweat, and tears. It was totally worth it. My kids, they hold to Christian conservative values. They're productive. It's very efficient and it's worth it, people. It's worth it. So.
As a homeschool dad, I'll second that. It's more than
you
denim and hair
homeschool. I was
buns
like, there's two people that homeschool. You homeschool.
I'll give Amy Kate, my wife, the credit.
Great. I love to hear that. And so it's been, how many children do you have?
We have 3.
3 children.
Mary tops that.
7. And well, we're getting ready to welcome our 19th grandchild. Yay!
Wow. That's great.
Okay, I know that we have to wrap up, so I just want you guys to give a little advice to the audience, to people that are watching at home who understand this critical battle for our children against the state. You guys can keep it to 2 sentences. Your call to action. We will start with you, Stacey.
I would say, remember what General Michael Flynn said about a year or two ago, because I kept it in my mind and it made an impact on me personally. Never doubt for a second that your local action can have national impact. Don't be afraid to stand up for your kids.
Representative Budd.
You see us up here and you're saying, wow, that may be a great example. But my question to you all is, what are you going to do? Are you going to sign up for the school board and run? Are you going to run for state house, state senate, county commissioner, U.S. Congress? That was me 5 years ago. I'd never been in political office before and signed up to run for the U.S. House. Now I'm in Congress. That could be any of us in this room. So let's be engaged like CPAC is teaching us to do.
Okay. God has left us on earth to look for opportunities to overcome evil with good, and all of us have an opportunity in front of it. Be of good courage.
Yes.
I would say speak up often. You get the message out, and you also encourage other people out there to do the same thing.
Yep.
Thank you to all of you. And I just want to add here that over this last month, and maybe it's my pregnancy hormones, but I have just been ranting and raving on Instagram about all of the issues facing our children. And I can say without question, I have been so encouraged by the fact that the response that I am getting is not isolated to just Republicans and conservatives. It is Democrats that are on board, mothers that are awake, reaching out to me and saying, I disagree with you on everything, but on the topic of children, this matters, this is important, and at long last, we finally have an issue which can bring this country together. The red line is our children. Thank you guys so much for having us, and thank you to our panel of experts. Thank you guys, thank you.
We're gonna take on the world. We're gonna take on the world.
HR 3446 will lead to a bloody disaster on the Korean Peninsula and should be withdrawn immediately. Several American politicians, including Representative Grace Meng and Representative Brad Sherman, are playing with fire on the Korean Peninsula. In particular, HR 3446 serves the interests of North Korea and China. HR 3446 aims to end the armistice based on the 2018 Panmunjom Declaration. In 2018, North Korea and the Moon Jae-in administration jointly declared that they would work to persuade the United States and China to end the armistice by entering a peace treaty. HR 3446 has the same goal as the Panmunjom Declaration. The North Korean regime can never be trusted and should never be trusted as a partner for peace. So far, North Korea has broken all promises and international norms. North Korea can only be controlled through force. The end of the armistice will eventually result in the dissolution of the UN Command. The UN Command is one of the three parties that signed the armistice in 1953, along with China and North Korea. President Ri Sigmund did not sign the armistice because he was pressuring the Eisenhower administration, saying, "You must choose either to enter into a ROC-US alliance or liberate North Korea as a whole without a ceasefire. If a hurried peace treaty is signed and the Korean War officially ends, the reason for the existence of the UN Command will be eliminated and it will be dismantled."
To be woke is to be alert and attuned to the layers of oppression in society, generally surrounding the issues of race, sex, gender. And it has a long history, although I think a lot of us think of it as being a fairly new movement. The name is new, but it really is a reformulation of old ideas and old roads that various countries have gone down. And I think it's ostensibly a movement for justice, but when you really understand what the internal logic of the movement, it fundamentally is something that weakens people far more than it helps, and particularly the people it claims to want to help. So this is why I find it to be alarming. I think it's more than just a political movement. It's actually a spiritual movement. I think it feels like it's Goliath at the moment, but Goliath can be brought to his knees far more easily than we think. And so I think that can give us a lot of hope in this fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from South Dakota, Governor Kristi Noem.
Well, good afternoon, CPAC. You sound all wound up. Listen, I am so honored to be here with the patriots in the state of Florida, the free state of Florida. Listen, you could be in South Dakota, but I'll be honest with you, the temperatures are a little bit low in South Dakota right now in February. In fact, they're almost as low as Joe Biden's approval ratings. Now listen, in all seriousness, let me start by saying this. Our hearts and our prayers are with the people of Ukraine. We're thinking of those families, their children, and the people who are being targeted right now. The hell of war has come to their country. And if we ever needed a reminder that leadership has consequences, that it matters, the last 48 hours have shown us what happens when America projects weakness. That is exactly what President Biden has done. A strong American president, a strong president would put their citizens first, and they would take they'd reopen our federal lands for drilling, production, and its transport to American and European. A strong American president would work with European allies and partners to replace their supply of Russian oil supplies with American energy. And they would hit Putin right where it actually hurts by enacting heavy sanctions on the Russian energy sector. They'd lead NATO and other Western allies to cut Russia off from the Western economy, banking, financial systems, including SWIFT. If Joe Biden can't, or if he won't do these things, then he should resign. He should resign before his weak leadership and poor decision-making drag America back into another needless war. Now, that's just common sense. But sadly, almost every major institution in our society today has been compromised against common sense, truth, and freedom. The Democrat Party and their allies in big tech, Hollywood, and the media, well, these experts, they're all the same crew that brought us mask mandates and vaccine mandates. They ignored science. They trampled civil liberty. They preach critical race theory. And they're driving inflation that steals wealth, especially from the poor and the most disadvantaged younger families. Violent crime is surging in cities and disproportionately hurting minority families. And no one should ever forget the disaster in Afghanistan. Despite all these failures, they look down on you. They look down on anyone who thinks for themselves. And yet most Americans agree with you. They're just afraid to say it out loud. Well, conservatives are not afraid. We are going to fight for our country. Now, we are not the first generation to face such a pivotal time. And that's why today I want to look at America, and I want to look at where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. First, where we've been. As conservatives, what do we want to conserve? What do we want to save and keep for our kids and our grandkids? We are saving and keeping the greatest country in human history. Our founders, they built something that the world had never seen before. They took the best of Western civilization from Jerusalem to Athens to Rome to London. They brought together faith, reason, law, and representative government. And in Philadelphia in 1787, they put all of that together to craft the Constitution of the United States of America. They set out a Bill of Rights making clear certain rights could never be infringed on. The right to speak and to assemble, the right to worship, the right to act on those beliefs in the public square, the right to arm ourselves against standing armies, the right to a fair, equitable criminal justice system. They acknowledged that our rights come from the Creator, and free people honor their Creator when they exercise those rights to govern themselves wisely. And the founders spelled out exactly where the government gets its power: the people. Read Federalist 49. The people are the only legitimate fountain of power. Sadly, today in 2022, every one of those rights is under attack. The American people are being coerced. When the National School Board Association works with the White House to get the FBI to identify parents as domestic terrorists for opposing critical race theory in their kids' schools, you've got big problems. If you haven't read up on the special counsel probe of the FBI investigation into President Trump's campaign, here is the Cliff Notes version. President Trump was right. The Clintons spied on him. They paid a British spy to spy on the president. And then they paid a tech executive to spy on the president. And we're learning more and more all the time about how they abused our government to try to take down President Trump. Now, every sane America across this country is quietly thinking to themselves, if they can do that to the President of the United States, they can do that to me and to my family. If you think cancel culture is bad right now, wait until they force financial institutions into freezing your account because of something you said on Facebook. It's already happening in the world. And I'm not talking about communist China's social credit system. I'm talking about Justin Trudeau, the Canadian Prime Minister, and the Emergencies Act he passed. Trudeau froze truckers' bank accounts and canceled insurance on trucks. He used anti-terrorism finance laws to cover crowdfunding platforms like Give, Send, Go. And this is why the founders gave us the Constitution in the first place. They knew human nature had a dark side that craves power. In 2020, when most states were shutting down their economies and they were forcing unconstitutional lockdowns, we did something very different in South Dakota. Our state motto is, under God, the people rule, and I followed it. As governor, I believe that the best way to fight a danger in our country was through an informed and free American people who made decisions for themselves. I refused to use institutional powers. We never issued mask mandates. We didn't mandate vaccines. We never kept anybody from going to church, and we kept kids in the classroom. I didn't arrest or ticket or fine a single individual for exercising their basic rights. South Dakota was the only state that didn't even define what an essential business was. Every business is essential. Looking around the world today, we see fundamental freedoms evaporating because of COVID lockdowns, but not in South Dakota. We drew a clear line, and the line between tyranny and freedom is getting more clear every day across our country. The left divides us based on our differences. Conservatives, we unite around our shared values. The left crushes free speech. Conservatives celebrate free expression. The left says America is racist and that it's evil. Conservatives know America is not the sum of our past mistakes. The left says only an elite class of so-called experts is smart enough to solve our problems. But conservatives know that everyone can contribute and that experts are often the last group who should be put in charge. I want to tell you a brief story about a man who was not an expert, but he saved America at a crucial time in our history. In 1775 in Boston, there was approximately 11,000 British soldiers occupying the city during the Revolutionary War. Now, George Washington's ragtag army of Continentals surrounded them, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. The Americans carried only their personal muskets. They didn't have any cannons. They didn't have any ammunition. General Washington knew that as soon as the warmer weather would come, they'd be in trouble. Now, the British, they were going to break out of Boston when it warmed up, storm his position, and that they would end the Revolutionary War. Now, Knox volunteered boats and shipped them 30 miles across Lake George. In fact, the lake froze solid just as they reached the other side. Next, they loaded these cannons up onto sleds. They hitched them up to oxen and dragged over 60 tons of artillery over 300 miles of frozen rivers and mountains. And they did it in less than 2 months. On St. Patrick's Day, 1776, with Knox's guns in place, General Washington and his troops forced the British to evacuate Boston, and America won the battle. Now that's tough. That's American grit. And that's the kind of thinking and doing that we need today. It's not easy, and it won't be overnight, but it is simple. The question is, how much pain are you willing to go through to be free? You are part of a story that began a long time ago. It's the story of human freedom. Many chapters have already been written today, but you are writing a chapter of that story too. And what will it say? What should we do? First, number one, speak the truth. The left lives on lies. It's part of their power to frighten people into falling in line. Take that power away. No one in this room is afraid to speak the truth, but we all know people in our lives who are. So I need you to encourage them, strengthen them. Let them know that they are not alone in thinking that. Remind them that there is a reality and a truth still in this world. We can know it and we can live by it. It sets us free and it makes us happy. Second, never give up. We won on mask mandates because people got involved in their communities. And we are going to win on life, first at the Supreme Court and then also in the states. And when we do, it will be because thousands of ordinary people across our country simply said, enough. National politics starts on your street. It starts in your neighborhood. Get involved, lead, find the best fighter that you can and have their back in the trenches. That's the beauty of federalism. Remember what we are fighting to conserve. When I served in Congress, I'd often walk past the National Archives, and there's an inscription on the outside of the building that says this: the glory and romance of our history are here preserved in the chronicles of those who conceived and built the structure of our nation. Think about those words. Glory, romance. The left never talks about such things. They don't even know what they are. We should talk about them more. There is an old strength to our national character. We have it as Americans. Remembering the strength and calling it forth once again, that is our calling. It is our duty. We have inherited the greatest legacy of freedom in human history, and we have to fight to hold on to it. And we have some fantastic fighters, like President Donald Trump. But he's not alone. The American people are on our side. We will win if we remember what we are conserving, if we keep relentlessly focused on defending freedom, and if we never give up. Thank you so much today for allowing me to be with you. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Bye, guys.
HR 3446 will lead to a bloody disaster on the Korean Peninsula and should be withdrawn immediately. Several American politicians, including Representative Grace Meng and Representative Brad Sherman, are playing with fire on the Korean Peninsula. In particular, HR 3446 serves the interests of North Korea and China. The reasons are as follows. The UN Command is a vital platform for security and stability on the Korean Peninsula and has the potential to help achieve the liberalization of North Korea. The Korean War is the only case of a UN command being established. As the UN Secretary General clarified in the early 1990s, the UN command is under the command of the United States. This means that in the event of a conflict on the Korean Peninsula, or even if North Korea implodes, the US can mobilize its allies around the world and thus avoid the slow bureaucratic processes of the UN. For this reason, the UN Command and the United States serve as the strongest deterrent against North Korea and its principal supporter, the Chinese Communist Party. HR 3446 stealthily aims to push for the immediate dismantlement of the UN Command through the so-called peace treaty, which encourages North Korea and the CCP to commit more brazen acts by removing the means for the free world to intervene quickly in the event of an emergency on the Korean Peninsula. If North Korea should implode, these local perpetrators will be able to commit any crimes under the protection of the CCP. We urge lawmakers to oppose and/or withdraw HR 3446, since it serves the interests of North Korea and China.
We're gonna take on the world. We're gonna take on the world.
Open borders, shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns, and the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
Building on the success of the 2020 campaign, we're engaging with diverse communities more than ever. The RNC made a multi-million-dollar investment to engage with Asian Pacific American, Indian American, Native American, Black American, and Hispanic communities in key states across the country.
These community centers, the advertisements run in these neighborhoods, the extensive media engagement, and interviews with local and national outlets are reaching voters closer to home more than ever before.
The RNC, with this investment, we're in these communities a year in advance of the election, and we're having conversations, and it is really going well and expanding our party.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a power play. Please welcome former Nevada Attorney General Adam Laxalt.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? It's always great to be at CPAC with so many amazing patriots. Are we ready to save America? Well, let me tell you, the time couldn't be more urgent. We need a clarion call for liberty. It's time to save our country. You ready to do that? What we've seen out of the left, this astonishing march over the last many months, is something we just can't imagine could happen to the greatest nation on earth. They attack the American creed, our ethos, everything that's made us the most unique nation in the world. They attack our very constitutional system that gave us structured liberty, allowed we, the people, to be in charge. They attack the rule of law every single day. What we've seen with law and order, with the Soros days, with the no bail, refusing to prosecute low-level crime, attacking our police, supporting the BLM movement, the radical BLM movement that so undermined the law enforcement and security in communities all over America. And how about our border? The very thing that makes us a nation. Nationhood, sovereignty revolves around a secure border. Open borders have given us rampant human trafficking, All-time drug trafficking coming through our streets in my home state of Nevada, all-time highs. You have kids dying of fentanyl overdoses. Do our ruling elites care about this? Are they addressing this issue? No, they're fueling this issue. What else is the left doing? They've given us the most socialist march for our economy, massive spending, inflation, stagnation. All this is exactly what you could expect out of these terrible, terrible policies. So where does that leave us? Well, it brings us to where we are in the last 48 hours. If you attack your country, if your elites do not believe in our nation, and they tell the rest of the world that we are flawed and we are damaged, what do you think that tells Vladimir Putin? It tells him it's the time to march. And America will not be strong enough to stand up. The West will not be strong enough to stand up. And now we have the Ukrainian invasion in the last 48 hours. And what else does it tell us? They've told us for the last many generations that the world order would keep us safe. If only we relied more on international organizations and we weren't so America first, we'd be a more peaceful, prosperous, safe world. We saw that unravel in a matter of months, getting rid of America first, supporting, allowing Russia to be able to be the energy power they are now, attacking our energy independence. That allowed this to be on the march. And so, you've heard the saying, power corrupts, and power corrupts absolutely, right? Well, also, power reveals. Now we see the face of the left. Now we see it wide in the open. It's all a failure. It's all ruining our country, which is why this is our time. This is our time to be on the march. Do you feel it? Do we feel it? The last few months, you see parents rising up in school boards despite the Department of Justice calling them domestic terrorists. They did not back down, right? You see the truckers in Canada standing up to these tyrannical mandates. People are supporting them all over America and all over the world. So we must have hope. Now is our chance to expose the left, relentlessly expose their failed ideology, save America for all of us, for my home state of Nevada and Americans all over the country and for future generations. Can I count on you for that fight? Let's go save America. Thank you. God bless.
That dome of the rock is really the story of Abraham. It's where God tested Abraham, and Abraham passed the test, and God promised that he'd become the father of many nations. Jews and Muslims, Christians and Muslims, are not eternal rivals or eternal enemies. The Abraham Accords is the story of ancient peoples revitalizing their reconciliation after 4,000 years.
I would like to thank King Solomon for hosting today's summit. I pledge to strengthen America's oldest friendships and to build new partnerships in pursuit of peace.
You just flew from Riyadh to Tel Aviv. I hope that one day an Israeli prime minister will be able to fly from Tel Aviv to Riyadh.
We went to visit the Pope at the Vatican in Rome, and it really was a symbol of how the president's goal was to bring together the Abrahamic faiths.
The president telling the heads of Israel, Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the Palestinians today he will recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital.
It was the fulcrum. It was both a lever and a rocket.
America stands with Israel, but that America is also prepared to stand with Arab nations of goodwill.
The decision of His Majesty at that time was to light a candle at the end of the tunnel.
Ultimately, it comes down to one word: comes down to trust.
Trust takes a long time, right? It's not instant. I did not see that coming.
We're here this afternoon to change the course of history. After decades of division and conflict, we mark the dawn of a new Middle East.
I couldn't be more thrilled to be here to take.
And that's for sure. This bright day is for a bright future.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, making Middle East peace great again. Please welcome former U.S. Ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, and Fox News contributor, Katie Pavlich.
Welcome, everybody, to CPAC 2022. It is my honor today to be with the former ambassador to Israel, David Friedman, who even the New York Times had to admit is one of the most effective and successful ambassadors we've ever had, not just in the Middle East, but everywhere around the globe.
Thanks, Katie. You're very kind.
I know that you're tired of talking about this book that you wrote about the Middle East peace process, but
Not really.
We're going to talk about it some more. You write in here that doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results is called insanity. But for decades, the US State Department called this diplomacy. So explain how, after so many decades of the DC establishment, the foreign policy establishment, saying that Middle East peace wasn't possible, how you worked with the Trump administration and Middle East allies now to get peace in the Middle East.
Well, the first thing, Katie, really was to recognize finally, and it took so long in coming, that that Israel was not the problem in the Middle East, it was actually the solution. That being strong on Israel, protecting, standing with an ally, keeping a promise, standing up for our Judeo-Christian values would make America stronger, more prosperous, and safer. And so we began that, as you know, of course, with the president keeping his promise, the only president to do so, to move our embassy to Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And as you know, that resonated throughout the world, not just between Israel and the United States, but the fact that the president was willing to keep this promise, to stand against the rogue actors, to stand with Israel, it resonated throughout the world. It set the course for the strength of our foreign policy, and frankly, it kept us safe for 4 years.
So I wanted to bring up that the book is a historical record of the Abraham Accords in your time as U.S. Ambassador to Israel. But I do want to talk about the Jerusalem move, because when President Trump said, we're going to do this, and Congress has been voted on it many, many times, and presidents have always promised to do it, I'm actually going to do it. Again, the foreign policy establishment in the world claimed that this would create war in the Middle East. In fact, the move to Jerusalem created the opposite, and it opened up the door for the Abraham Accords to take place.
It did. It did, because it showed the world that President Trump was not a typical politician, makes promises during the campaign and then abandons them. It showed that President Trump knows how to treat our allies, knows how to stand with our allies, that we gave up this fantasy of paying the Palestinians to commit acts of terror. We held them accountable, which was the first time in 50 years. Not to punish them, not to punish the Palestinian people, but to show that, if you want to be friends with the United States, there are certain minimal standards of behavior that we expect from our allies. And we couldn't find that. We didn't see that in Palestinian leadership. So, all of that just began, it was a huge icebreaker, and it opened up the entire region to start thinking differently about things. And as you know, for 50 years, our foreign policy in the Middle East was stuck in the mud. We were just simply trying to juggle balls in the air without really choosing sides, and everybody hated us. And then eventually the president said, I'm going to stand with my friends. Why am I not standing with Israel? Israel's our greatest friend in the region. The relationship's critical to our own national security. And we moved really just from a common sense and strength was how we moved forward.
being in Washington and covering the Trump White House, I remember getting an email to come to the White House for an off-the-record meeting in 2019 about what the administration was up to. And Jared Kushner actually outlined a lot of the beginnings of the Abraham Accords during that meeting. And then in September of 2020, here we were on the the south lawn of the White House, and you had a number of foreign ministers there from the UAE, from Bahrain, from Israel, and President Donald Trump signing the Abraham Accords in Hebrew, English, and Arabic. And I have a photo of you answering questions from reporters on the lawn after that happened. And it was amazing to see the different countries outlined in the chairs where people were sitting, and foreign press from all different countries, and the new relationship that had been built.
And what people don't realize is that we've been working on this since the day President Trump took office. Go back to May of 2017, the first foreign trip by President Trump. Where did he go? He went to Saudi Arabia first. He met with 51 Arab countries. What were the two messages he gave to those countries? Number one, radical Islamic terrorism is your problem. Okay? I want you to fix it before it goes across the Atlantic. The second thing he said is, you guys are wasting your time thinking that you're ever going to wipe out Israel. It's a pipe dream. It's never going to happen. We're not going to let it happen. And so move on. Just move on. That was just, then he went to Israel, flying straight from Riyadh to Tel Aviv, as you saw on the tape before, the first time ever. And then he went to the Vatican, and he really united on that trip the Abrahamic faith. So people think, we kept it quiet. We kept it very quiet because otherwise it was in jeopardy. But it wasn't something that we just pulled out of a hat in 2020. We were working on it from the beginning.
Well, I think the key to the Abraham Accords being successful is that there were so many outsiders working on this problem that was an insider problem for so long, bringing a different perspective. So can you talk a little bit about behind the scenes and how you guys came to this conclusion to approach this problem from a different angle that wasn't solidified in the argument for decades?
So, it really came down to a certain extent an issue of trust. When people trust you, they'll give you their most candid position. They'll tell you what they really care about. And when you know what they really care about, you can start addressing problems in a serious way. Because of what we did in Israel, because of my relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu that developed through Jerusalem and the Golan Heights and all the things we did, Israel trusted me. Jared, going around the region, to Saudi Arabia, to the Emirates, all the moderate Islamic countries, they trusted him. And then Jared and I trusted each other. And so between all of us, in a very small group of people, we were able to really get the best there was to get out of all these countries. Give us your best offer. Give us your most optimistic scenarios. That's not the way people think in the Middle East. People think in the Middle East always defensively. Who's going to fire at us next? We said, okay, put that aside. We're going to protect everybody. Everyone's going to be safe. Now let's talk about how we move forward. And it really came down to these personal relationships that were developed. Trust. It came down to trust.
And of course, peace in the Middle East is peace here in America. It is to America's benefit to have people getting along there. But you mentioned who's going to fire at us next, and you talked about trust. The Biden administration is currently renegotiating the Iran deal, trying to get back into that deal. Of course, President Trump got us out of that deal. How do you see that going, considering the same team and negotiating the Iran deal is currently involved in the Afghanistan catastrophe and the current Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russia's role in actually being...
Well, it's going terribly, to put charitably. Look, our view with Iran, the JCPOA was a terrible deal. It gave Iran a clear path to a nuclear weapon. We terminated. We killed Qasem Soleimani, who was the biggest arch terrorist in the world. And we said to Iran, you have a choice. You can be nuclearized and bankrupt, or you could have an economy, but you got to give up your nukes. That's the choice. It's a binary decision. Nuclear weapon with bankruptcy or otherwise. And that's where we were going. And look, there was a cat and mouse game going on towards the end. And of course, they prayed that we lost, and their prayers, unfortunately, were answered. So now what are we doing? We are chasing Iran. We're chasing them not to get to a JCPOA plus, not to get to a stronger deal, but it seems obvious to me we're going to end up with JCPOA minus. Okay, what does that tell us? The harsh truth is that when this government says Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, those are completely empty words. We are on a path for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. And then what happens? Okay, Israel, its neighbors in the region, the moderate Islamic nations in the region, They can't tolerate a nuclear Iran, so they'll do two things. Number one, they're all going to arm up to the teeth, and number two, there's a high probability that Israel will have to end Iran's nuclear aspirations on its own. What does Biden say to them then? Don't do it, stop doing it, and then, look, we had one Holocaust. There'll never be another Holocaust. Israel is never going to permit a nuclearized weapon to aim nuclear weapons at the state of Israel and kill another 6 million Jews. So we unfortunately, Afghanistan set the stage. We're now seeing those birds come home to roost with Russia and Ukraine. I don't know if you remember back for the history buffs here, if you remember the Molotov-Ribbentrop Agreement that preceded World War II, where Germany and Russia agreed to split up Poland. But we have sort of that happening now with Russia and China. They're now agreeing to get rid of, to split up Ukraine and probably Taiwan. We're heading into a very dark place, and the only thing America can do that can stop that is to be as strong, as resolute, and as energy independent as humanly possible, and we're not doing that right now.
You mentioned the energy independence portion of this. Of course, Iran and Russia have an interest in selling as much oil as they can to not just fund their economies, but to fund, especially in Iran's case, their terrorism all over the world. And one thing that we saw under the Obama administration as well was the funding and upholding even more of Hezbollah all around the world. And for people who don't know, Hezbollah is an Iranian-funded, one of many, terrorist organization that before 9/11 was responsible for more murders of Americans than any other terrorist organization in the world. And now we see that they're gaining more power, more money as a result of negotiating with the Biden administration. So in terms of Americans looking at this and seeing this deal play out, what should they be looking for in terms of the deception that we've seen with the negotiations on this deal?
Well, look, I think the first thing the Americans need to realize is that this problem is not limited to a place, far off 6,000 to 7,000 miles away. Iran is forming very strong ties with Venezuela. Venezuela is a short missile into the United States. The world is very small, and this is not a speech for America going on an adventure or throwing its troops into dangerous places. But we have to be a lot stronger than we are now, because this tiny little world that we're in can easily, look, half of the attacks now are cyber attacks. I can attack somebody, with a cyber weapon. They could be 30,000 miles. They could be another planet. I mean, cyber attacks have nothing to do with geography. So as we start to think about, Iran and China and Russia, I mean, it's all one package of threats. America is just as threatened as Israel. I mean, I hope that people understand that these are not isolated issues, and the weakness of the Biden administration, it began with Afghanistan, but it is beginning to spread throughout the region, and we're going to create remember the axis of evil. This is a real axis of evil. This is an axis of evil with a lot of power, a lot of strength. China is a lot more powerful than where we were 25 years ago when President Bush started with that phrase. So we need to be a lot stronger, just a lot stronger.
So when it comes to the Abraham Accords in particular, the State Department under President Biden repeatedly at the beginning of the administration refused to call it the Abraham Accords. They would call it the normalization agreements. And we haven't seen them really pursue those agreements with other countries, for example, moving forward. I thought that Middle East peace was a bipartisan issue that everybody could get on board with, especially the people at the State Department whose entire careers are supposed to be based on peace and bringing people together. So what is your response to them not continuing to pursue the groundwork that you laid for them to continue these relationships and to build more to bring stability to the world?
Well, I don't think they can, because their priorities are backwards. Every one of the Abraham Accords was a bilateral agreement between Israel and another country, with the United States in all cases sort of at the apex of the triangle, providing whatever comfort, support, economic aid, whatever it was. The United States was there behind the two Abraham Accord parties to give them the assurances and the guidance that the United States would project its values and its strength into the region. Now, we have an administration that thinks that climate change is the greatest national security issue, and no one else in the region thinks that.
Yeah.
So as long as we're going to be prioritizing climate change over real, life and death, we're not going to get anywhere. I mean, people are dying right now in Ukraine. Do you think they're worried about climate change?
Yeah, well, if you ask John Kerry. Yeah, I want to touch on that because there is this ideology in the West now that has turned the West into quite weak force, whether it's in Europe or America, that things like climate change are just as important. You have the Defense Department talking about how it was the #1 threat. The White House was asked just last week or this week that do they still consider climate change their #1 problem in the world as Russia's launching missiles into Ukraine. So can you talk about that disconnect of these real serious life and death problems that people in Israel and the UAE have versus this kind of ideological naivete that we've seen in the West that really has grown to hurt us?
Look, the UAE is about 30 miles across the Straits of Hormuz from Iran. They have an existential threat in Iran. Israel has an existential threat with Iran. They do as well with Hezbollah in the north and Gaza to their west. I mean, the world's a dangerous place, and you have to keep people safe. You have to keep people from getting blown up. After that, you want to attack environmental issues, and I'm not an expert on it, but nobody dying in Ukraine right now is spending 10 seconds worrying about global warming. Not 10 seconds.
Well, John Kerry is worried about global warming. This week he came out and said that he hopes that Vladimir Putin will still continue to pursue their climate change agenda because Russia is not cold enough anymore, apparently, up north. There's not enough ice anymore for him in Russia. So just to wrap up, I would recommend that you guys get his book, Sledgehammer, How Breaking the Past Brought Peace to the Middle East. Any final thoughts about what you accomplished over the past 5 years?
No, just everybody, please get out and vote. Please, it's very important.
All right, Ambassador David Friedman, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Katie. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a conversation. Please welcome former Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Ben Carson, and from The Ben Ferguson Show, Ben Ferguson.
Did we do our seating right here? We followed directions well, didn't we? I think we need a little bit bigger round of applause for America's Real Doctor. Yeah. So hold on. We're going to try something. They say that conservatives don't have technology, okay? Pay attention. Hey, conservative Siri, what is the name of this show?
The Ben's Show.
There we go. Who says we can't compete, Doc? How are you?
I'm doing extremely well. Running up and down the highway and the airways. I was in Colorado Springs this morning where it was 2 below zero. So we've
That's cold.
A marked
Welcome
change.
to Florida, right?
I don't know why everybody doesn't live in Florida.
Trust me, have you seen the number of U-Hauls coming in the state? They're working on it.
1,000 people a day.
So I was sitting there the other day watching the Super Bowl, and I knew you and I were going to do the Ben Show. And I thought to myself, I'm like, man, this halftime show, I know Ben Carson's getting down. Who was your favorite?
I always root for the winner.
There you go. I like it. I like it. All right, I want to get into everybody's been focused on Ukraine. Everybody's been dealing with foreign policy. There's another crisis in this country right now. And, every time I see Fauci speak, I think, I wish Ben Carson was that guy. I would love it. Wouldn't you love it if Ben Carson had that gig? So whoever runs next time, I have a feeling whoever that person is might have been or be in this building. You heard the crowd. I think you know what your next gig may be. I am genuinely shocked and concerned in the medical community. I grew up, as you know, in Memphis, Tennessee. Right. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital is there. My wife's entire career was at St. Jude. And you see researchers get together and you see them get it right, you see them get it wrong, you see them share information, you see them collaborate. It's what you do as a doctor. Sure. Why is it now that we don't even see that? And not only that, we are trying to ruin doctors' careers who disagree or say something different on anything that the federal government, Dr. Fauci, or any of these dictators and tyrants in the medical community demand that they shut up and be quiet. Did you ever witness anything like this in your life? And did you ever think you would see it?
I must admit that even I am surprised at the level to which medicine has sunk because not following science. Claiming to follow science, but being completely unscientific. Science will actually ask questions about benefits versus risk. They will actually look at collateral effects of things. So when you take something like COVID, which by the way, even though they don't want to let it go, it is going away because, you know, the good Lord has a way of taking care of things. So he says, since they don't seem to have the ability to understand what's going on and they just want to manipulate it, I'll just make this thing get weaker and weaker and more contagious. Pretty soon, everybody will have it. It'll be endemic and it'll be gone and they won't be able to make it last until November.
until another election, right? Until another. See, we're making headlines, folks. Ben Carson just said COVID will be gone by November. Write it down. Let's talk about Fauci. And I don't want to, I'm not talking about the politics, okay? I'm talking about the medical side of this. The job of Dr. Fauci and anyone in that position should be non-political.
Should be.
If you did a poll on Fauci right now, I believe he's probably more polarized than even Donald Trump is at any point in his political career. Dr. Fauci in that position is not supposed to be political. How does a man like that stay there knowing that he's lost the country? And I say this from the standpoint of we're going to need medical advice on something else down the road. You've seen all the different, you know the history of disease.
Right.
You understand how important it is to have doctors that have a platform to speak in a non-political dictator type way. I'm worried that we're going to face something much greater than COVID one day, and no one's going to listen to the people in charge because they say, I shouldn't have listened to them last time.
And unfortunately, you've hit the nail on the head there. You know, there's a tremendous loss of confidence in our government and in our government medical facilities, the CDC, the NIH, because they've allowed themselves to be manipulated and controlled by other forces. Now you take something like what happened with COVID, and they needed to get an emergency use authorization, an EUA. We have a silly rule in place that says you can't get the EUA if there are other effective treatments. And that's why they denigrated hydroxychloroquine, even though—
Oh, you be careful with that word now. That's like a four-letter word in this country.
Well, it's a very good four-letter word.
I'm just making sure our mics are still working. You said hydroxychloroquine. All right, we're still on
because
here.
if you go to Western Africa, go to places like Nigeria, there's almost no COVID throughout this whole thing. Why? Because they take hydroxychloroquine as an anti-malarial. Now, if we were truly interested in science, that would have piqued our interest, would have said, why is that the case? Why in some parts of India is there almost no COVID? Because they were taking ivermectin. But what did our people say? It's horse medicine. And they did everything they could to denigrate it. And the fact of the matter is, if we were using these things, and there are other things as well, I think hundreds of thousands of American lives would have been saved. So, you know, we're killing people by playing politics and by just having policies that don't make sense. And then you take children. You know, I've spent my whole career as a pediatric neurosurgeon and being concerned about what happens with our children. They have, for a healthy child, the incidence of death from COVID is 0.025%.
Hallelujah.
That's approaching zero. But we have no idea what the long-term effect of these spike proteins are going to be on them. So we're trading almost no risk for long-term permanent risk. That makes absolutely no sense.
Am I a bad parent? I've got 3 kids. I've got twin boys that are 3. I've got a 5-year-old. And I have, obviously, doing a radio show, a podcast every day. You take a lot of heat from people because I said I'm not giving my kids the vaccine because I don't understand why I would do something to them when you just talk to the facts. In fact, if you go to the CDC's own website, they say my child has a bigger chance of dying from the flu than they do from COVID.
Yeah. Well,
So am I a bad parent for being skeptical of this mandate of you must vaccinate your child or you're the worst parent in the world?
No, it makes you a very good parent. It makes you someone who is really concerned. That's why God gave children parents, to be, these people, for instance, who say parents really shouldn't have anything to do with the education of their children. I mean, where did these people come from? And it's
public school systems mostly.
But, there are attempts to indoctrinate our kids. You look at the mask wearing, particularly at a young age when you're trying to develop your sociological image of yourself. And a lot of that is because of positive feedback that you get by looking at people's facial expressions. We're going to end up with a whole generation of pathological people who don't know how to interact with each other. They're not looking at this. And we already have a lot of errors going on. You look at the number of emergency room visits by children year over year, 2020 to 2021. Psychiatric emergencies have gone up 40% in the first 3 quarters of those years that have been looked at.
I want to take a poll question real quick. How many of you are very skeptical of big pharma in this country? Keep your hands up. How many of you are very skeptical of the government working with big pharma? Keep your hands up. How many of you are even more skeptical that the government is paying for your free vaccine that's going to big pharma?
Yeah.
Are we paranoid or are we brilliant, doctor?
I think the American people are some of the smartest people in the world. If you give them the facts, if you let them work with them. When I was running for president—
Should I be worried about big pharma? Because I see the money and I know the money and you've seen the money.
Well, they've made more money than they've ever made before. I think they're very happy.
With a free vaccine that our tax dollars are paying for.
Exactly.
I'm paying for the vaccine if you go get the vaccine. I'm not anti-vax, but don't tell me it's free.
No, it's—
when I paid for it through my tax dollars.
It's a wonderful thing for them to be told that as much of this as you can make, we're going to buy it. So they've never had an opportunity like that before and are taking advantage of it. And I'm sorry to see that. Now, there are some good people in that arena, but for the most part, they keep their mouths shut. And that's the biggest problem that we have right now in this country. Most of the people are logical, they're good people, but they have a tendency to stand in the corner with their head down, hoping that nobody calls them a nasty name. And we can't do that. It's time for people to speak up for what they believe in because we're trying to save our country.
We mentioned trust earlier, and you've dealt with pandemics, and this is the one that my generation is going to remember the most. But how much damage have we done to our children? And I'm talking about taking away their education.
Mm-hmm.
We know distance learning does not work. Masking them. We've seen now with young children that have a hard time with speaking, with putting words together, with pronunciation. I don't think you can put on paper how bad it is going to be for several different grades in this generation that lost years of education and years of basic learning. We're talking about kids that should be speaking. They're saying that can't see their parents' faces and their teachers' faces because of the mask. And it's affecting them. What data, from a doctor standpoint that deals with kids and pediatrics, are you worried about that?
Well, let me put it this way. Imagine what it must be like to be a little kid. You have to wear a mask. You don't get to see facial expressions. Then you're told you may be harboring some deadly disease. You may not be sick, but you may give it to your grandmother and she may die. Well, grandmothers do get older and they do die. Now you're feeling guilty about that. If you're white, you're told that you're an oppressor and you're the cause of all minorities' problems. If you're a minority, You're told that you're a victim. All of this is happening while you're trying to develop your self-image. And then if that's not bad enough, you may not be a girl or a boy. Can you imagine? It's child abuse. It's child abuse.
That deserves a standing ovation. I mean, that's the line of the day right there. We'll get taken out of context. Don't worry. Someone will write an article about it.
Yeah.
You see what we're doing, and you brought it up, so I'm going there. Is it child abuse, what we're watching happen politically now to kids with this transgenderism and pick your own pronouns and emojis on our iPhones that show a dude pregnant, which is, I want to make sure I'm right, it's never happened in the history of the world?
Not that I know of.
Okay, we'd really be breaking some news. Is it child abuse, in your opinion, to be raising kids in this world with hormone blockers and doing that to a child at a young age? Because I think it is.
Of course it's child abuse, but I don't want people to get off that easily by just calling it child abuse. We all have spheres of influence, and we have to stand up against this. We have to be aware of what's being taught to our children. In the preschool, they have these books about these worms. And they say these worms can be male or female. They get to choose, and they make these worms seem like really cool individuals. And what are they doing? They are planting seeds. And this is a terrible thing that they're doing. And you look at some of the books, I've seen them in some of the counties, that our kindergartners, first, second, third graders are looking at. They have naked people in them doing all kinds of things that people shouldn't know about at that age. And they are affecting the character of our children at a time of innocence when you're supposed to be having fun and developing. And, you know, we talk about things like how our system is systemically racist and it's keeping people from achieving. I'll tell you what's keeping people from achieving: the fact that we are destroying the American family and we are throwing away our faith in God.
Amen to that. As we wrap the Ben show, Conservative Surrey, do we have 30 more seconds? She didn't. All right, there, the audience decided.
For the Ben show?
Yes, for the Ben show. Do we have 30 more seconds, Conservative Surrey?
45 is go.
Yes! Mask mandates, my last and final question for you. I don't like mandates, but I also know there's cause and effect.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on mask mandates in the country?
Well, I detest mandates. That's one of the reasons that we developed American Cornerstone Institute: faith, liberty, community, and life. People came to this country from all over the world because they didn't want people to be mandating what they had to do. They wanted to live the lives they wanted to live. This is a principle of this nation. We cannot let it go. We must not ever let that go.
If I get arrested on my flight home, I'm blaming Dr. Ben Carson. He said I didn't need to wear my mask. Give America's doctor a big round of applause. Maybe he'll be our Dr. Fauci one day. That concludes the Ben Show. God bless you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the First Amendment Fund, defending the canceled. Please welcome, from Tennessee, U.S. Senator Bill Hagerty and CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp.
Hello, CPAC. You must know this great conservative Senator Bill Hagerty from Tennessee. Anybody here from Tennessee? Yeah. Hi, Jill. welcome back.
Thank you,
It's
Matt.
kind of like your home. CPAC.
I've been coming for a long time. Even when I was ambassador to Japan, I flew over from Tokyo to be with you.
And when we had CPAC in Japan, when he was ambassador, he always welcomed us into his house, and it's an honor to have him here. Now, we got a serious topic to talk about. Have any of you been canceled? Have any of you felt like you can't express yourself at your workplace because your values will not be accepted? Have you looked at the wall where we've shown the unsponsors list of corporations that fund radical groups and tell us voter ID is racist? We are at a really serious point and a terrible point in our country. Tell us about what's going on with some people you care about.
Well, Matt, you and I have talked about this before, and the effort that's underway to try to help this, I think, is critically important. There's an effort underway not only to silence people in America, but to keep young conservatives from serving their government. I have two people on my staff, wonderful people, that happened to work in the White House on the 6th of January. One of them, just doing his job, has been subpoenaed by this so-called January 6th Commission, which is nothing more than a political weapon that Nancy Pelosi has created because they've got nothing else to run on. But what happens? A young person gets subpoenaed. They know this is a political charade. I'll set the table for you. How do we find out about the subpoena? It comes out in CNN, and Adam Schiff is on TV talking about it before my staffer ever even sees the subpoena. It's leaked out that way. Tell me that's not political. And if you think about what the person's looking at, he's got a very political process. They're threatening criminal charges for anybody that they can catch. You're going to be testifying under oath. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? You need legal representation before you step into a trap like that. Think about a young staffer that works in Washington, D.C. What kind of salary do they have? What kind of ability do they have to pay enormous legal fees? I just heard someone had incurred over $300,000 worth of legal fees dealing with this. We've got to help them. We've got to stand up and help them because they're being canceled in a different avenue. What this January 6th Commission is trying to do is chill the environment for any conservative to serve. And if you think about it, luckily they work for me. My response was, we're going to help you. We're going to find a way to help you. We're not going to let you suffer like this.
Senator, we've received a lot of phone calls at our house. Obviously, these people were colleagues with Mercy at the White House or at the presidential campaign. And some of these people are awfully junior staffers to President Trump or to others. And they know nothing about any illegal activity. They had no involvement in any illegal activity. They love their country. They want to serve their country. Some of these people are saying, we can't even get a lawyer. Think about this. And I'm sure we have people that know the legal profession well. They can't even get a lawyer to represent them in America because these law firms have gone so woke and left-wing that the committee that runs the law firm won't allow them to be clients.
I've heard absolutely the same thing. The legal counsel that someone might want to secure to help them in an environment like this is saying very politely, we can't do it. The firm won't allow us to do it. Either it's the firm's lawyers themselves or it's the corporate clients that they're worried about because the corporate clients are so worried that a Twitter mob might hit them for using a law firm that might actually be stepping up and supporting somebody. So you've done the hard work of finding lawyers that will step up and support the young people that are being attacked in this manner. But they are using legal venues like this to basically crush people, to force them into bankruptcy so they'll either capitulate, make a mistake, and they're not the targets. Like the person I was talking about before, I said, cooperate. There's nothing to tell, but make sure you don't make a mistake. Make sure you don't make a mistake because this is called a perjury trap that they set up. If they could get a person to somehow contradict themselves in some way, or if they could just get one morsel that someone like Adam Schiff could then go out and leak and talk about, and blow it out of proportion or make something else out of it. This is a political charade is what it is. They're not interested in getting to the answer. We've already been through the answer on January 6th. There was a joint committee group, the Rules Committee and the Homeland Services Committee put together a complete review of the January 6th activities. They came out with a long list of recommendations to improve security at the Capitol. The Capitol Police have been implementing that for over a year now. That's what you would suspect, what you would expect the commission to do. The Inspector General of the Capitol has been involved in that. That's a responsible approach to this. But Nancy Pelosi didn't get what she wanted out of it, which is the political fodder to fight for the 2022 elections. That's, again, what this is about.
So we've never had a committee in Congress before where the majority wouldn't allow the minority to pick the members of that committee. In my opinion, he's the senator, he's elected, I'm not, so maybe I have a little more leeway. I can say that that brings real legal scrutiny and questions as to whether that committee can properly serve subpoenas. They have over 50 subpoenas that have gone out. When you get the subpoena, as the senator said, it goes to where you work. It goes to your business. If you work for Senator Haggerty, it's probably a badge of honor. If you work for a company, you're probably ended. Your career is probably over, as the general counsel says, what is this? Some wrongdoing associated with 1-6. It's intentional. You're paying for it. You're paying for this committee. And this committee is focused like a laser on finding dirt on any Republican they can possibly put in their scope, any Trump supporter. And then the government has that information. And what are they going to do with that information? We've already seen we can't trust them with our banking information and our telephone records and our text, everything.
It's all getting leaked for political purposes, whether it's being, it's the IRS handing information over to ProPublica to attack individuals they are finding politically out of favor, or, what they do with phone records. It's just shocking. And the American public has lost all confidence in this. And the fact, as you say, Matt, that they're using our tax dollars to go in and attack these young people that came to serve their nation. It's really despicable. I'll share another example with you. Some of you may remember the name Alexander Vindman.
Yeah.
Remember that name? Think back to the impeachment trial. One of my staff worked for President Trump in the White House. Her job in communications was to put together the talking points that defended President Trump and actually highlighted and discredited the claims that Vindman was making. Vindman has sued her now. I don't know who's paying his legal bills, but I certainly doubt.
We probably have no problem.
Yeah, pro bono.
Yeah.
Pro bono to attack someone who is simply doing her job. That was her job, is to put the talking points together. She's being attacked. She's got to find a way to defend herself. Again, this is an effort to crush hardworking young conservatives who come to Washington to serve their nation. They're trying to make it so toxic for our young people right now that their parents won't want them to serve, that they're going to be afraid to serve, because who can handle the financial fallout of being attacked legally? Who can handle the damage to your career? As Matt said, the legal counsel of the company that you might go to work for suddenly gets a subpoena appearing at his desk. Never mind that it's not substantiated. Never mind that it's a political hack job. These things do real damage to people, and we've got to stand up and stop it. And that's why what you're doing is making such a difference.
So I got a call from Senator Haggerty. He said he had we knew then of one staffer, and now it's 2 of your staffers. By the way, that's just a piece of this. There's an avalanche of these subpoenas that are going out to other good people. And I know both these people that work for you. These are good
people,
patriotic Americans who have a right to express their political views. And they shouldn't have to go to court to defend their political views. And this is happening all over this country. So we got the call from Senator Haggerty, and I said, well, what we decided to do at CPAC, so you guys might wonder what happens when you come to CPAC, you buy a ticket, you're involved. I just want you to know this is one of the things we're doing. We've started this new fund called the First Amendment Fund. We started it when the first Trump staffer called my wife in tears saying, I don't know what to do. I have no savings. I can't find a lawyer. When I get a lawyer, it's going to exhaust all the money I have in the world. And Mercy looked at me and said, we've got to do something. And so you all are doing something. And we're going to help these people. We are going to find them the legal talent that they need. Thank you very much. And I want to particularly say thank you to former Attorney General Matt Whitaker, who was the very next call. If you're in trouble and you love America, you're going to call Matt Whitaker pretty soon. And he offered in a pro bono capacity to start counseling these victims of political prosecution. And he's working with these folks. If you want to know more information on the First Amendment Fund, we have information for you to look at. It's not just about legal fees and questions like that. It's about everything it takes to build a wall around our foundation freedom, our First Amendment freedoms. Who would have thought in America it's become illegal to be a Republican supporting a Republican president?
Yes, it's just shocking. And I must say, thank you, CPAC, for stepping up and helping these young people. We will take a stand. I promise my staff I'll defend them till the end of time, and we're going to do it together.
And I want to thank Senator Haggerty, because when his staff went through this, you stood by them. This is what we have to do, folks. We have to stand by each other. We have to call it out, and we have to be strong. And as a CPAC community, let's make sure we protect each and every cop that loses their job because they don't feel like they have to be forced to take a vaccine. Every brave soldier, airman, or sailor who's getting kicked out of the military because they don't want to be forced into certain healthcare choices. Every teacher or coach that's being forced to teach gender confusion or the idea that America is racist and bad. We got a lot of victims of what's going on. Unfortunately, we have a lot of money to raise to take care of this huge problem we're in, and we appreciate you, sir.
Thank you so
helping
much.
us out.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all for standing with us. Thank you for standing for freedom. Thank you.
I want to thank the American Conservative Union for holding the line on conservative values across the country and holding legislators accountable.
And all that you do to support those of us who are fighting to preserve our constitutional rights. And it's just an honor, and I want to thank you so very much.
I just want to say hello to Matt, Fred, and all of you at CPAC, and to say a huge thank you and the deepest appreciation for this great honor. I feel like I'm in great company.
It's an honor to work alongside the